5. See if that all works out. Hopefully it does. Yeah, sounds fine. Sounds fine. How we all doing, everybody? We have our final Vermin League qualifiers today. Tournaments where we can get a poop load of points for the upcoming playoffs. Where is it? Playoffs when? So after this weekend, at the end of October into November, which if you look at a calendar is Monday is the last day to get any points for this. I'm just going to take a screenshot of current standings. And anybody that is in the Storm Vermin rank, I will invite to the Storm Vermin playoffs. Anybody in the Clan Rat rate, I'll invite to the Clan Rat playoffs, etc. So these are the last tournaments to move up your score or move down your score and get get these different brackets, because the higher up you are, sure you'll have tougher competition, but the prize pool increases rapidly the higher in quote-unquote skill level that you go. So it's important to get those points in, you know what I mean? Anyway, that's what people are doing this. Today we have, oh shut up, Warhammer 3 intro. We have 3 tournaments, new player through Skaven Slave, people who are either unranked on my ladder or just have like a couple points. And then we have Clan Rat through Storm Vermin, the mid-tiers, and we have Chieftain through Greyseer, the grinders, the grind lords. Looks like 11 players in the top tier, 7 in the middle, which is interesting, and then 13 in the new player tournament. Now, the numbers could shift around when the actual Clan Rat tournament gets closer to starting, but it is just interesting that the middle has the least people right now. Because normally the top has the most, the middle has second most, and the bottom has the least, because new players are less likely to show up for tournaments and stuff. But like the hardcore players are playing all the time, so of course they're going to show up for their tournament, right? They're also competing because there is a pretty fierce competition of people trying to stay in the top tier tournament. I know Green One is trying really hard to stay in, and he's like right there. So we'll see. We'll see. Because the difference is like, what was it, $200 to 100? Yeah. So if you fall out of the Greyseer tournament, you lose a shot at like $100 extra if you win the whole thing, which is pretty rough. So I think people want to just like sneak into that Greyseer tournament if they can. Anyway, it is 10. We've had a lot of pings, so everybody should be aware that they needed to check in. I'm going to check the participants one more time to make sure nobody snuck in here that's not actually a new player. Rusty, are you in the Skaven Slaves or are you in the Clan Rats? Where is Rusty? I don't see him in the Clan Rats. I don't think he's all the way up in Storm Vermin. I could just be missing him, but he's an admin, so if he's a Skaven Slave, then I think he would know. Okay. We'll just leave it alone then. Process checking results. Do a quick shuffle, and then we'll make sure nobody from the same clan is fighting each other round 1, though I doubt it at this level of play. There's not a ton of clan members. Rome and Rusty, Flame of Udin, Neckbet, Schnoz, Guillaume, Vrax. Alright. This seems fine. I don't see any issues here. Skaven Slaves, you are good to go. Alright, well, we're going to try to watch Raylan versus Unequal Canoe. I'm interested because Raylan has been queuing up a shit ton in the Vermin League, and I've never seen them before. So I just kind of want to check them out, see this new player. I'm unranked. Hey, Rusty. Nice, then you picked the right tournament. David, you have a good day too. Daniel, hey. Guillaume, Phoenix King. Phoenix King, I see you're in the Gray Seer through Chieftain. Are you doing the Warhammer World Cup qualifier today, or are you just sticking with the Vermin League? We wait for you to play? Nope. Go ahead. Just keep going. I'll catch you in the finals, because we have 3 tournaments to get through, so what we're going to do is we're going to cover new player through Skaven Slave all the way through. So I'll just like catch games where I can and get to the finals, and then we'll hop in on the clan run through Storm Vermin after we're done with the new player stuff, so we'll catch them wherever they happen to be. I only told them to wait for me in finals, so if they get all the way through a tournament, they get to finals. I find that unlikely, but if it did happen, I would want to at least catch the finals. And same for the Gray Seers. So we'll just hop from tournament to tournament today and keep catching games. Okay. What up, Flame of Odin? How you doing, man? Usually see you in the 2v2 tournaments. Then decided after another Dom tournament not to ever play one again. I am morbidly curious because I have a Warhammer World Championship qualifier on Tuesday for the North American time zone. I'm so curious how long Logic's tournament's going to take because it's got 100 people in it, best of 3, which could be a hot minute. Anticity had like a 30-person tournament the other day, and he did a 7-hour stream for it, so I don't know, man. Could be well. First 1v1 after a long time. You're going to do great. Oh, we got to do tournament predictions. Hold on, we got to do tournament predictions. It's tradition. Also, I just like it. Rusty's on my mod team, so I got to go with the Rusty. Rusty's going to be my winner for the whole tournament, and my runner-up, skill-wise, it would probably be Neckbet. Skill-wise, it would probably be Neckbet. Do I have anybody I want to believe in just for the memes? Fucking Guillaume. Dude, we love Guillaume. All right, my dark horses are going to be Neckbet and Guillaume. So I predict Rusty's going to win it all, and if he loses, it's either Neckbet or Guillaume, because Guillaume's a Chad. Just messaging our first people. Please don't bet on me. I'm a Dom noob. Rusty, I'm betting on you because I believe in you. Samurai could be the #1 winner because I got entertainment for free. True. Wouldn't bet on me. I fell off ratio. Neckbet, you're still pretty good. Be nice to Schnoz. We love Schnoz. My tea is too warm to drink, but it does have blessed caffeine in it that I do want at some point. Alright, checking on the clown right through Storm Vermin because their check-in should have opened by now. And it did. It did. Unequal Canoe signed up for 2 tournaments? What? What, Mr. Canoe? I'll deal with that later. What kind of tea is it? So we have a black tea, just straight up black tea. Nothing special about it, but it has caffeine for my little body. Then we have a Harvest Blend green tea that pretty much just tastes like pumpkin spice tea, but doesn't have any caffeine in it. It has a finisher, as a cleanser of our palate, is a nice mint green tea. Again, no caffeine, but it leaves you with the minty freshness of pretending I brushed my teeth with a liquid somehow. Delicious. This was not a smart cup choice, though, because the widest cup is for the mint tea, apparently. And that's the last tea I have, so it's going to cool off the fastest, which means I'm going to be drinking cold mint tea at the end, which is just a fuck up on my part. There's Raylan's game. We'll get in here, throw up a blocker, just in case they're doing their stuff. Unequal Canoe versus Raylan. There are more qualifiers. Go to change your opinion. Think Dom is fun, but might be one of the few. That's fine. You're allowed to like Dom. I don't mind playing Dom. I don't usually watch it. It'll be interesting to cast, but I have well, it's not a guarantee. Like if something comes up, something comes up, but I'm gonna have my buddy Platypus casting with me, so at least I'll have a friend. Unequal Canoe. Yes, I know I spelled unequal wrong. Give me a second. 0. Okay, what's the first map? Mortis Wastes. We are on the correct map. Let's go. There's the old infographic on the screen. Oh, yeah. I was going to change it when I knew who was on what side. The minty freshness of non-caffeinated lies. Hey! We don't hate on non-caffeinated lies here. Holy shit, is Unequal Canoe actually going Corn? I got beat by Corn the other day. By Alea Yakta S, so maybe I shouldn't be such a Corn hater, but I still think they're terrible. I think Corn is kind of like Beastmen before they got the Silence and the Fury DLC, where they got a bunch of buffs and everything. I feel like Corn is like pre-update Beastmen, where they're just not that good. And like, while you can win games, you have to outplay your opponent to win games. I don't think there's many matchups where they're favored or even. I think they usually are playing from a deficit. We hate on everything here for equal opportunity misanthropes. What kind of DLC would you want for Corn? More flying units. Not like a ton, but like 1 or 2 that aren't just Chaos Furies or a single entity. So they have more flying pressure. Let me think. Light cavalry. A light cavalry option that like still armored, but I mean light cavalry in terms of function, not in terms of literally having low armor, but like Corn version of light cavalry. So heavy armor, but faster, doesn't hit as hard as the rest of his stuff, but he just needs mobile pressure that doesn't cost him an arm and a leg. And dogs can only do so much. So probably more flying units, light cav that isn't skirmish or dogs, and then probably ranged berserker infantry. I know it sounds weird, but like, you know, miners with blasting charges. Think Norskin berserkers, but they have 2 throwing axes before they can engage in melee. 1, it would still be thematic, because Corn doesn't really have archers, but this is just like guys so pissed off they chuck their axe at you as they're sprinting at your face. And they could have firewalls moving forward, not 360, but have firewalls moving forward. That could be interesting. But mainly it's to give Corn more tools to deal with boxes, because Corn really struggles against like super degenerate boxes, and if he had like a bunch of low cost investment pseudo range tools. Like, again, Miner's Blasting Charge is like 425 gold, right? So these would probably be like 600 because you still get a Berserker afterwards. But just some like really cheap armor piercing missile infantry, have limited ammunition, you know. But if like you have the Kislev Bear Blob, right? The Kislev Bear Blob, you're just gonna sit there, you're like, yeah, Corn, run into my Bear Blob, see what happens, and then, you know, 5 volleys of armor piercing throwing axes just hit you in the face, and then another 5 volleys, and then you still have Berserkers to deal with. I think that's pretty fine. And I don't think that unit is balanced in terms of most units. But like Korn's faction was designed around having unbalanced units. It literally was designed around having unbalanced units. The dude has no magic. His special abilities are pretty bad, and they charge off of kills, so you can avoid them with a certain army comp. Right? And like he has no spells, he has some minor spell resist, he's usually slow, his units are quite expensive. So like there's all of these protections in place. So Korn can have some off-the-walls bullshit-ass units, but the rest of his roster is so limited. And then they just didn't follow through on having the off-the-walls bullshit units. Like, none of Korn's units are extremely cost-effective. Maybe Flesh Hounds, but they took some nerfs, I think. And shit like that. So it's like, I think it's fine for Korn to have this insane Berserker hybrid ranged unit or whatever, because he doesn't have any fucking spells. Because all of his units are super expensive, so his armies are always small, right? So, I don't know. I would want something like that. You could throw axes like the DLC Skink unit. Yeah. Like the Chameleon Stalkers. I don't know. I want Korn to have some pretty jacked up, like, melee units. Because right now they're just fine. Like, Chaos Warriors of Korn aren't actually that great, but then the rest of his roster is paying for them to not be that great. I just don't get it. Killed a mage 3 times, he was resummoned again and again. Alright. Monitors are very cost effective. Yeah, after the buffs, monitors are feeling better. I think Korn just needs some low tier infantry that's actually any good. You could throw axes like the DLC. Centaur archers would be really fun. Yeah. I don't think that they would actually be that incredibly useful, but I do think they'd be fun. If you balance a roster around OP infantry, they'll be boring though. Sea dwarves. Yeah, but I don't think, like, these Berserkers of Korn would be slow. They'd probably be, like, unarmored, you know? Like, literally just take the Norskin Berserker and then give them some spell resist and give them a Throwing Axe variant. Not a variant. A Throwing Axe with, like, 2 charges. I don't think infantry fixes anything for struggling factions. Yeah, Korn needs ranged, but I did say, like, in the DLC, I did say light cavalry flying units and then a ranged infantry. I wasn't saying, oh yeah, just these Berserkers and then Korn will be fine. Everyone should get Bloody Boys, mini Bloody Boys, like a unit of interest mini boats. Alright. For Raylan, High Elves are set up. We have triple Lyrian Reavers, Imric on his Dragon, Mage of Life with Regrowth and Dwellers Below. Ooh, 2 very expensive spells. They're going to have to be careful with how they use those. Usually you see Earthblood and Dwellers paired up because then you have a cheap spell with an expensive spell. Loth and Seaguard spam, quite common after the buffs. And then Spearman frontline with 2 Bolt Throwers. Quite nice. On the other side for Korn, we have 2 Chaos Warhounds of Korn in the corner. Another 1 on the far side there. We do have Valkia. Cultists of Korn. I haven't seen this guy in a hot minute. Cultists of Korn, both of which have summons. I think technically the double summon isn't allowed. Wait, do you have the summon? Yes, you do. Okay, we'll see if that matters. If Korn loses this game, then it doesn't matter. So we'll see. It's a new player tournament, so sometimes this stuff can happen where like the super nuances of fruit rules can slip past. 5 Chaos Warriors of Korn. We do have the Knights of the Brazen Throne, Skull Crushers ROR. We have Valkia the Bloody in this guy, and a couple Flesh Hounds that were not in the Vanguard, but kept to themselves. Give them tank cav, yeah. Anyway, sorry. gonna focus on the game. Chat's being too cool. This is a problem right now for the strategy that's normally dealt with archer factions, is Lothern Seaguard are a hybrid unit, which I think is fine. But the problem for these dogs is they really have nothing to attack, because they'll just lose to Lothern Seaguard. Maybe they can try to get the bolt throwers, but it's not that big of a deal. You really want to get these Lothern Seaguard, and the dogs will lose to them, so they're worried about it. Everything explodes? Sounds like a Skaven thing. Chaos Warriors are advancing, slowly, surely. They're getting shot all the way. Now they do have 110 armor and silver shields. They'll largely be fine. What does Khorne need to charge the gate? Recharges if engaged in melee. Oh, okay, that's pretty easy. And it's still limited to 1 use, right? Yeah. So then technically it's limited to 1. Like, you should only have 1 of those summons, but we'll see. Too cool for Doomsage. I try to cast a game. Chaos Warriors have collided with the Spearmen, but the Spearmen have 50 melee defense because of their martial prowess, so it's going to be a little bit for these Khorne boys to get straight through. Fleshhounds of Khorne are now attacking Lyrian Reavers, and the Fleshhound should win that over time. It was actually pretty nice of Unequal Canoe to keep his Chaos Warhounds at bay until the Fleshhounds could take the charge and start winning the fight. Now the dogs are going to pile in. This I don't like as much. I wish one of these 2 dogs had gone over here to all of these bolt throwers, but a little bit of an overcommit onto these Lyrian Reavers, but they are tearing through the back line rather effectively. Bolt throwers are still poking down the Knights of the Brazen Throne, who are down to around half HP at this point. And the Vuvuzela of Doom blows in the deeps. And it didn't really do anything. Star Dragon Breath Attack is going to hit Cultists of Khorne. It isn't quite going to do as much damage as you would hope, but now he's fighting Valkia, who has Lord of Dragons popped on her, and she doesn't have the Demon's Shield going, so she is not invulnerable. Not at all. Knights of the Brazen Throne and dogs really stopping up the Equal Call Bolt Throwers. Good play from Unequal Canoe. I like that a lot. Whatever Valkia's thing is called, rips through some Lothern Seaguard, does pretty okay damage as far as that goes. And Imbric is not getting as much done against Valkia as I would have suspected. 74 melee attack on him versus 55 melee defense, and he is missing an awful lot, because you can see when the chunks come off when he does hit, so he's been missing a good amount here. That's some bad RNG for the High Elves. As far as the fight goes, Khorne's actually quite favored in this exact moment. A lot of the High Elf lines have just been destroyed. Now the Knights of Brazen Throne have taken a real shellacking. Imric's very healthy, which is fine. And so is the Mage of Life, though she might need a little bit of help against these Chaos Warhounds. Oh, they're just Chaos Warhounds. They can tear her out. There they go. Goodbye. The reason they're overcompensated is they have to rely on RNG, stop massive units. So if you need any sort of do it with the Gyro or Toilet Lord, but if your opponent's as good as you. Okay, so you're talking about dwarves. Imric is going after Valkia, it looks like, though he kind of did a jank dragon animation up and down there. High Elf Large mostly has no AP, so that may also be why. Maybe. I think the High Elves do need to just kind of snipe down Valkia, snipe down the Khorne lads, the cultists of Khorne, and then hope they can rout the rest of the army or get some good Dwellers below going. Don't know. Slayers are slower than large units, and cannons are map dependent. Hence the ruin of elderly drivers. Valkia did escape, but Imric looks like he might be coming back for Chaos Cultist. I haven't seen either of the Bloodletter summons, which is good, because it means if Imric can snipe out this Cultist of Khorne, then we'll only have one summon. We don't have to worry about a rule break. Because as long as both summons aren't used, who cares if you brought them, right? And there we go. Shatter, 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 so I don't have to deal with a rule break. Do it! Do it! Do it! How did you miss that, Imric, you ponce? Come on, one more try. What the fuck are you taking off for, you dumbass? Alright. Nice Dwellers Below is going to catch 3 Khorne units, including Chaos Warhound. But Imric was not able to finish off the Cultist of Khorne, because I guess we don't deserve nice things. There's a Bloodletter summon. Please don't use the Bloodletter summon on this other Cultist of Khorne. Don't do it. Valkia is currently getting sniped out. This could be a big moment for the High Elves. The balance of power is directly in the middle. Damage value is slightly Khorne favored. But if Valkia dies, that could all be for naught. Imric is T-posing on her. Imric! Jesus! Figure it out! What are you doing? What are you doing, Imric? Figure it out! Swing! 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 Swing, you abomination of high elf flesh! Swing! Swing! What are you doing? Swing! Do something! Emmerich! Emmerich! Do something! There, he swung after a million things. The Corn player brought double Gate of Corn, which can only bring one, but they've so far not used the Gate of Corn on this guy. So if they can win the game without using that summon, there's no rule break. Alright, at this point, Imric is the entire balance of power for the High Elves, which is tough because Imric's not actually that good at clearing out mass amounts of Chaos Warriors. He needed his caster for that, who just died. So without Dwellers Below, I think the balance of power is largely inflated for the High Elves because it's counting all the dragon stats, but it's not, like, it's not considering the situation the dragon is in, which is fair. I'm not like, wow, balance of power, why can't you just assess this complicated situation and figure it out? But I'm just saying, like, I actually think having a full HP dragon versus a crap ton of infantry is probably not going to be great for the full HP dragon. Now, he still has plenty of a chance because also none of these Chaos Warriors are halberds. And I'm still really hoping he snipes out this cultist. Snipe out the cultist. Snipe out the cultist. Don't let it use the summon so I don't have to deal with it. Go! Go! Kill the cultist! Kill it! Go! Kill it! Ooh, he's going for the Knights of Brazen Throne who are caught out. They have 0 leadership, so if he even gets near them, he should probably route them off. Yeah, nice job. Nice job. Also, go kill that cultist with 0 HP so I don't have to deal with this. Go! Do it. Do it, you fucking coward. Do it! If you swing at 1,000 dudes, you're likely to hit one. Yeah. Another breath attack, though this one was on an uninhibited moving target, so he was largely fine. And I heard the Vuvuzela of Doom, but I think that was Dragonhorn wearing off. As he attacks the healthy cultist, not the unhealthy one. The unhealthy one is terror routing, so he didn't quite get his Bloodletter summon off. Come on, finish off that one, please. Please finish off that one. Don't let him summon. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with it. Get over there. This is such a close game that an extra Bloodletter summon would definitely be something I would have to deal with. No. Get the super weak one. Get the super weak one. Don't let him summon his fucking thing. Get him. Look at him. Right in the eyes. Get him. Yes! Ooh! Okay. Very good. Very good. He has 175 HP. There's no way he rallies, right? Right. Boom. Shattered. And dead. As long as that guy doesn't come back, we'll be okay. And actually, I'm getting a little worried about Khorne now. Getting a little worried. Initially, I was like, that's a lot of Chaos Warriors. I don't know if Imric's going to be fine, but Imric might be fine. And it's largely because of all these spread out High Elf units. So he can fulfill the attacking role by shooting at stuff and doing whatever he can. And if Imric can Cycle Charge and use Breath Attacks, though I think he used all of his Breath Attacks on the Cultists. If he can Cycle Charge and use Breath Attacks, he can for sure clear out all these Chaos Warriors. So I'm getting a little worried for Khorne. Not going to lie. Fleshhound's getting rounded off. Those are Chaos War Doggies, which means they're just going to rout at the first sign of trouble. Knights of the Brazen Throne are hanging on. Alright, I'm going to catch up my chat for a second. What up, Fat Kid at Recess? How you doing? You should use overlapping range and using Jaws and artillery. Yeah. Shetland, I agree about dwarves. I think dwarves are cool, but I think dwarves have a potential to be played in a very boring way. Like, I definitely acknowledge that. And I feel the same way about Skaven. I think Skaven are cool, but I can acknowledge that there are some pretty annoying and not very fun Skaven builds. For sure. The RES Lord and 2 Giants a rule break? No, I don't think so, no. Because you can have 3 RSE, you're fine. Dragon should win if he has anything he can Cycle Charge. Yeah, but now it's down to just Imric. And he can't Cycle Charge, so he has to stay in a fight. Now, how I interpret that, this is one thing that people have argued about for the rules forever, but how I've always interpreted it, as long as Imric is trying to fight something, he's obeying the rules. He doesn't have to, you're fighting a thing, so you have to continue fighting that thing till the end of time. It's like, as long as Imric's trying to pick a fight somewhere, he's fine. As long as this player isn't just running away, right? And that's how we're gonna do this. So as long as Imric is attacking something. What do you think about Kislev and other Warhammer 3 not getting anything till like Q3 of 2023? I think it's Q2, but yeah, Fat Kid at Recess, that's pretty fucked. I know Dav Plays was very upset about it. A huge charge onto Valkia, and she routs. She'll probably rally. Oh, she will not rally. She's dead as hell. That's tough for Korn, man. And Raylan playing really well with Imrik this game. Really, really well. I like that a lot. Are those Fleshhounds? Where did they come from? They must have been off in the corner. Now, Imrik's stuck in this blob of infantry, so here's the real kicker. Can he rout everybody off before he himself dies? Because just being surrounded in Korn infantry, you can see his health is actually getting chunked down at a pretty reasonable pace. Do Korn Chaos Warriors have fire damage? No. No, they do not. I'll answer that DLC question in a second, Fat Kid at Recess. Yeah. So Imrik is trying to club through a bunch of stuff. These Fleshhounds of Korn are going to start disintegrating, and that will help out a bit. Now, if I was Imrik, if Imrik notices, he should 100% go attack these dogs to get outside the blob and get a free, get a reset on his charge. So go attack the dogs. Go attack the dogs. Get outside the blob. Go, 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 go. And he's wandering off into the distance. Arg doesn't let itself as Academia as a credo. Yeah. Imrik's back in. So technically there, if you're a scholar of the law, Imrik should have attacked the Chaos Warhounds, not just wandered off and cycled charge, so that is a minor rule break. We'll see. We'll see how we feel. Because it's a new player through Skaven Slave tournament, so it's like these people might not be the most like 100. I mean, with the Korn player brought a double summon, so you know. We just try to avoid like really dumb cheesy shit, and it doesn't seem like there's really dumb cheesy shit going on here. Like Imrik isn't constantly cycle charging. He just did one little thing that was kind of a whoopsie, but we'll allow it. Because I actually think he's in a really bad spot. With everything else shattered, he can't back out of this blob now, and you can see now that he's stuck in the blob, he's getting his ass kicked. So I think if Imrik backs out again for a cycle charge, we'll call that a rule break. But I think if he doesn't do that, he's going to lose the game. So I think either situation, I think the High Elves lose from this point, but it was a very close game. But Imrik's getting ground to the dust. Oh, Fat Kid at Recess, that is a very good point. And Korn's gonna do it, man. Despite all my hating, out of the last 2 Korn games on this stream, Korn has won both of them, so maybe they're OP now. Maybe they're super strong. What I'm saying is innovation scales inversely with Screaming. It's true. It'd be funny if Imrik's leadership just spiked down and he got to army losses because he's a flying unit and he left the thing. Boom. These guys don't have ITP, so this Korn Warrior is probably gonna tear her out, but the other 3 can grind it down, so no issue. Korn Forsaken have discovered fire. I think their hands are like made of fire. I think that's kind of a whole different thing. Korn Warriors have ITP. They do if they have Frenzy up. So it depends on their leadership, but pretty much only one of these guys has Frenzy up right now. Imrik's getting ground down. 2 Korn Warriors are going to tear her out. Lord of Dragons is popped on the high health Chaos Warrior Korn unit. That's a good play. That's smart. Why am I being pinged? Okay. Imrik's still fighting. Minus 40 melee attack on these Chaos Warriors of Korn is actually pretty brutal. And Imrik's trying his best. He's trying. These guys got all their stats back. So they're back to schlipping. They're back to schlapping. They're back to schlorping. ITP if above 50% leadership. Yeah, I agree. Army losses is coming in soon for Imrik. Usually when that you're losing ground pops up, it means you're on the edge of army losses, and there we go. Korn does it. A very close game. 4,300 on Imrik. 850 on this caster. She honestly only got off 1 spell. It was a Dweller's Below. So if she was kept safe and got off a second Dweller's Below at some point during the game, that would have made a difference. Korn has no AP or anti-large. Not in this game. They do have a halberd variant in their roster, but they were not brought this game, no. Bolt throwers did really good at poking down the Knights of the Brazen Throne. Usually bolt throwers kind of suck ass, but this game they did well. Lothern Seaguard did just fine. Illyrian Reavers got eaten alive by dogs, but I don't think that means they weren't necessary in the build. I think this build is really solid. Because like if you have no Illyrian Reavers, you're just going to get run over by dogs and shit. For Unequal Canoes build, Valkia struggled as she normally does, but she's a cheap lord, I guess, so she doesn't really have to carry the whole game. Double Cultist seemed to do fine. It's just like, remember you can't bring double summon on them, so maybe just cut one and have one for the summon. But Chaos Warriors of Khorne did well for the first time in their lives. Fleshhounds and the Dogs of Khorne did extremely well. Very, very nice stuff for them. You think this shielded Seaguard is a mistake? Those were the unshielded variant. Those are the unshielded variant. So Unequal Canoe goes up 1-0. Valkia has cooties. Tee. Bolt throwers are like the best artillery for an artillery duel too. I disagree, but I know some people really like bolt throwers. I'm not one of those people. All right, so the DLC thing. No DLC till Q2. And probably no Kislev DLC till Q3. I think that's really disappointing. I would agree with Dov there. Dov had a really good video. Dov Plays, if you don't know him. Dov had a really good video talking about this stuff. And yeah, because when I first read CA's little blurb talking about how cool and great they are and how handsome they are, I was like, oh, okay, they're just congratulating themselves. But then I think it was the Menephis pointed out to me that there was that Q2 thing at the very bottom. I hadn't thought about it too much. When I saw that, I was like, okay, that's pretty whatever. And I just moved on. But the more I think about it, the more I realize why people are upset. Because, like, this game came out in a pretty content-starved state in February. And then everybody got sick of it and left. Like, not everybody, but I'm generalizing. And then there was this big DLC in the summer, the Champions of Chaos, that added 4 lords that were cool. I have no issue with the lords. But a lot of the units that came with those lords were reskinned units that already existed. Marauder Horsemen already existed. Marauders of Khorne, Nurgle, Slaanesh, and Tzeentch already existed. A lot of the RORs were units that already existed, just reskinned. Like, not a lot of the RORs were like brand new units. Like Bilious Thunderguff, he's a giant. Knights of the Severed Claw, they're aspiring champions. You know, things like that. So it was actually pretty light on brand new units to the game that no one had seen before. And it just added 4 lords. And it filled out rosters. Instead of making full rosters feel fuller, it made half-finished rosters feel finished. So the DLC didn't feel as much like a DLC to a lot of people as it did feel like, okay, Warhammer 3 finally launched. Like, yeah. So it didn't feel like a DLC. It felt like an update to give you the game you already bought. So a lot of people are already feeling that there hasn't been a DLC for Game 3. Then Immortal Empires comes out, which is, again, just content you had in Game 2 added to Game 3, which was sick as fuck. Don't get me wrong. It was sick as fuck, but it was stuff that, like, should have been in the game already. So people are feeling a little underwhelmed that they haven't gotten, like, DLC. And then to hear that it's going to come out in April at the earliest, or as late as June, that would mean in the first year and a half, in the first year of the game coming out, there will be 1 DLC, and it was pretty underwhelming as far as DLC goes. It was good content, but not great DLC. And in the first year and a half of a brand new game, you'll finally get your second DLC, which is really slow for some people. So it puts a lot of pressure on that DLC to be incredible. And I hope it will be. But yes. So to Fat Kid at Recess's point, it's probably going to be Chaos Dwarves. Like, I think more people would be upset if it wasn't Chaos Dwarves. So it's probably going to be Chaos Dwarves, and I would hope it is. But that means Kislev, Cathay, and Ogres, whose rosters are feeling a little bare bones, are going to be left alone until Q3 or Q4 of 2023, which at the current rate of DLC, we're probably looking at Q4. So thinking about the prospect of Kislev, this being the entire Kislev roster for maybe another year from this point, is pretty depressing. I guess I hadn't thought about it that way. If that's true. Now you never know. Their DLC might be like Chaos Dwarves versus Kislev and Cathay, and Kislev and Cathay get some new units. Or Chaos Dwarves versus like the Monkey King DLC, but again, that's not Kislev. See, I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know. The only actual answer that is a good answer for CA right now is just get the DLCs out faster. Like, they just need to increase their schedule, which is really easy for me to say when I don't work there. Like, yeah, just work harder and faster. Duh. Like, I mean, that's super easy for me to say when I don't work there. But I think that's, like, the only solution that would make the community happy. Otherwise, they're choosing between a rock and a hard place. Like, do we get out Chaos Dwarves, which, like, everybody wants and would buy us a lot of goodwill? Or do we finish the factions that are already in the game? But then it's kind of the same as the Champions of Chaos, where you're not going to get a lot of brownie points for finishing the game, right? You should finish the game, don't get me wrong. And that's why I say it's a rock and a hard place. Like, they should do both. They need to get new exciting content, but they also need to finish the fucking factions that are here. And I don't think Kislev is finished. I don't think Ogres are finished. I think Cathay could be finished. They just need rebalancing. So I think Cathay could use DLC units, but I think Cathay is the least in need of DLC, right? And I know Cathay fans are going to say, like, we need the Monkey King DLC. You do. But I'm saying compared to Kislev and compared to Ogres, Cathay have a much more fleshed out roster. Of the three. I think all three of them still need some stuff. But I would personally go for Kislev and Ogres way above Cathay. I think Cathay has tons of fun tools. They just need rebalancing to make those tools fun. Instead of boring as shit. Right? Like, I don't know. Jade Lancers getting buffs would be weird because they're, like, a decent unit right now. But bear with me. This isn't, like, a perfect design philosophy. I'm just making an example. Like, give Jade Lancers some buffs. Give Jade Warriors some melee and speed buffs, but then take away Harmony, right? Like, just pretend you remove Harmony from the game. Give Jade Warriors some melee and speed buffs, give Jade Lancers a bit of buffs, and you all of a sudden have a rush faction, right? You give Jade Warrior Crossman less armor, a little more range, and some more speed, and you can have like a kite faction. They have cannons, they have artillery, they have cav, they have monsters. They have monstrous lords, then they have mage lords, and they have support lords. Like, they have a lot of the things filled. Whereas if you look at Kislev, you have two things. You have a mage lord and you have a combat lord. That's it. You have no monstrous lords. Nothing like that. Like, oh, Boris on a bear is monstrous. He's not like a fucking dragon. Come on. Kislev infantry. All it can do is slow push. You can't rush with Kislev infantry. It's not a real thing. Like, no amount of rebalancing will make Kislev a rush faction with their current roster. They need different units to do that. Right. They can cav rush. They can do that. They can't kite. The skirmish cav is good enough for kiting, right? They don't have monstrous infantry, so they have a hard time rushing. Their only big monster is a slow elemental bear. It's not like a terracotta sentinel. So I think Kislev's roster needs more things to diversify their playstyle, while Cathay needs retooling of what they already have to have different playstyles. So that's what I mean by, like, Kislev needs a DLC, Cathay needs a rework. Wasn't Ogre's DLC? I mean, it was release DLC, I guess. Yeah. Alright, you win that one. Shetland. Didn't Warhammer 2 have 2 DLCs in its first year? That sounds about right, yeah. While people set up their armies, I'm going to get caught up with chat real quick because I just had a rant, so I got behind. I feel like CA has bigger fish to fry with their internal issues with harassment rather than thinking about their DLC. Yeah. Shetland, you're right. It doesn't, like, forgive the situation, though, you know? It's, like, a consequence where It's not like, oh, you guys fucked up with like sexual harassment stuff. Well, then that makes it okay. Your game is struggling really hard and lacking content. That makes it fine. It's like, no, that makes it worse. Like, oh, so it's not like a bunch of well-meaning people doing their best. It's like, oh, some of you are gross monsters. Like, not all of CA, but they have some bad apples, and it's like, oh, okay. So that just makes this whole situation worse. Three Kingdom life cycle. It's gonna be Skaven, don't be silly. I'd love to see Araby or Halflings or Amazons. Yeah. See how good with Prey Race. Another DLC released before Q2 23s. They're planning another DLC release before Q2? Homer Simpson? I didn't see that, but I could have misread. Is Cathay's current roster at least serviceable for 1 year? I think so. I think it needs some retooling, but I think Cathay has the tools to be a fun roster right now. They just need to rework Harmony so it's not so heavily incentivized to box super hard. CA needs a CA DLC to finish their roster. Borisana Bear is a Chad. He is a Chad. I was just saying that, like, he doesn't provide a different function, right? Kislev has like 3 unit types, I would say, and Cathay has like 5. And the more unit types you have, the more styles of play you can engage in. Where Kislev right now is just like really limited. They have armored hybrid infantry. They have blocker cavalry, but not really offensive cavalry, and they have like bears. That's their whole roster summed up. Whereas Cathay has really good artillery, like really good artillery corps, really good weapons teams / archer corps, really good frontline corps, a decent cavalry function, and good monsters in the Terracotta Sentinels. So it's like they have like many different ways to do things. Anyway, I gotta focus on this game. Chat's too exciting. High Elves for Unequal Canoe this time, and he has Imric. Imric getting his day in the sun. We have 2 Illyrian Reavers, bunch of Lothern Seaguard and Archer spam mixed in here. Lothern Seaguard Archers. 1 White Lion of Christ. Then we have Spearmen across the front line and a Life Caster Dwellers below, Earthblood, and both the mana regen items. For the Dark Elves, we have Malice Darkblade, Sorceress of Death with only Spirit Leech. 3 Scourge-Run Chariots, Cold One Knights, and Dark Riders, Cold One Knights and Dark Riders on the other side. 1 Reaper Bolt Thrower, and a front line of Bleak Swords. Cool, cool. So Dark Elves have a supreme cavalry advantage. And High Elves have a pretty strong archer advantage. So this Reaper Bolt Thrower is not really going to make much of a difference because it's already getting shot by archers, so it won't be long for this world. It's all about how much the cavalry can get done in stopping the High Elf shooty shoots. And this is already a bit of a mistake from Raylan. We have very different things going on with the cavalry. These guys are still getting into position as these guys have already committed, so that is a bit of a mistake. You usually want your cavalry to hit at the same time on both sides, especially when you outnumber your opponent like this, because see, there's no cavalry left over here to defend all these archers, but these guys aren't here yet. They aren't here to really punish that lack of stuff, so yeah. But huge damage coming in onto Imric from the Scourge Runner Chariots and the Cold Knights and a Spirit Leech. Gigantic damage onto him. There's no regrowth. Like last game, Raylan with the High Elves brought regrowth. Now we just have Earthblood, so it's going to take a long time to heal Imric up. And now he's landing onto the Death Caster, which would be a good pick, but you're in front of 3 Scourge Runner Chariots, which if they all focus fire onto you, Imric could take a lot of damage. Now these cavalry are into position. I think the High Elves are actually in dire straits. I do really like the Dark Elves. And good lord, look at the damage value. I didn't notice that. Oh, God. Okay, Dark Elves in a huge position here with Raylan. Cold Knights are flying into archers, not the Lothern Seaguard, which is good. Lothern Seaguard are still spear units, so you want to avoid those generally. And these Dark Riders are waiting here. I wouldn't hate for them, honestly, just to get onto the Mage of Life and chase her off the map. Scourge-Run Chariots are still poking around. I wouldn't... I'm saying that a lot, sorry. I wouldn't hate for them to be used as melee chariots at this point, just roll through some of these Lothern Seaguard from behind. But Imric is almost dead entirely, and he's back in the middle of Dark Riders and... yeah, just Dark Riders. But he's going to route. Something has really been pressuring him this whole time. I think it was the Scourge-Runner Chariots and Spirit Leech spam, but man, he got just destroyed. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Scourge Runner Chariots value about 2,500 between the 3 of them in a game that short. They were apparently deleting Imric. Good God. Reaper Bolt Thrower also must have been shooting him because it also got some pretty crazy value. Raylan coming back with a vengeance after that Khorne game. Well, you know, they were High Elves getting beaten by Khorne. Imric getting put into the dirt. Love and Seaguard spam was not able to carry this one through as the Dark Elves just slaughtered him. Woof. Woof ba-boof. And that's a game 3. That's a game 3 angle right there. Braylon's pissed. Neckbet just informed me I never actually started the tournament, so people couldn't report scores. That's my bad. It's my bad, everybody. Hey, Torox, how you doing, man? Cassian Element Bear win. Boris Bear is not a dragon. I don't believe you. True. They can kite, sleds and horsemen. Boris on a bear's Chad. All CA units should lose immune to feedback. They can rush. Kislev, Druzina, for instance, which sword-wielding berserkers, kind of. Have fun with cab rushes with Kislev. Kislev Kite is decent. Kislev still has the hybrid tax. Sorry, I'm catching up on chat. Neckbet, yeah, I didn't start the tournament. Now you should be able to. Super sorry about that. We don't know if the bad people take us true, though. The developers might be doing just what they're told with the resources they have. Daniel? Yeah. I was just saying, like, if the game is unfinished, I don't know. Like, honestly, I heard of these rumors of, like, CA stuff, because I heard it's all on Twitter, and I'm not on Twitter, so I don't know what's going on. But, like, let's pretend it's true. Let's pretend there was sexual harassment. All I was trying to say is sexual harassment in the worst workplace and having to clean house on some stuff, that doesn't make it okay that the game is a flop. That just kind of makes it worse. Or it's not like, oh, there was sexual harassment going on. Well, then that's just fine. Like, it's like, oh, no. All right. And I know you mean, like, maybe the developers weren't involved in the sexual harassment. There was other stuff going on. I don't know. I'm just saying it's just not a good look, right? Scourge Runners are disgusting. I hate them. I also hate them. Did we have player-based Warhammer 3? Yeah, Rusty, I was talking to Neckbet as I'm getting caught up on the chat. Yep, I just started the tournament now. My bad, guys. My bad. I don't think they make bad money to abandon. Sad, though, because it would be much better, but not worse than Game 2. I personally am enjoying Game 3 right now more than I enjoyed Game 2 at the end. I like the extra factions, and I think the game is about in the same state of balance. Because, like, Undead are fucking busted, sure, but people felt the same way about Beastmen and Dark Elves, and I felt that way about Wood Elves. So, I don't know. But I've also been busy, so I haven't been able to grind as much as some people. So some people have already waited for the meta to change, and then the last patch came out and didn't change the meta. So I can understand people getting bored. When we'll see you on the battlefield again, Torox? Is High Elf Dark Elves in Land Battle as bad as for High Elves as is in Dom? I generally think it's considered even. Wild Platty. Platty, you excited for Tuesday? Hosting the Warhammer World Cup with me? Gonna go for 25 hours straight. I don't know how bad it is, Dom, but it's real rough on Land Battles. It is, Coops? Even after the buffs for the High Elves? Scourge Runners destroy everything, Phoenix King? That is probably a good point. Because what can the High Elves do against Scourge Runners? None of your cav is armor piercing. Or particularly that fast to really catch them. You don't have great armor piercing range tools to take them out. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Phoenix King and Coops. You make some good points. It sounds like it could be tough with good Scourge Runner micro. So no Kislev Lords can ride the Elemental Bear, but other factions like Norska allow Wolfric to ride a Mammoth. True. Yeah, Kislev can't ride the cool big bear. Yeah, Daniel. Cool, man. Centaur's a Corn would be badass. That would be pretty badass. David the White Wizard. I'd be down for that. High Elf buffs didn't help in their bad matchup. Yeah. I see. You have convinced me. I will admit that you know what? It's bad for High Elves. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to offend everybody. God. Yeah. It's a joke, but I take your point. Looks like it is pretty bad for High Elves. Corn Gores, Slon Gores, and so on. Marked Beastmen would be fun. I just hope that they have some. I hope they take some creative freedom with Marked Beastmen and don't just like do the Warriors of Chaos thing where it's like just a flat stat thing. Do you want Marauders of Slanesh that are slightly faster and have like ITP, or do you want Marauders of Khorne that have less melee defense and more melee attack? And that's all there is to this. Like, I hope they get a little more creative with like, oh, Ungors and Gores of Khorne lose stock because they're like freaking out, but then they have like armor, which is new for the Beastmen. That would be cool. Or, you know, Nurgle ones get like poison and I don't know, lesser regen or something, but then they're slower. By lesser regen, I just mean regeneration, but lower the numbers. Good amount. Don't ask Human Boy Elf questions, Coops. I'm allowed to have opinions. I'm just also allowed to be wrong. Don't bolt throwers somehow counter Scourge Runners? I think at the lower levels, Daniel, yes. But if you're on top of dodging the Scourge Runners, bolt throwers can't hit them. I play a lot less than you, Loopy, so I might be wrong. I'd argue high elves don't even need a cost reduction. They just need a few mid-tier options. Bolt throwers are really bad right now. Yeah. Looks like we have Kislev versus Slanesh. Before Marauder Horseman, the traditional way to play this matchup was a really, really boring Bear Blob. But since the Marauder Horseman came out, I haven't seen the Bear Blob work. Because the only times I've seen it work is when the Slanesh player decided not to bring the Marauder Horseman, which then you're asking for a bad fucking time. But with the Marauder Horseman, the way Kislev has been doing a lot better in this matchup is just to go super wide and shoot them and that kind of stuff. It turns out much more into an even or slightly Slanesh favored matchup with the Marauder Horseman than like a very boring Kislev favored matchup with the Bear Blob. So I prefer it. You are way too far from the lore. Games Workshop wouldn't let them do that. Oh. Rip. Rip, Mr. Simpson. You're a caster, you're not allowed to have opinions. It's true. I'm trash. All Nurgle high tier units should have minimally Cloud of Flies. Don't they? I honestly would have assumed they had it. Reaver's cost decrease was too much. 50 gold would have been fine. Time to discuss VC buffs. Oh, God. Neckbet. VC are on my shit list right now. I didn't know how bad they really feel until I played Skaven into Vampire Counts. And anybody who's hung around my streams recently has heard me bitch about this, but on one of our games, I sniped out a Vargeist before it landed. So it's 1,000. That's 1,000 gold value off the field. I sniped Heinrich Kemmler, and all he got off was his Krell summon. He literally ended the game with 0 gold value. Didn't get to cast any spells, just a Krell summon. And I sniped him. And then we played the game from there. I lost handedly. Like, not even close. And that's without a frickin' Lord. Without a Lord and an 1,000 gold flying unit. Didn't matter. Got slapped. Because Crypt Horrors were just infinitely regenning and pushing through my front line and taking no damage. Vargulfs and White Kings also were just pushing through everything, taking no damage. And base undead just wouldn't die no matter how many poison globes I threw at them. It was horrifying. I hate VC right now. I hate them. Sounds like a skill issue? Yeah, I'm trash. Like, I didn't play perfectly. Not at all. But it is one of those things where land battles are traditionally a game of mistakes. Much more than they are a game about decisions. And what I mean by that is, like, usually a game is not decided by... Like, okay, here's the thing. A Xiphos versus Voidlals game is decided by decisions the players make. Because they're going to make so few mistakes that that's not what's going to decide the game. But for the majority of us, a land battle usually comes down to mistakes and punishment, right? So if your opponent makes the mistake of moving their cavalry too far forward so you get to their back line with your cavalry uncontested or your dogs, and you can take out all of their archers, that's probably going to decide the game. But that wasn't like a good decision on your part to go to your opponent's back line. You were doing what you're supposed to. Your opponent made a mistake, right? But then on the other side, if you dedicate your cavalry to shutting down the enemy archers and punish your opponent's mistake, but then you land your lord in an opportune time, and he gets stuck in the Kislev, like, he gets stuck with Boris Ursus and the Oath Brothers of Tor, and he instantly dies, that's a trade of mistakes, and the game's back to an even state. Like, you lost your range carry, they lost their lord, who's presumably also their caster, or something like that. So land battles is really about punishing mistakes your opponent makes, and trying to make as few mistakes as possible for yourself. And the reason VC don't feel fun to me right now is it feels like your opponent, his stats are so high, it feels like he gets like 3 free mistakes before you're on even footing. So how it feels to me is if you're playing 2 equally skilled people, the VC guy's gonna always win. Just because, like, if you make 2 mistakes in a row and he punishes them, and he makes 2 mistakes in a row and you punish them, he's just gonna win. And that feels bad. And you know, a faction is well balanced is like, if you make no mistakes, you win the game. But if a Vampire Counts player and like a Beastman player are playing, and the Beastman player makes no mistakes, and the Vampire Counts player makes no mistakes, the Vampire Counts is going to win that game, is my opinion on it. Some cost reductions would be good. Who the fuck said VC need a buff anyways? Neckbet was trolling me, but I bounced off of that trolling into a conversation I actually wanted to have. Just give anti-large weapon variant for DPS. You shouldn't have needed any other changes. Who shouldn't need any other changes? Phoenix King is trolling Loopy. What does Odium stand for? Audrea to Malta. I think it's like the Order of Malta or something. Imagine making mistakes, true. Seems like you're thumping the mic on the table right next to it. I'm probably thumping the table right next to it, sorry. I get High Elves not having units for certain roles. It doesn't seem like they have anything they had was underperforming. I would argue Silver Helms. I'm rather disappointed with Silver Helms a lot. Sorry, Mousewife. I'll try not to do that. It's like, I talk a lot with my hands, so I probably wasn't thinking about it. Because I think if Crumbling was fixed, someone was just mentioning that. If Crumbling was fixed, I think Tomb Kings and Vampire Coast would honestly be balanced right now. I think VC needs some minor buffs, but I think if Crumbling mattered, the Undead factions would be actually in a pretty good spot. I don't know. I think if they fix Crumbling, Tomb Kings and Vampire Coast are probably set. They're good. And then VC, maybe some minor healing nerfs from maybe some of the auras, maybe from the individual units, like Crypt Horrors maybe don't need healing at all, or just lower the percentage of healing or something. I don't know. But I think Crumbling is a huge part, because when you have a pseudo-unbreakable roster, it's really tough. While we discuss high elf changes, we also need to sell Seaguard to the Shadow of the Realm. I don't mind Lather and Seaguard, but I'm also a filthy Skaven player, so I'm usually just like, purple mortars go boom, boom, and they all die. What's going wrong with Crumbling right now? It just doesn't do anything. I frequently point out, I just watched like a zombie at negative 50 leadership with 100 health crumble for about 20 seconds before it dies, and it's like, very cool. But I'm a hater. Anyway, have you tried a voice meter with it? You can set up that all your background noise is not going through the mic. I used to have something like that. I got a new headset recently, maybe that fucked with it. Seaguard and Ravers are fine. Isn't CA prioritizing balance for domination over line battles? I think so. Though I've never seen that confirmed, but Coops had some, like, I don't know. There was something about a patch that happened a long time ago that I maybe missed a thing, because a lot of people say that they read that somewhere, and I just missed the boat on that one. But largely the community agrees, yeah, that CA is balancing for domination. But anyway, Slanesh versus Kislev. So we have 4 Hellstriders of Slanesh, a front line of Devoted Marauders, Devoted Marauders, Devoted Marauders, Devoted Marauders. Holy shit! Hold on. Okay, Slanesh has 6 Devoted Marauders. Oh, okay, good. 1 has Hell Scourges. Good. I was going to say that's too many of them, but... Anyway, we have Sigvald, Cultist of Slanesh with only a summon. It recharges if engaged in melee. And then we have a Chaos Sorcerer of Shadows on the Mortis Engine Shrine, though it does need a little bit of time to charge up. So, pretty good Slanesh build. I like it. Ooh, there's a flank. Hello. 4 more Hellstriders, all with Hell Scourges on the flank. Nice. For Kislev, we have 2 Horse Archers, a front line of Armored Kossars with Great Weapons and Armored Kossars, secondary line of Kossars with Spears. We have Kastalton on foot? No, he's on a horse. Kastalton on a horse with the 2 buffs, the healing buff and the plus 40 melee attack. We have Winged Lancers in the back for some Armored Cav. They will trade well into Hellstriders because of their armor. Hellstriders don't actually have any armor piercing, so that's a good call out. I think Cosmic Dervish should just get rid of part. And then we have Ice Mane's Kiss and Ice Sheep Caster. They recently buffed it up, and I don't know if, yeah, I think you're talking about Crumbling. So the front lines have collided, and Devoted Marauders are pretty incredible light infantry units, but Armored Kossars do have 80 armor, so it might be a little harder for these guys to get through than they expect. Meanwhile, Horse Archers and these Kossars of Spears getting caught up by Hellstriders with Hell Scourges. Not loving that super mount at all, but we do have a big Cav engagement in the back with a nice Pit of Shades, going to hit 2 Winged Lancers of Realm. That'll be pretty devastating for them as the Hellstriders are going to pull away. I think the Hellstriders should have stayed in combat for a little bit because the Winged Lancers aren't held in that vortex like infantry are, so they can just walk out of it. I think they should have just accepted the damage, but it was still a good Pit of Shades cast. Took about half health off of both these Cav units, which is about 800 gold value. Unfortunately for Unequal Canoe, we do have a couple Hellstriders forgotten in the woods, and they're currently just getting shot for free. And the Kislev lines are getting swarmed. Now, the Chaos Sorcerer of Shadows is still Mortis Engineering down some stuff. He's charging up. He's getting there. He's getting big. Regen. Oh, it's only enabled if he's casting. Okay. Yeah, we're only 1/6 of the way charged. 1/4 of the way charged now. So there's still some time for Kislev to take him out. And Kislev is doing all right. They're slightly up on the balance of power. Damage value, they're actually falling behind, but it feels like they're doing very well. That being said, the front line's not faring too great. Sigvald's pushing straight through. Ooh, yeah, and Sigvald exists. So there's your late game win condition there. A Mortis Engine plus a Sigvald is going to be a lot for an army to take down unless they have a crap ton of Daka. We'll have to shoot that Sorcerer. Hellstriders on the side get shattered off just by getting shot at. I think they were forgotten for this whole game. Yeah, that is going to be brutal. If Unequal Canoe loses, he's going to want that one back. We have 2 Skirmish Cav about to get charged in the face by Hell Scourge. They will not win that melee fight. And they even try to run away a little bit. That is smart. Big Winged Lancer blob. I would like for one of these Winged Lancers to come back here and help out these little pew-pew boys. 3 all running around with a... Oh, there's a group of Sultan. Seems a bit excessive. Sigvald and crew are sweeping up the last bits of the Kislev midline. And now Hellstriders plus Devoted Marauders are attacking all these Kossars, so... Your Daka on this side needs some help. This bottom flank, let's say left. Left flank went pretty heavily to Kislev. They're doing well there. Middle went to Slanesh, and the right is still undecided, but it looks like it's going in the favor of Slanesh if it's not helped out in some way. Some way, shape, or form. Last of the Hellstriders hanging in there, and ouch! Oh, never mind, ouch. Okay, good, good. I saw the gate, but I didn't see Demonettes pour out of it, so I thought it did that stupid bug where the gate just doesn't spawn anybody, and that would have been horrible for Slanesh. But with the Demonette summon and a dedicated melee fight from these Armored Winged Lancers, they're taking a lot of damage. This could be a turning point for Slanesh. Also, some Hellstriders coming back from the back line. Really putting stuff under pressure. Kislev falls far behind on the balance of power now, and I would tend to agree. A lot of their archers are breaking under the Devoted Marauder pressure. It's down to just Kastalton and an Ice Witch versus Siggy and the Mortis Engine. Mortis Engine, how are we doing? Still have about 75% charge and the battle's almost over. I mean, spears are spammable. While Armored Kossar 650, no one complains. Shielded, but 650, 700 Lothing Seaguard is too much. It's the hybrid tax? Yeah. Kislev's going down. I would agree. It's looking tough. Now, the one positive you could say is the Demonettes faded away. So you lost that armor-piercing unit. But aside from that, I mean, we still have 2 relatively healthy Hellstriders chasing down your Skirmish Cav. So your Skirmish Cav is essentially doomed. All of your infantry is gone, and it really is just can Kastalton kill Sigvald and a cultist and a chaos sorcerer on a shrine? The answer is no. Kislev's probably gonna lose. Black Knight, I beat a Lothern Seaguard only box yesterday with ogres. They brought Spearman, Lothern Seaguard, Phoenix Guard, and no cavalry whatsoever, and I just cycle charged them with 2 Stonehorns and shot them with an Iron Blaster and Lead Belchers, and the whole thing died, so yeah. Lothern Seaguard are strong. Going just Lothern Seaguard is pretty easily counterable. Anyway. Lothern Seaguard are crazy good versus what else, I imagine. Balance of power just keeps getting worse for poor Kislev as more and more units are picked off. And I think that's it. There's no way Gestalten can carry this, man. Since the update 0 my builds have relied on Lothern Seaguard spam, but I do run 4 Reaver Archers on my builds. Eh. Burning Head is pretty okay against Lothern Seaguard. I hope Pendulum gets buffed. Because Pendulum's weird that, like, on Game 3 release, it was stupid broken, just completely fucked up. And then they nerfed it into the dirt and left it. And it's like, isn't there a middle ground here somewhere? Like, where Pendulum isn't dog shit, but it also isn't game-breakingly powerful. We hit army losses territory, is that now we are down to just 2 models, so it's officially Gestalten and his waifu. He's trying to heal her up while they're in our Buyer Blood, maybe get enough health to keep army losses at bay, but I don't think that is going to matter. I do think Unequal Canoe will be prevailing. And that is that. Slaanesh prevails. Wing Lancers did alright. Caster did alright. Gestalten struggled to really find value, but he's mostly a support lord. Kossars tried to hold the front line. Skirmish Cav got largely murked, and Kossars with spears did fine. The other side, Slaanesh. Sigvold didn't have to do too much, he just waddled around and watched things win around him. Shadow's Caster got 1,100 value. Cultist also didn't have to do too much besides summon a Demonette. It was the Hellstrider show, man. It was the Hellstrider show. They rolled over this game, and Devoted Marauders just murdered the front line. Oh my god. I did not expect that. Okay. Alright. It was apparently a Devoted Marauder show. Oh, crap. You're right. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm busy hosting this, too. Okay. Process checking results. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, there's another tournament I have to start. Alright. That means the Chieftain through Grayseer check-ins are open. Alright. JG, yeah, sorry about that. I was slow on the draw. Unequal Canoe will advance. Clan through Storm Vermin ended up having 4 out of 8 people check in, so it's Cool Umbrella, Warlord M, Matthew B, and Kirio. Out of these 4 players, I'm going to go with Warlord M. Since there's only 4, I won't put a dark horse, so I'm just going to say Warlord M takes it all. Alright, how are we doing here? So I bet on Rusty. Neck bet and Guillaume. Guillaume's still working on his fight versus Vrax. Neck bet has advanced over Schnaz. Rusty is currently fighting Flame of Odin. Yeah, a lot of my admins are busy today. Whoops. Wonder how Guillaume and Verrex are doing. It's probably going to be low turnout today because there is Warhammer World Cup stuff going on. Logic's thingy. Warhammer World Cup first qualifier. It's not exactly shocking. Weekends are a crowded time for tournaments. There's 3 tomorrow. There's the ODM Champions of the Grail. There's Cuden's 2v2 tournament. And then there's Dov plays Land Battle with Loopy's Balance mod. So that'll be an interesting day. I'll be casting Cuden's 2v2 stuff. So I won't be with the other ones, but... Everybody wants to get on the weekends because that's when other people can play, man. Sorry, I'm just looking around for any of the lobbies that I recognize. How many tournaments you running today? I have 3 today. With Skaven Slave and New Players, the one we're currently in, Clan Rat through Storm Vermin, and then Chieftain through Grainseer hasn't started yet. It's in check-ins right now. It starts in 45 minutes. I'm going to start a timer so I don't forget this one. Sorry about that. That was my bad. That was my bad. I have fucked up. All right, timer, 45 minutes. Done. I don't see Rusty or Flame's lobby. So I'll message Guillaume and Rusty and see. How's it going? And then Rusty. How's it going? We'll see if either of them's around. What an admin hero you are. I'm clearly not doing it great. So we have a game. Rusty versus Flame of Odin. Rusty versus Flame of Odin. One v one Vermin? That might honestly be us, because Flame of Odin normally does 2v2 stuff, so we might have labeled it that. Yeah, I found it. So we're joining mid-series. Rusty is currently up 1-0. As far as I know. Now, maybe he was lying to me. Rusty is a well-known liar. Liar, liar, pants for hire. But I will trust him on this one. Flame of Odin. Looks like we have Slaanesh Tomb Kings. We have seen Slaanesh win this on the stream. The last 3 times I've seen this matchup, Slaanesh won it twice. Once it was close, twice it was not. So I'm currently leaning towards this as Slaanesh favored, but maybe I'm wrong. Rusty, you shall not pass unless you follow your nose. Haha, that's Obi-Wan from Star Trek. I'm very funny. I'm the funniest person. Oh, okay. Rusty's telling me he just won his Tomb Kings versus Slanesh. Nice job, Rusty. Nice job. Everybody loves winning things when I'm not there, so then they can claim the matchup's easy. But then when they're on stream, all of a sudden they lose. So, poo-poo on you, sir. Chieftain through Gracier only has three check-ins right now. Who else is playing? Thunderwolf I saw in the Warhammer World Cup, so he might be AFK. I think the green one's probably playing in the World Cup. Phoenix King was in chat, so he should be playing. But we'll see. He might... Well, he said he wasn't going to play in the World Cup, so I don't know. Ugh, stretch. I'm down for a chill day. Grace and I are going to carve pumpkins in a bit. Once I'm done streaming, so. I have other shit to do. You somehow just inspired a desire for 007 parody on the Jedi Council with OB7 and his nefarious ways. Rusty picks Greenskins, Vampire Counts, and Skaven banned Vampire Counts, and he's waiting on Flame of Udin's response. This might get a little hairy. Global ban is Grand Cathan Wars of Chaos. This might get a little hairy. Because as you can see, in the tournament we're currently in, the Skaven Slave through Clan Rat, we had much more signups than the middle tier tournament. So what honestly could happen is we could watch Rusty and Flame of Udin here. And if it goes to 3 games, we might pop immediately over to the second tier tournament for Clan Rats and Storm Vermin, cast the finals, because the finals of a tournament is more important than any game in any other tournament, you know? And then we might come back to the newbie tournament and do their finals. Is what I could foresee happening. So, just I'll keep you as on board as possible. But this is the first time this ever happened that the Skaven Slave and new player had significantly more players than the mid tier. Because usually how it goes is like this one has the least, this one has the second most, and this one has the most. But currently the new player one has the most. And that's odd. So that really fucks with scheduling, which is fine. Adelmo's here! What up, Adelmo? How you doing? Rusty's up 1-0, and I have predicted him to win the whole tournament, so far things are looking good. Things are looking good. Fat Kid of Recess, man, you love Battlestar Galactica? I've never seen it, actually. I'm trying to think. I don't think anybody I know has seen it either. I didn't watch the new Dune movie. Is it any good? I know that was a left turn, but I was thinking of their sci-fi. I played one Dune game back in the day. It was Dune... It wasn't Spice Wars, but it was an RTS that I didn't fully understand. And there was like all these low... So you could build stuff on these like plateaus, and then the plateaus were connected by low sand areas. You couldn't build down there, but if you went down there, if you stayed still for too long, this gigantic 3 like hinge-jawed worm would pop up and eat all your units. So you had to keep moving when you're down there. It was interesting. I was too young to really understand what was going on though. I think I played that when I was like 8. Because I was 8 in 2002. So yeah, I think that was it. Nice to see new players testing what they can do. Yeah, I really like the new player tournaments. Rusty isn't exactly a new player. He's an older player, but like he's been out of it for a bit. He said he's been playing a lot of domination. So he's a bit rusty. But I do like the new player tournaments in general, because normally they don't know exactly what the meta is, or they either don't care. Because new players, you could get people who haven't played very much, but you also could just get casual people. Like, I have a 60-hour-a-week job, and I just play some games on the weekend, so I don't give a shit. So you don't see as much, like, Warriors of Chaos versus Slanesh. I have 6 skirmish cav, you have 6 skirmish cav. Okay, that one's done. Tomb Kings versus Vampire counts. I have a blob, you have a blob, you know. Because people either don't know the meta or they don't give a shit about the meta. So new player tournaments are generally more fun to cast, in my opinion. Top tier tournaments are fun to cast in a different way, where it's just like fun to watch people be stupid good at the game. But their builds aren't usually that interesting. Zyphos' builds are pretty interesting. A lot of top tier elf players have generally pretty interesting builds, because elves aren't generally considered top tier. So then your builds have to be interesting. Except for dark elves. Recently dark elf builds are pretty boring. 3 Scourge Runners, Malekith on a dragon. The rest of your build doesn't matter. So that blows. Dune 2000 from 1998? That might be. Rusty smurfing? No, Rusty's unranked in the Vermin League. Why I didn't sign up, Fat Kid Recess? That's fair. There's some exceptions. Did you win, Guillaume? No! Guillaume was defeated by Vrex. We ended up with Skaven versus Lizardmen. Traditionally thought to be a really good matchup for the Skaven. Then the Lizardman Oxyotl DLC came out, and I maintained that it was slightly favored for Skaven, but not as one-sided anymore. And then Game 3 came out, and Skaven got various buffs that helped him a lot. So once again, I think this is back to being a quite Skaven-favored matchup. I'd say probably 65-35 in the Skaven favor. So Rusty's in a good spot to 2-0 this series, in my opinion. But lizards can be pretty crafty. Felcon had some really fun builds, yeah. But Felcon was more of like rare. You know what I mean? There was much more people that play the meta and play it well than there were people that just played the game so well they could do whatever they wanted. Felcon, Flying Taco were kind of that way. Yale Nale was kind of that way back in the day. Tesla was kind of that way back in the day. Toxon Soothsayer kind of was. Players like that. But you always have your people like Void Laws, Ice Power, Hanadins. I'm trying to think of other top tier players. Charx was a top tier player that did whatever he wanted to do, pretty much, which was 360 kite you. But he was really good at it. I don't know. Why am I blanking on so many top tier players that played the meta right now? Green one usually plays the meta. I mean, Crabbling, Evenstar, those... Well, Crabbling doesn't play the meta. Crabbling does whatever he wants. He went to Domination only now. As far as I know, he doesn't play land battles anymore. But when he did play land battles, I loved watching Crabbling. He just did whatever he wanted. He was a good guy. Evenstar plays the meta pretty exclusively. Mofet plays the meta pretty exclusively. Anyway, you get the point. Anything that isn't Mofet and is super meta BS, honestly. Smurfing or baby seal clubbing, what's the difference? I don't think Rusty's smurfing, because he's unranked on my Vermin League, so this is the point bracket he falls in. And he just wanted to hop in here before playoffs start, because if he has literally 0 points, if he's never participated in a tournament, he can't play in playoffs. So I think he's hopping in on the last opportunity, which is literally what it's for. But I don't know. I think there's some newer players I've seen recently that are probably better than Rusty. Like Sir Groot. Sir Groot's been on the channel a few times. He's way newer than Rusty is, but Sir Groot's nuts. Sir Groot's really good. Like, will he be at Falcon? No, but considering how long he's been playing, he has some crazy development in that time. Baby seals are significantly more likable than most people playing online games. Yeah. Anyway. Flame of Udin, we have 4 Pterodon Riders for the Lizard Men. Cold One Riders, I generally try to wait for a setup before I start talking because they're going to move shit from under me, but looks like they're stalled out, so I'm just going to start talking. We have the Umbral Tide, which these guys are like my favorite unit that sucks. I can never get the Umbral Tide to do well, but I love them. I love them so much, and they're terrible. Skink Priest to Priest, the Manticore and Flock of Doom Summon. This is a common spell combination these days. I like it, but I've noticed, honestly, when I take the spell combination, I just spam Flock of Dooms and I never get a Manticore summon off. And I've recently taken to just getting 2 cheap spells, like Flock of Doom and the Wissen's Wild Form or something. What are the other ones? Wissen's Wild Form's fun. It's only 4 Winds of Magic. I also like this one, Pan's Impenetrable Pelt. Spamming those. Rather, if you just like spam these 2 or spam these 2, it generally does better for you, I've found, than like spamming this and either not getting a Manticore summon off, or getting a Manticore summon off, but then you can't spam this. Personally. But this is a very common pairing. Because if you need the Manticores, then you have them, and if you don't need them, then Flock of Doom's generally good. So that's where that combination came from. We do have a Red Crested Skink Chief on foot. I love this Lord. I think he is super underrated in the Lizardman roster. He's only 900 gold with the usual kit I take him with, and he can be even less. I think this one's 700 because I don't see the Opal Amulet on him or Fighter's Crest. So this is like a 700 gold Lord, anti-large, armor piercing, 55, 45 for melee stats, gives poison. Really think he's a good choice if you want to go wide with Lizardman. Speaking of wide, we have 2 Chameleon Skinks, 3 Skink cohorts with Javelins, a mix of Skink cohorts and Saurus in the front line, Cold One Riders rather than Feral Cold Ones, and 4 Pterodons. So it's pretty wide as far as Lizardman armies go. I don't love the build, honestly. I think Cold One Riders are trash. I would rather have 2 Feral Cold Ones for 50 more gold than a single Cold One Rider. So maybe replace these 2 Cold One Riders with 2 Feral Cold Ones, spend the gold elsewhere. I really like the Saurus. Against Skaven, though, against Skaven, probably cut the Umbral Tide. Oh boy, that is hard, because this is a bad matchup. I gotta think of what the Lizardman should do. Because if I knew what the Lizardman should do, then I could win this matchup, but I've lost it a lot as a Lizardman. On the other side, we have the classic Skaven bot. Rusty! Rusty! No! Okay, this is a joke. This is a joke. Rusty hates people who play with boxes, and he gives me shit all the time. Jokingly. I think, like, partially serious, but jokingly. He gives me shit for boxing, and then he fucking plays a Skaven box. This is the correct way to play it. Like, this is a well set up formation, all that stuff. It's just funny coming from Rusty. Anyway, Clanrats, spears. How many spears does he have? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright. Then we have Skaven Slave Spears. I think that's too many Clanrat Spears. I think. Blightscap's Plague Pack, 3 Poisonman Globes. The RR Warp Lightning Cannon, that should probably just shoot the mage and call it a day, though shooting Cold One Riders is also pretty fun. And then we have 1 Giselle being the ROR, a bunch of Rat Ogres as well, and a Gracier of Plague with Vermintide and the other summon. Alright, I gotta check something real quick. So, without the Howling Warp Guild caster, who I usually like to take here, you are rather susceptible to air. I don't want to call it cheese, but, you know, a mass aerial build. And you can see that now, because you have some tools to shoot at the air stuff, but not anything to hold them in place. So they can just fly directly above you, and there's nothing you can do about it. So a huge bombing run from Flame of Udin onto the Warp Lightning Cannon. And I am busy scrolling. Tzeentch, Tomb King, Slaanesh, Skaven. Yeah, okay, so Rusty has too many spears, which I'll deal with after the game. If he loses, then it doesn't matter. But that is a nasty shot onto They Could Zap Zap. Now, Poisonwind Globes are tearing them apart, plus it looks like Natty Boobas are trying to get some shots off, but for now it was just 2 grouped up units getting hit by a whole bunch of globes right in the face. And Pterodons are even going to dive into melee with the globes just to stop them from throwing. Pterodon Rider tries to land onto the Natty Booba sharpshooters, but is immediately sucker punched by Rat Ogres, and these other ones are stuck just throwing at Poisonwind Globes. Now, It Could Zap Zap is routed off. Are these the Fire Leech Bolas, or what the hell was that? Oh, it's the Salamanders! Those explosions are really cool now, but I literally couldn't see the fireballs. Invisible fireballs. Anyway, those explosions are really cool. Those are nice animations. It Could Zap Zap is fully taken care of. We have a Manticore summon out that's currently targeting Poison Globes. It's probably a smart choice because Manticores do have a hard time, like, 100-0 killing a Gracier, so it's better just to throw him at a weapons team, in my opinion, especially a wounded one that could tear her out very easily. Saurus are getting into the front line. As long as the Poison Globes aren't nuking down the Saurus will push through rather easily. It's all about whether or not these Globes are allowed to throw out the Saurus for free. Faux free. Dreaded 13th Summon comes out, does a bunch of damage to Saurus Warriors, and throws some Halberds onto the field, and that could be a problem for the Lizardmen, who are already behind on that balance of power. Pterodon's taking a ton of damage being pushed off, but some of the Ratogers have left the formation, chasing down Pterodons that are no longer in existence. It could be a problem over there. Also, we have some Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats. Ooh, just Clan Rat Spears routing from these Coldwind Riders. That could be a nice pick-off opportunity for them. Manticore is rampaging the middle of Poison Globes, doing its best there, and the Salamander Hunting Pack is moving up and moving back. They're currently in melee with Storm Vermin with Halberds. They'll want to get the hell out of here for Flame of Udin. Clan Rat Summon is also just going to probably chase them into the ether. Red Crested Skink Chief needs to get involved somewhere, probably just start attacking the Gracier for fun. And the Manticore Summon faded already? Really? That lasted like 2 seconds. What the heck? Okay, alright, Manticore Summon. I guess you're terrible now. That's fine. It's not fine. I'm lying. That's really dumb. Anyway, Coldwind Riders are going to try to sneak past these forgotten Rat Ogres of Rusty. And Saurus Warriors are trying to push in. The Skaven box is starting to get picked apart, because we have a Storm Vermin summon that'll eventually fade. There's a Clan Rat summon around here that'll eventually fade. That one. So there's not as much frontline as you would think, but they've done their job. I mean, we still have 2 healthy Globes. Natty Bubos is still here, so they haven't routed. They'll be here in the late game. And the Lizardmen are looking real tattered. So I think the Skaven are in a really, really good spot, and the balance of power does reflect that. Salamander Hunting Pack getting a really nice shot on the Poison Globes. Not doing as much damage as you would think, though, because Poison Globes do have 100 armor, which is probably a bit much. Like, people talk about nerfing Globes. I think they should nerf their impact damage and probably their armor. Yeah, probably. Coldwind Riders get a nice charge into here. I hate this unit in general, but Flame of Udin has been playing really well with them. I like what he's done a lot. And he routes off the Natty Bubos. And Poison Globes are getting compromised. This could be a big turning point for the Lizardmen, because if you take out all their weapons teams, what do the Skaven really have left? A crap ton of random spears that the Umbral Tide can take care of. And you have a Gracier, who's a support lord. He's not a combat lord. We do have a full health Rat Ogre that has been forgotten in the corner by Rusty, but it'll eventually come back. Really nice play here in the later half of the game from Flame of Udin, though. Really not giving up. You'll love to see it. It was looking pretty doomed for a while there, and now he's scrapping back. Another nice volley from the Salamander Hunting Pack, and a Manticore summon in the late game. I honestly don't know what it should attack. I don't know what it should attack right now. There's a lot of decent targets, but no, like, excellent targets. It can maybe come over here and try to terror out, but as long as these Blightscab's Plague Pack here, that's why there's no terror outs, because these guys are here. I was wondering why the last Manticore didn't seem to get very much done. It looks like this one's just going straight for the Gracier and going to get some damage, which is probably good. Another huge volley from Salamander Hunting Packs onto the Rat Ogres. But really, they should try to fire at this blob, right? Because the Blightscab's Plague Pack have 10 armor, so these guys could actually do a lot of damage. And there's another Dreaded 13th Summon trying to muck up the Umbral Tide, but they should just run away. Stay away from the Storm Vermin Halberds, come back in the late game, start deleting all these Clan Rats and Blightscabs, blobs, just survive the summon for now. It would be a disaster if they got caught. Manticore's wandering off to do his own thing. Looks like he's going to go fight some Rat Ogres along with Saurus. Punts a Rat Ogre off into the distance, and doesn't even kill him. He's back. Coldwind Riders are here again, trying to deal with these Poison Globes who are desperately chasing after the Salamander Hunting Pack, trying to get one volley onto them, and we have... what the hell? A weird Flock of Doom cast. A very strange Flock of Doom cast. Another Clan Rat summon comes out. Coldwind Riders, looks like they still have attack orders onto those Poison Globes, so they're just YOLOing it with the last of their life. Beastcaster is kiting away, and Salamander Hunting Pack are also just avoiding those Storm Vermin, which is fine. The Manticore's gone again. That summon feels so short. I'll have to watch this replay later and figure out what's going on with that, because that is so short. There's no way that lasted the minute and a half or whatever it was supposed to. These guys have 5 seconds left. I think they won't disappear in 5 seconds, will they? They just start crumbling. Wow, they disappeared too. Summons are so short. Not necessarily a bad thing, it's just surprising. With the Storm Vermin gone, bounce power gets a little better for the Lizardman, but it's still near army losses territory, honestly. And I'll read chat in a second. I know there was a super chat, I know, but we're just in the middle of this thing. Another huge Flock of Doom onto all of Rusty's forces. And the Umbral Tide have to get in here and get like a pretty gigantic volley off, otherwise army loss is going to hit, but they're walking into the range of these Poison Wind Globes right now. I don't think they really notice that those globes are still here. They are going to get a big throw onto them that does a ton of damage, and honestly, if these guys rout, army loss is going to hit for sure. And that is it. Dang it, I didn't quite save it in time. Where's that thing? Desktop. Replays. Game 3. Invis fire at start. Then summons. Okay. I'll deal with that later. Red Crest King T didn't get much done. He didn't commit to the fight till pretty much later. Pterodons got mixed value. Cold Wind Riders did okay. Saurus largely got murdered. Chameleon Skinks did fine. Regular Skinks did okay. Grey Seer did what he had to. Natty Boobos and the Warp Lightning Cannon got shut down right away, but Bike Scabs, the Rat-Oggers did fine. Poison Wind Globes did pretty gosh darn well for themselves, and Clan Arts, Spears, and Skaven Slaves all died. Rusty cheating with the map. Wrong map, so now I forgot to change. Oh, I don't know. Pillar of Bone. That is true. It was supposed to be Pillar of Bone. How dare you, Rusty. And then Connor D, $10. Thanks for hosting, man. Been a fun watch. Thank you. Thank you for that. It's very nice of you. I'm just informing him so he doesn't do it in like his next game. Did you copy the Warhammer World Cup tournament description? Because if the one for Tuesday is the same as the other day, it needs fixed. I didn't set it up. What's wrong? True. GG indeed. That was a good, like... While we figure some stuff out, that was a good build. Like, the reason I'm not that upset about it is because if those two clan rats with spears at the very bottom, the unshielded ones, were basic clan rats, that game wasn't going to change. Rusty's build is pretty solid. I didn't really think too much of the Blight Scab's Plague Pack, but they ended up being really good. I just want to see something. Well, I messaged some people about what game we're going to next. Because we might have a final and that other thing to deal with. Alright. I want to see, like, were these actually invisible or why couldn't I see them? Because I felt like at the start, just explosions started appearing and I couldn't see the projectiles. No, there's projectiles. I'm just being stupid. Might have been like tan on tan, so I couldn't see it. Yeah, I'm just being dumb. So the Manticore gets summoned. 13 seconds, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is so short. And gone. It barely got to them and disappeared. Since that's the actual time allowed for Manticores, I don't think you should be taking Manticore summons anymore. They're just too short. They can't get anything done. Probably stick to Flock of Doom and some other buffs. I don't know. Needs more testing for sure, but that was really underwhelming from the Manticores. It makes me think they're not worth it. Huh. Anyway. 1v1 land battles. Vermin League Rusty. So I'm just checking in on some things, sorry. How's the other tournament doing? 17 minutes left? Okay, I'm not going to miss the start of that one. How many have checked in over there? 6 out of 12. Still looking like it's going to be a small tournament. Boom. Who's checked in today? Raced. Whatever, dude. Bowmore. Ooh, Bowmore's here. Strat game. Coops. Phoenix King. Green one's not in yet. Floof's not in yet. I wonder if they're over there playing the Warhammer World Cup Dom stuff. Could be. I gotta check in on these. I'm very nervous they'll get to finals without me. Should be the big sad. Rusty, when I told him about the spears, he asked Flame of Udin if he wanted to replay, and Flame said sure. So I don't know what's going to happen with that, but they're dealing with it. That's, yeah. I can't, like, over text, I can't tell if people are joking up when people were, like, asking if Rusty was smurfing or, like, clubbing baby seals. My 2 points would be one, like, the rat ogres he forgot in the corner for most of the game shows he is really rusty. He hasn't been playing as much. And then, like, there was an issue and he just immediately asked his opponent if he wanted to replay. So I'm not worried about it at all. I don't think he's smurfing. Alright, so Cool Umbrella's up 1-0. In the lobby, we will be joining soon. And Platypus has informed me of something I need to tell the peoples. Thanks, Guillaume. Grandfather's sauna. That's what I figured. So now this is spectator slot. 1, 2, 3. Rusty and Flame will be replaying that game. But I'm pretty sure Rusty's going to have it. I know he's Cool Umbrella, but his name won't fit. And then Warlord M. Another new player on the scene. I think he played in the last Skaven Slave and New Player tournament. He got far enough that his points qualified him for the next one. Alrighty. Caught up on that. Rusty might not forget his rat ogres this time. True. My chat bugged or nobody talking? It looks like nobody's talking. Fat kid at recess. Which, you know, can't exactly blame him. I am, in fact, a poop lord. Alright. Logic's not casting yet. He's scheduled for 2 p.m. Okay. I'm very curious because I have to host my own qualifier for the Warhammer World Cup Tuesday. So I'm like super curious how long this stuff is going to take. Mine starts at 6 o'clock my time. So if it goes super late, I might be up to like 4 in the morning. Doesn't look that bad. How many rounds is it going to be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's only 6 rounds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's not terrible. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. 62 people ended up checking in apparently for that. And then 6 rounds of best of 3 Dom. It looks like we're currently going at about an hour a thing, so it's going to be like a 6-hour event, which isn't that bad for domination, honestly. Anticity had one yesterday that went like 8 hours. What up, JG? Love a good Beastman game. Apparently it was Beastman versus Skaven before we ride, and Skaven won because Skaven are busted. No, Skaven are strong right now. Undoubtedly. I don't think they're S tier, I think they're A tier. They're pretty good. They're currently underrated because a lot of their direct counters are actually strong right now. But Skaven completely shit on anyone that isn't above them. Like, Tzeentch is tough into Skaven. Tzeentch is A or S tier. Slaanesh is good into Skaven. Slaanesh is A or S tier. Warriors of Chaos is good into Skaven. Warriors of Chaos is S tier. Skaven's good into Cathay, which Cathay are S tier, so that's a nice counter pick. But that's more of like how Cathay functions. Skaven are really good at tearing them apart. Norska's good into Skaven. Norska's A tier. Vampire Counts is good into Skaven. Vampire Counts is S tier. Demons of Chaos and Khorne are fine into Skaven, but that's, again, like, they counter how Skaven want to play, but then they're just weaker factions, so I consider it more even, but they're fine. And then everything else I didn't just list, I think, is Skaven favored. Or even. Because I like Tomb Kings into Skaven, I think it's even. Vampire Coast into Skaven, I think, is Skaven favored. In my experience. Yeah. Because Skaven got buffs in Gutter Runners, Night Runners, Slingers, Rat Ogres, Brood Horrors, Doom Wheels. Their entire Lore of Ruin got buffs. And then their Poison Globes got nerfed on their damage over time, but they got buffs in their explosion damage, so overall they're performing about the same until a unit's at low health. And then at low health they don't do very much to a unit, but at that point you're already probably fine. So Skaven got some pretty significant buffs coming into Game 3. And they're performing quite well. I think if the Undead get nerfed and the Chaos factions get nerfed, Skaven do need some nerfs, because currently they're, like I said, they would be an OP faction right now if their counters weren't so strong. But if you take their counters down, then they'll for sure be a fucking problem. They'll need nerfs. Wood Elves and Skaven changed a ton in Game 3. It really did, man. It really did. The Ultra size makes Skaven slaves for Wood Elves just impossible to push through in a meaningful amount of time. Like, obviously they'll get through them, but the reason the Wood Elf matchup used to be so bad is Dryads would just like, boom, I'm through your Skaven slaves. So then you had to take Clan Rats, but if you take Clan Rats, then you have less money for carry potential. And if you get kited, then your Clan Rats are worthless. So you wanted to either go like Clan Rats to hold the front line, but then if you get kited, you wanted just Skaven slaves so you could have as much Daka as possible and just outshoot the Wood Elves, which is why it used to be a bad matchup. But now, since Skaven slaves on Ultra just don't die to Dryads instantaneously, the matchup's honestly pretty easy. Which sucks. Like, it sucks. I like being able to play against the Wood Elves, for sure. So my biased opinion is like, that matchup doesn't suck anymore, hooray! But my real opinion on it is it doesn't suck for really bullshit reasons, and I don't, even when they benefit me, I don't like bullshit reasons. So the fact that Skaven Slaves can just hold Eternal Guard forever and can hold Dryads for a pretty long amount of time is stupid. I don't think that's good. I just want Marauder Horsemen not to be god tier. Big agree. Big agree. Chaos Infantry is fine. I have no issues with Chaos Infantry being strong. I just wish their Marauder Horsemen and their Lord options weren't so god tier. I think that would honestly balance them. Because, I don't think Hellstriders are that bad. Now, bear with me. I don't think Hellstriders are that bad if Sigvald wasn't a thing. Because Slaaneish's whole deal is supposed to dominate the mobile game, which I'm fine with happening if they weren't also such frontline grinders. You know what I mean? So, like, Devoted Marauders may be too strong. I don't know. I don't have enough data to really feel about that, but I know Sigvald's too strong. We all know that. So Sigvald can just help blitz through your front line. Devoted Marauders usually also win the front line, and then Hellstriders exist. Personally, if it were up to me, I would leave Hellstriders how they are right now. Very strong. Don't get me wrong. Very strong. But that I would make that the faction identity rather than... right now it feels like they have a hammer and the anvil, and both the hammer and the anvil are fucking terrifying. And it's, for me, I'm like, I wish Slaaneish's hammer was really good, and their anvil was like, okay. Because then you could have Demonettes. Like, I'm not saying Slaanesh should never win the frontline fight. I'm saying maybe Marauders shouldn't win the frontline fight for Slaanesh. But, like, if they go Demonette Rush, then they'll win it. Maybe. Would just be an idea. But this is the face. This is the case for anyone who isn't a tanky defensive faction. All Slaanesh infantry getting ITP is pretty nutty. It is pretty nutty. But I don't have a problem with them dominating the mobile game, is my point. I just wish they didn't also win the frontline fight more often than not. And Slaanesh Chariots have sucked since day one, which is sad. I like the design of Slaanesh Chariots. They look very cool. They just don't do anything. Which, when Chariots are super strong, it's not very fun. I understand that. But I wish they were at least, like, viable. Alrighty. What do we got here? Corn again? Seeing an awful lot of corn today. Okay. Cool Umbrella. Pulling out corn. Warlord M going with Dark Elves. On paper, this matchup feels incredibly hard for Khorne, but we'll see. We have Dark Riders, Cold One Knights, triple Repeater Crossbow Cav, double Scourger Chariot, double Cold One Knight overall. We have Bleak Swords and Dread Spears, one of which is the Helabroni Dread Spears. We have Malice Darkblade, and a Pit of Shades and Melkoth's Caster. On the other side for Khorne, actually pretty wide build as far as Khorne goes. Normally he has a hard time getting mass out there. 4 Marauders of Khorne in the front line. Minobus, baby! 2 Minotaurs of Khorne with great weapons. That is anti-large and armor-piercing. Skarbrand as the Lord. He is my favorite Khorne Lord. I love Skarbrand. I don't know if he's the best Khorne Lord, but he's my favorite. We have 2 Furies in the sky, and then we have the Dog Legions. Fleshhounds and Chaos Warhounds mixed in. No poison. Interesting. No poison for the Chaos Warhounds. I like this build. I think it's good. Minotaurs of Khorne have been slapping recently, which is nice. I really like when Minotaurs are meta. I think they're a fun unit. I think they're fun to play against and to play with. Torox the Brass Bull with a bunch of ox or cow emojis. I think this is the closest to Torox you're going to get today, my friend. I think Beastmen are a fine faction, but just a lot of people don't play them. I've been having some fun on Beastmen recently, honestly. I think they're neato. Let me know when you're ready to rock. I'm good. I'm so tired of having to discuss fight balance. Just want to play the game. Oh, that's true, Knighthood. That's true. Have you been playing quick battles now that it's, you know, separated between land and dom? I know you were a quick battle grinder in Warhammer 2. How's the state of the game, Zypher? It's fine. It's fine. The problem with the state of the game isn't that, like, stuff is horrifically unbalanced. It's much more... Like, there is stuff that's unbalanced, but it's much more around the fact that patch 2.2 didn't change anything. So the meta stayed the same, and some people are bored of it. Discussing balance isn't worthwhile anyway. That's, all right. What is the meta? At the top tiers of play, it's still undead and chaos spam. Skirmish cav-wise. Khorne made a little bit of a comeback with some buffs, but it's mostly at lower tier tournaments and higher tier tournaments. I don't see as much of Khorne. But yeah. Tomb Kings, Vampire Coast, Vampire Counts, Warriors of Chaos, Slaanesh, Tzeentch, all still probably the top tier factions. Skaven getting a good amount of play when they're not against those factions. High Elves busting into the meta a little bit because of the patch gave them a bunch of cost reductions. But I haven't seen High Elves dominate. I just see them picked a lot, but they don't win a lot. They win probably 50-50 or slightly more than that. Alright. Khorne was repositioning a little bit. Looks like they wanted to avoid all of these crossbows, and a Cool Umbrella gets off a quick breath attack and then charges straight into some Bleak Swords and Dread Spears. Minotaurs get a decent charge off. It gets stopped a little bit by hitting Scarbrand's butt, but they still are just destroying these two Dark Elf units. Now the Repeater Crossbow Cav do need to get engaged somewhere, somehow. They need to start shooting because they're going to run on a front line faster than they think. And we do have dogs. The Dog Legion's infinitely chasing down Skirmish Cav. There's my timer to start the other tournament. Hold on. Everybody fend for yourselves. Cast your own game. Alright, that thing isn't quite ready yet. Challenge is being stupid, and for that, I will keep casting. So the dogs are going to chase off the Repeater Crossbows. It looks like there's 3 dog units out here that are just going to herd that guy into a corner, so the Dark Elves are in a pretty bad state right now. Khorne got a very nice surround for Cool Umbrella. Already destroying this side. We are going to get one good Pit of Shades cast onto these Marauders, but they are just Marauders of Khorne. They're not Chaos Warriors, so it's not going to matter that much. Malice is terrified and enraged. He can't transform to Zarkand, and Cool Umbrella should really finish him off right now before he un-terror routes and un-rampages and he can actually get his transformation off. That would have been a huge opportunity to just end this game outright. Chaos Warriors of Khorne are chasing around these Dark Riders and even shepherding them straight into dogs. This is incredibly well played by Cool Umbrella. Really shutting down all the skirmish potential for the Dark Elves. And that was all their carry potential in this game. Their front line was not built to win in any capacity. You can see a lot of Bleak Swords, Cold One Knights, Dread Spears. All of them are just routing. Even shattering Cold One Knights. And these other Cold One Knights aren't looking that good either. Zarkand transformation does get popped. At least Malice didn't get sniped like that, and he's now trying to fight Scarbrand down, but he's also surrounded by Minotaurs, and I think Malice is going to have a terrible time here, and Khorne rolling over this game. Jesus. He's up about 2-1 on the damage value. Caster is currently locked up in some Furies. Scourger Chariots are free and clear to fire, but they're the only ones. Every other skirmish-type unit is getting chased around the map. Khorne's coming to play today. Spend a few rounds in the dumpster and everyone has to go through and that one guy attack the other guy. Started to quick battle a little bit. Maybe 150 games of Warhammer 3 will start once Chaos and the Dead balance. Yeah. A lot of people are in that. Scarbrand is demolishing Malice Darkblade. This is awful. If you have children, don't let them watch this. This is a terrible time for that little guy. Yeah, I'll come back for a little bit, playing a little bit, a couple quick battles. I later face only VC, Cathay, or Chaos Blobs. Very unfun. Yeah, some people have a good time with quick battles. I have personally been very unlucky in Warhammer 2. I haven't played any quick battles in Warhammer 3, to be fair. But in Warhammer 2, I got enough people that were just being fuckers and didn't want to have any fun, so I stopped playing quick battles, and I only played with people I knew that just would actually want to have fun. So many people that I ran into in Warhammer 2 quick battles were just like... They would dodge me if I picked Skaven, because I had Skaven in my name, or... they would keep changing what they were trying to play to counter Skaven, or like, you know, oh, we're just going to play Beastmen into Skaven, haha. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't really want to play that, so I'll switch to like Empire. Empire Beastmen is fine. And then they'll switch to like Dwarves. Okay, well, if you're gonna play Dwarves, then I guess I'll play like Dark Elves or something. Okay, well, now I'm gonna play like Chaos or whatever counters you. And I'm like, all right, this guy's a bitch, so I just leave. I don't know. I ran into enough people that didn't want to have fun that I just stopped playing quick battles, and I'd hit up a friend and play a couple games in the lobby if I actually wanted to play. Malice got okay value, considering how hard he got worked on. One of the Scourge Runners did alright. The other one did eh. I mean, it was still healthy, but it really had a hard time. The Cavalry got run down by Cool Umbrella's dogs. That was very well played. Frontline got rolled over. And this is good. This is good for Khorne. I enjoy Khorne playing how they should, just running straight at you and doing some good damage. That was nice. Minotaurs, man. Minotaurs. I just don't like most of the new factions. Some new toxic should always pop up. Just keep chugging. Yeah. I also value tournament practice with my limited time. So then if I play people who are just going to play like super cheesy shit I'll never see at high levels of play, I don't value the practice, and then I get salty that it's like, why am I here? Why are we playing this? So we are in finals of the Clan Rat tournament, which is why I hopped over here. And RTK Kyria has advanced on the bottom of the bracket. Cool Umbrella stays here. Okay, is the Grey Seer tournament ready yet? There it is. It didn't want to give me the option to start it for some reason, so I just finished casting that game and then it was ready to go. Bowmore and Strat game, whatever dude, and Phoenix King raced in Golden Floof. I don't see any overlap there, so start the tournament. Just making sure there's no clans fighting each other or something. Prediction for this tournament, my boy, Bowmore. Probably the Phoenix King, honestly. Phoenix King's probably going to win it. I'll have Dark Horse Bowmore. Here, we are in the finals, Cool Umbrella versus Kyria. Small little Clan Rat tournament. I think a lot of people are playing the Warhammer World Cup today, so it's not shocking. And on the bottom, Rusty re-advanced over Flame of Udin, so the replay ended up with the same result. Rusty's playing Neckbet. Vrax and Unequal Canoe are still fighting, so we'll probably cast the final for the Clan Rats and Storm Vermin, go back to the Skaven Slaves, and then see where this tournament's at. But it should be a nice short day. I only play quick battles, no time for tourneys. That's fair. You'll see a lot more meme battle builds and quick battles. Quick battle can be nice if you only have time for a couple games. True. Boojilicious. Yeah, you're usually hanging out with like Cool Umbrella and a bunch of other people in my Discord. Playing with friends is great. It's like quick battles, but you know the other person. Hold on, I gotta fix a thing. Bowmore Strat game. Whatever dude Phoenix King raced Golden Floof. Okay. Sorry, I'm fixing something in the other tournament. So then it was Bowmore Strat game. Golden Floof and Raced. The Phoenix King and whatever dude. There. I just added him to Coops, who had a buy round, so now it's just an 8-person tournament, for anybody who's wondering what the hell I was talking about. The green one said he checked in, but it didn't work for some reason, and Coops was up here with a buy round, so I just added him back in, made him fight Coops, and now we have an 8-person tournament, so it really didn't change anything. And I kept all the matchups the same. Boomer and Strat game, whatever dude in the Phoenix King, Golden Flip and Raced. So, nothing changed. Coops just doesn't get a buy round. Alright. Halves had a rough last year, but apart from that, they were great. The key is to have no other option. Always does the trick. You mean Resident Corn main Cool Umbrella? Yeah, he really likes Snurgle and Corn right now. Imagine how I felt running an Imric banner every game. Literally counterpicked all the time. But I learned to counter my counters. Do you have an evening tourney for those of us that work? Not on a Saturday, no. Grace and I are going to carve pumpkins after this. Ugh. Coop says, yay. Alright, Coops. Go beat him. Beat him up. Beat him up. Kill him. I need to take a leak. I'll BRB when I feel like it.
Witches never.
Can't type on mobile. I'm on holiday, no PC. What?
What?
You're typing right now. If Umbrella keeps Friday night fights running, he'll be the GOAT. It sounds like he will. He's trying to at least like twice a month, so that'll be cool. Did Strat and Scroot kiss and make up? I don't know. I didn't know they even had an issue. I have 2 messages. What are they about? It's for Umbrella. What's he need? I hate it. I should just watch. I'm sorry you're struggling with that, Nighthead. Jeremy, are you winning? Of course. And Doomsage with the classic dad joke. Coming in with the steel chair. Looks like we have Lizardmen and Dark Elves. This is normally quite Dark Elf favorite I've found in Game 3. It's been rough. I played the Lizzies into this a couple times and it did not go well. I won one game because an Ancient Stegodon 1v1 Malekith, and it was some bullshit for Malekith, but we take those because we love Lizardmen in this house. But I shouldn't have won that game. Just time big do I feel caught. Hey, Black Knight, I have hosted plenty of North American events, sir. I have hosted plenty. My good man. We had the Australia tournament, which was 1 in the morning for North America, so that's easy to participate in. Kappa. Though I do actually have... I usually try to have like one North American tournament a week or one every 2 weeks. I try. Dark Elves in this matchup, you're probably going to see Scourge Runners, maybe some Dark Shards, maybe Malice or Malekith. Shocking, I know. Lizardmen, I don't know. They're still working on how to figure this out. We'll see what Curio does. Takes me like 20 times as long as on a keyboard. Keyboards are in fact goated. Oh boy. Logic's tournament's an hour and 15 minutes in. Some of the first rounds haven't finished yet. Oof. That's a big oof for me. You love Warriors of Chaos Mirrors, so fun. Is that what you and Green One ended up doing? Yeah. Dread Knights can kill unlimited Skinks in this matchup with good cycle charging. True. True. But also Scourge Runners are just great here. My hair is getting long in the front. I should get a front braid. Oh. If I straighten it out, it can reach just below my eye. Fuck yeah. I'm trying to grow out my hair a little bit. Cuden, how's it going? Good turnouts? No. Yes. No. We had 8 people. Like, I'm counting check-ins, right? Not like sign-ups, because people who sign up and don't show up, I don't really count. We had 8 people for the Grey Seer through Chieftain, 4 for the Clanner through Storm Vermin, and then 9 for Skaven Slave through New Player. But, so like, objectively no, but with the caveat of Warhammer World Cup's first qualifier is going on right now, it's probably not that good. Yeah, with that caveat, it's fine. Viewership's been fine. The games have been good. So, Corn's 2-0 today. It's been a good day. Also, I'm kind of, I don't know. We had 2 streams yesterday. We have a stream today, and then I have a stream tomorrow. So I'm not that upset that today isn't going to be like a 7-hour stream. I'm like, oh, thank God. Let's just get some good games, get in, get out. Come on, Curio. Yeah, Adelmo, Rusty did prevail over the Flame of Vood, and he's now fighting Neckbat off stream, because this is a final, and that's a semi-final, so we prioritize the finals. But Rusty's still in it. Good, sir. Curio is in the finals for School Umbrella. Though he is in a rough matchup in Game 1. I really think this is Dark Elf favored. Another Pterodon pick. I can't tell if they're making a comeback or not, because I used Pterodons recently, and they felt pretty meh. And we've seen Pterodons in a couple matchups recently, and they've also, like, performed pretty meh. Flame of Odin used them to pretty good effect against Rusty, and even then they didn't get that much done. But like, he flew in from the back, didn't get netted down, dropped rocks on top of the Warp Lightning Cannon, routed it off rather quickly. But other than that, they just feel too fragile and they don't do very much damage. He had troubles finishing off anything. I'm surprised people aren't using the Hag on the Chariot as Dark Elves. She hits stupid hard. She does, but they just have more cost-effective units, and she's really tall and easy to shoot. She almost clapped my Imric when I dove her. Yeah, if you get into a melee with them, then you're in for a bad time. Dark Elves are still moving around, so are the Lizardmen, so I won't cover builds just yet. I'm worried I'll miss something. Pterodons and Discourges seem a bit troll. I know Bob Tresh used to play a crap ton of Lizardmen, and he just lived and died by Pterodons. So that could be the RTK, like, training environment, is when your best Lizardman player really likes a certain style, you could learn to fear that style and then learn to play it. But maybe it's old meta? I don't know. I'm also terrified that these Pterodons are not going to do very well. We'll see. If they can get a rock drop on a good cav engagement, though, it could be worth it. Why does no one ever pick Gorok? Gorok's really terrible, unfortunately. He's like Sigvald, but expensive and slower and doesn't have regen. So he will win any fight if you stand and fight with him. Well, not any fight, but he'll win most fights if you just stand and fight with him. But no one's going to do that. They're just going to kite him or Spirit Leech him or something. So then you're going to have to bring a healer. But a hero in the hero slot means Skink Oracle. So then you have an expensive Lord who's slow, and you have an expensive mage on a giant thingy that you have to protect, and it just makes your army really thin. Grok struggles. Alright, builds are mostly set up so I can start talking about them now. Cold One Spear Riders, Cold One Riders, Cold One Riders. Really no Feral Cold One love. I'm shocked. Cold One Spear Riders are great in this matchup for sure, but I don't think the Cold One Riders are. Feral Cold Ones are a little more cost effective. Court of Sotek, so the Red Crested Skink Arwar, then we have some Skink Courts of Jabs, those are always good. Slan Mage Priest of Fire, interestingly enough. Alright, Fireball, Burning Head, and then his Bound Banishment, really focusing on clearing out the Dark Elf front line. Saurus Spears and Saurus Warriors are generally quite good, and 2 Chameleon Skinks is also nice, 3 Pterodons as well. Overall, I like the build. I would downgrade the Cold One Riders to Feral Cold Ones and then get a Cold One Spear. So 2 Cold One Spears and 2 Feral Cold Ones seems appropriate, and I don't know about the Pterodons, we'll have to see. Like, on paper, they don't seem that good, but Curio's a better Lizardman player than I am, so we'll just see how it goes. The other side, Cobrella, very solid start with triple Scourge Runner. Malekith on his Cold One, not his Dragon, interestingly enough, but not a bad choice. Still has armor piercing down there. Knights the Ebon Claw and basic Cold One Knights. Then we have Bleak Swords, Bleak Swords, Bleak Swords, Bleak Swords, and the Bolt Fiends. The Arwar Dark Shards. Huh. They do have Shield Breaker. It's still an interesting choice. 4 Dark Riders. This is a solid Dark Elf build. This is copy-paste into the Lizardman matchup, and you'll generally have a good time. I don't know about the Bolt Fiends, but overall it's really, really solidly constructed. They're so overrated. 9 out of 10 they rampage into spears. A dead Manticore has no utility. Yeah. Alrighty, the skirmish phase is off. Now, this is actually nice for the Lizardmen, if they don't let their Pterodons get shot, right? But Chameleon Skinks into Scourge Runners, this is a great trade for the Lizardmen, because the Scourge Runners will shoot at them and just waste all their ammo, and the Chameleon Skinks not do crazy amounts of damage, and then they're just a kind of meh chariot for the rest of the game. It's the Pterodons that want to watch out, because the Pterodons, you saw how much damage the Pock Sentinels took in the first second of interacting with these Scourge Runners, so the skirmish is going to have to be down to the Chameleon Skinks mostly. Pterodons will have to fuck off and do their own thing. The existence of the Bolt Fiends also implies the existence of the Bolt Friends. Larry, mad that I like that a lot. I need that as a poster on my wall. I don't really think Scourges are that great versus Lizards. They can do a lot of damage to the big single entities if you bring them, and also they can do a lot against Cold One cavalry in general, especially feral Cold Ones. As much as I love them, Scourge Runners are super annoying because they'll rampage them, and then when they get rampaged, they get messed up. Malekith getting a nice little Gaze of Malice on the Saurus Spears, but their spread out formation plus their high armor, well, 60 isn't that high, but still means they tank through that Gaze of Malice quite nicely. They didn't take that much damage, they're fine. Tarragons, am I right? Nice charge from here, but ooh. A banishment behind them. So what the Dark Elves wanted to do was charge in here, then leave. But now they can't because there's a banishment behind them, so they have to loop around the far way, and that could leave them exposed to Cold Wind Riders. Now, very, very unfortunately for the Lizardmen, you can't direct Vortex spells anymore, so just RNGesus said, this banishment's going away now, haha, Mega Wall. And it didn't end up doing anything. It's even going to suck up some Saurus. Are you serious? Okay, I thought it was going to curve into those Saurus and just really be a pain for no reason. But big Lizardmen horde trying to chase down these cold ones. There are several cold ones trapped up in the Lizardmen that could be killed off, but they're trying to attack a different model. Still getting a nice rear charge onto these cold one knights, though, so pretty good overall for the Lizardmen there. They're having a good time with that trade. Now, Malekith is here. You can probably throw a Soul Stealer on this blob. Lizardmen are going to want to be careful of that. There's not much they can do to avoid it, but still be careful of it. There is the Soul Stealer coming in now. Can we get the Shield the Old Ones? Shield the Old Ones, anybody? Nope. Soul Stealer did hit all 3 units, and now the cold ones are going to back off. And turn right back around, take the fight with the Dark Riders. I think this is wise. I do think the Cold One Spear Riders could beat 2 Dark Riders. They should do just fine. Cold One Knight's getting messed up. Knights of the Ebon Claw honestly taking a lot of damage. And can we get a Burning Head down this line? That would be really solid right about now. Lizardmen, a large portion of their force has been backing off over here, but that does leave them a little bit out of position. And now the Salon Mage Priest of Fire is walking straight up to the Bolt Fiends and the Knights of the Ebon Claw. This could be a big mistake from Curio, and he ducks back into the trees to try and block some of the projectiles coming in. You can see him slamming into the trees, not hitting the Salon, but that was a really risky engagement there for just a second. He does back off, and it looks like he's going to be okay-ish. These Cold One Riders need to come up and save him, though. They're instead committing to fight these Dark Riders, but saving Saurus Warriors from Dark Riders is not nearly as important as saving your Salon from the Knights of the Ebon Claw. Pterodons are forced to dive into the Scourge Runner Chariots in melee, just need to peel, get everybody off of the Salon, because there's no healing. You know, that Salon, any damage he takes is permanent. That's it. Now, this is a great pick, a great counter pick from the Lizardmen. Cold One Riders, Dread Knights have way overextended. Now they're getting attacked on the side by Cold One Riders. They're getting shot by 2 different forms of javelins. They're going to take a lot of damage. Pterodons are doing almost nothing to those Scourge Runners, and they will die for their sins. But overall, the Lizardmen are doing fine in this game, honestly. They're doing great. Dark Riders on this side are about to fall. Cold One Knights are about to fall. And Curio really relying on his cavalry to carry him through this game, which is not something I would have expected out of Cold One Knights. Soul Stealer, you what? You what? How did that hit the Salon? How did that hit? What? How did that hit the Salon? No way did that hit the Salon. 4 minutes. Okay, we'll check that out later. Front line is going well for the the Saurus. They're all pushing through here. Lizardmen. That's it. Brain fart. Cold One Knights. Dread Knights. God, we're having a day. Dread Knights are having a tough time getting away from basic Saurus, which I have also run into that problem sometimes, and it's really annoying where you're like, my Cav can't escape basic infantry, what the hell? But now we are going for a dive. Cool Umbrellas just trying to take out this Salon Mage Priest of Fire. He gives himself Cold-Blooded and Shield the Old Ones, all the leadership buffs he can, just so that guy doesn't rout, and he is now using some Chameleon Skinks and Skinks in general to peel off the Dread Knights. Malekith, not on his dragon, can't push through infinite amounts of infantry anymore. He is stuck like a mortal man. Scourge Run Chariots are all still rather healthy, but they are out of ammunition now, functioning as regular chariots rather than skirmish chariots, and the Dark Elves are still up slightly on the balance of power, but the Bolt Fiends are under pressure from both Skinks, who somehow got behind the enemy lines while we were distracted elsewhere, and 2 Cold One units running them down. This is a scrappy game. Everybody's feeling the pain. Malekith is really the only super healthy thing left for the Dark Elves, but what can kill him? That is a hard one. If you surround him in Cold One Cab, he's probably just going to Soul Steal your ass. Get a Burning Head out from the Fire Salon, routes off these random Bleak Swords, but he himself is still in danger as Scourge Run Chariots are now chasing him down. They do have anti-large in melee. I keep forgetting that that's a thing. And Malekith trying to plow through, but he gets stuck on his own Scourge Runner models. He can't quite catch up to the Salon Mace Priest of Fire, and a big Soul Stealer is going to hit multiple units. Never mind, switches it to a Chill Wind, doesn't really want the Soul Stealer. I think that's fine. Soul Stealer's like half useful for the damage, but it's also half useful for the healing. And if Malekith's near full health, then that could be a waste of Winds of Magic, so you might want to save it for the late game. Lizardmen own most of the map. They have a lot of position on the field, but they're all feeling so bad that I think the Dark Elves are probably still in a good state of mind. I think Malekith can maybe carry the rest of this game all by himself. Bubba, we need some Nurgle. We haven't seen any Nurgle today. It's true. Speaking of Bob Joust, did he quit too? I think he just plays Dom. I think. And then before times long, long ago. Yeah, man, Scourge Runners are just crazy for screening. The only weak point is the operator waiting for the micro slip. Alright. Salon Mage Priest of Fire has Malekith on his butt. Malekith is taking him down, getting a lot of really nice hits in. And without the Salon, Lizardman leadership is high, but I don't know if it's going to be high enough. They're probably going to get a mouse route going. Coldwind Spear Riders diving in onto Malekith. They will do a lot of damage. The Salon is just so desperately trying to get out of here, but Soul Stealer is just going to get cast on his head. It's going to hit all of these units, and that is a biggin. That is, in fact, a biggin. 700 health was left on the Salon Mage Priest of Fire, and one Soul Stealer brings him down to dead. Dang you, Soul Stealer. All Scourge Chariots have been taken care of. We just have some very, very haggard Bleak Swords wandering back into the fight, but if these Coldwind Riders even see them for a second, they'll walk over and make sure that they cease to exist. It is Malekith versus a bunch of tattered units, but I think that's going to be plenty. Ooh, these are Sora Spears. Maybe. If he doesn't have enough Winds of Magic for a Soul Stealer, he actually might be in huge trouble. Because sitting in Sora Spears is a real bad time. Sora Spears are an incredible unit. Bob Tress is super busy IRL. Is he in university? Or does he get a job? I haven't talked to him for a long time. I know he was running D&D for a lot of the RTK guys. That was the last thing I talked to him about. Alright, Malekith sitting in a surround of Sora Spears. He doesn't have a Gaze of Malice, I don't think. Yeah, he has 0 uses left on it. Could use a Chill Wind right now, honestly. These guys are so clumped up, they would take actually a good amount of damage. But, ooh, Soul Stealer, very nice. Definitely do that if you have the Winds of Magic, because he needs the healing. We talked about that earlier, but half of Soul Stealer is just about the healing. Uni? How dare Bob Tresh be advancing his life in a positive way? He should just play video games. Soul Stealer doesn't do that much damage to Saurus. It does much more damage to single entities, kind of like Traderkin got changed to do. So it's not going to clear them out, but the important part was the healing for Malekith. He really needed it. He was getting quite low. Curio set up the surround. He's ahead on the balance of power, and the Lizardman leadership is holding a lot better than I thought it would. And Cool Umbrella is just going to back out knowing he can't clear them. Very well played. Very well played. Nicely done to Curio. Winning a matchup I think was hard. Malekith did fine. Coldwind Dread Knights did okay, but then they overextended to try and chase down that Salon, and they really got butchered. Coldwind Knights got murdered. Curio's cavalry engagements were on point. Very nice. Bolt Fiends and the infantry in general had a bad time. Dark Riders did well. I mean, some of them died, but they're essentially mounted chaff units, so them paying for themselves at all is kind of a blessing. Scourge Runners did okay. They didn't quite get a ton of value. Salon Mage Priest of Fire. All right value. I don't know how I feel about this Lord choice. I think he was there in case of Witch Elves. You'd have to ask Curio, but personally, I would probably not go with Fire for the lore. Pterodons did nothing. Pterodons did nothing. Wow, okay. And then the Cold Ones did great. Very, very good stuff from them. Saurus won the front line and then ground through the late game. Chameleon Skinks did excellently, and Javelins did quite well. So if you're in this matchup, cut the first 4 units and take everything else. Clearly that worked out. Clearly that was a good build. I just don't believe in the Pterodons in any capacity, and I don't think the Salon Mage Priest is optimal, though he was fine. Fine. Not optimal. We have fun here. It's a snake mutated some ways. Pterodons absorbed all the Scourges. I mean, that's fair, but I feel like Chameleon Skinks could do the same thing and not... They would trade more damage back and take less damage from the Scourge Runners. I don't think the Pterodons were necessary. I think the Dark Elf build was solid. I don't really see any drastic changes you have to make. Probably just play different. Because the Knights Ebon Claw, overextended, and they got murked. The Bolt Fiends weren't protected, and they weren't really shooting a lot. I think they maybe should have focused on shooting... They weren't shooting a lot at all, were they? Oh, hold on. I wanted to check something. Hold on. Four minutes. I thought I saw a bug. So while they do their pick and ban and build phase, I'm going to check on that bug. I messaged Cool Umbrella, don't start without me. But this is more interesting than having you just sit in the lobby. So at 4 minutes, there was a Soul Stealer that I thought I saw some silliness. Dark Elf build was liquid. It was an emulsion. Four minutes. The players are just doing their pick and bans. Umbrella is going to inform me what the pick and bans are, but Curio's still thinking about it for right now, so we're just going to do bug watch while we wait. Boop, 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 boop. So it's around this lawn. Bolt Fiends aren't firing. That's not what I'm watching. I was just curious about the Bolt Fiends getting such low value, and they're just not shooting right now. I think they had Fire at Will off, it looks like, for Cool Umbrella. It's not doing anything. Alright, the Soul Stealer that's about to happen in like 30 seconds. I thought I saw something weird with it. Soul Stealer. You what, mate? You what? How is that real? How is that a real thing that happened? It was nowhere close. I knew I saw it. I knew I saw something. That was nowhere close to him. I knew it! I knew it. The rest of you were like, Human Boy, you're stupid. Human Boy, you're dumb. Nope. Nope. I am the smartest. I always see the bugs. The initial ring covered the salon, but then it moved. It moved before it cast. That's so dumb, because this is already one of the hardest frickin' spells to dodge in the whole game. It's so hard to dodge Soul Stealer, because if you leave it circle, you're still getting affected by it all the time. That's... Okay, I gotta save that. That's gonna be a video. Soul Stealer 440. I don't know what you're talking about. La 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 la. Yeah. I just thought that was funny. Because I remember seeing it at the time and I was like, I don't think the salon was in it. And then I went back and he was not in it. He was not in it at all. That's funny. Hubby needs glasses. I don't need nothing. Summons. Okay, there was nothing wrong with that one. We rewatched it. It was fine. Is the Altharian thing going to be a video? Probably, based on what you showed me. But I haven't watched the replay myself. I've been busy. Because we streamed last night. I went to bed. I woke up. I had breakfast. And now I'm here. So since you told me about it, I've been streaming or sleeping. Umbrella hasn't messaged me any pics yet. So we're going to look at another thing that I'm going to determine whether or not it's worth a video. Since they're apparently still just pick banning. So Rattling Guns shoot at some Furies. They do really good. And then the Furies walk straight up to them and they stop doing good. I wanted to see if that was worthy of a video. Rattling Guns go pew pew. So we do half their health and damage, over half their health in one burst. They just stop shooting at the Furies. They shoot beneath them for no reason. What? Mid-burst! Mid-burst, they just aim down. Very funny. Alright, Loopy, I don't see your replay here. Hold on, I gotta check something about your replay. Landing kill bug? Yeah, so I think since you're using your mod, Loopy, your landing kill bug doesn't appear in my replays. So I can't see it right now. I would have to download your mod to watch that happen. But then if I tell people, if like I start and I say like, this is during Loopy's mod or whatever, I'm pretty sure they're gonna get all butthurt and be like, well, it's because you're using a mod and all that stuff. So we'll see. I'll have to think about it, because I just won't want to... I just probably won't mention the mod, but I'll have to talk to you about the legitimacy of it, because you said something about, like... sorry, I forgot to give Kirio his point. You said something about you got it to happen in the main game, too. So I don't know. But I have your replays in the file. I just can't see it, because I don't have the mod. Anyway, picks and bans are done. It looks like we have Tomb Kings versus Empire. And I'm asking Cool Umbrella what the picks and bans were. You can do it in vanilla too. Yeah, I'll message you about it for sure. Because I liked that bug you sent. That would definitely be a video. I just didn't see the replay, so. Small indie company. Graphics are not synchronized with math animations in this game. Yeah, they're shooting at one model as it falls, but they spread out. Like, the shots were spreading out so much that it looked like they were firing as if the unit wasn't flying anymore. It was very funny. And it also explains, because I've been griping about Rattling Gunners. They were not that great in Game 2, but they had a niche. And in Game 3, they just feel terrible. That would do a lot to explain why. That would do a lot to explain why, if they just randomly stop shooting at their target. We are almost 2 hours into Logic's tournament starting, and the first best of threes aren't done yet. I am terrified. Okay. Curio picked Dark Elves, Wood Elves, and Empire, banned Slanesh. Cool Umbrella removed Dark Elves, picked Tomb Kings, and from Wood Elves and Empire, Curio took the Empire. Cool. This used to be a good matchup for the Empire. I liked it a lot. Since all the undead buffs, it has become slightly Tomb Kings favored, but I still think it's plenty winnable. I'd say it's 45-55. Tomb Kings favored, but I have some builds I really like here. Cannons are performing poorly, which was unfortunate. They were a big part of how I like to play this in Game 2, so the Empire had to switch up some things. I think Knights of the Blazing Sun, Reiksguard, Empire Knights are all still really, really good in this matchup. They dominate the mobile game because Nahakar Horsemen don't have armor or armor piercing, so they don't do that much to Empire Cav, and they take a good amount of damage. So the Empire can dominate the mobile game. I really like Huntsmen. A basic Spearman and Swordsman frontline will do you just fine, because Tomb Kings aren't really going to push through that. Even with Tomb Guard are more tanky than damage dealing. Now, there was a brief period where Nahakar Warriors were on the rise. I really liked that, and then it feels like a bunch of Tomb Kings players abandoned that. I think Nahakar Warriors are really good for Tomb Kings in this matchup. Because the Empire is going to just take basic-ass straight state troops, because they're not expecting you to have like a fast-hitting front line, because Tomb Guard are tanky, and Skeletons are tanky, but Nahakar Warriors... I had someone do this to me. I think it was Incarnation, But he had a Nahakar Warrior front line. They murdered all my Spearmen like immediately, and then my Huntsmen spent the whole game running away. So I had to take my cavalry, and I either had to save my Huntsmen and get shot by Ushapti Greatbows, or I had to abandon my Huntsmen and do what the cavalry were originally going to do, which was take down the Ushapti Greatbows, which they tried to, but I took a lot of damage doing that from Sepulchral Stalkers and Spirit Leech, whatever, yada yada. And the point is in the late game, it was a bunch of Nehekar warriors and Ark in the Black versus some extremely tattered cavalry and Boris Todbringer. And I ended up losing. So, I don't know. I think low-key Nehekar warriors are a good pick in this matchup. CNEs dropped some free LC long before second quarter 2023. We'll see. They should, but I don't know if they will. They're busy with a bunch of other crap right now. Outrider grenade launchers for infantry, war wagons for Ushabti, demis for cav. Doomsage, that would normally be wisdom, but Ushabti great bows really murder war wagons, plus Ark in the Black Spirit Leech is also really bad for war wagons. And Outriders grenade launchers, I was doing that for the infantry. It does okay. Yeah, it does fine. They're a good shout. I think they're susceptible to Nehekar horsemen. So you would need pretty strong knight advantage to keep them safe. But yeah, that's a good call out. Oh, my boy Curio's after my own heart. He has a fun build, but he also has parts of my old build that I love, so I hope it works for him. Cannons suck now, but 1 to 2 is still useful in case of Bow's Casket. Yeah. I agree. I was just saying it used to be much more Empire favored when cannons worked better. Now they don't. But Curio took 3 anyway. The lad. Unequal Canoe has advanced over Vivarax while they set up very quickly. Rusty and Neckbed are still fighting out to see who will get to the finals of the new player in Skaven Slave. We are right here for Clan through Storm Vermin. And so far, no one has straight out advanced through the Chieftain and Gracier. I will now message Unequal Canoe and make sure he knows to wait for me. All right, made sure they didn't start without us. So, for the very, I think it's a very cool build. And they're still setting up. I'll get back to it. For Cool Umbrella, we do have Ark in the Black with Spirit Leech and Fate of Buna. He is on his horse. We have 2 skeleton chariots, 1 Nehekar warrior, a bunch of skeleton spearmen. Then we have the Eyes of the Desert Stalkers ROR, 4 Nehekar horsemen, 4 skeleton horsemen, and 2 carrion. It is a mass cavalry rush build. I am nervous. I'm nervous in general. I don't know if this build is good against every build, but it might actually be good against what Curio has. Regular Outriders have enough AP to deal with constructs in the Capriguard. Yeah, regular Outriders are good. Houseplant used to play with them a lot, and he was super good at it. But I'm notoriously bad with skirmish cav, so I couldn't really get Outriders to work. But objectively, they were a great unit. I'm just bad. Mad 'cause bad. The Empire build is still getting formed a little bit, but we'll talk briefly about what I like about it. We have the Huntsman General. He's cheap. He's Marcus Wolfhart-ish. Anti-large missile strength. No armor piercing on that, so maybe Wolfhart would have been better. I don't know. I thought they were taking him for the fire stuff where he imbues everybody around him with fire damage, but guess not. We do have a Bright Wizard with Kindle Flame, Fireball, and Burning Head. Aw, we have all this fire stuff, and then we didn't take any of the fire things on this guy. That makes me a little sad, but still. Burning Head's a good call out on Tomb Kings. Fireball's good against Ark in the Black. Firecaster's great. We have 4 handgunners, 3 cannons, a backline of Empire Knights, and some spearmen spread out, and a front line of more spearmen and swordsmen. I think this Tomb Kings build is very good into this specific Empire build. I would give Cool Umbrella the advantage here. I don't think that this Tomb Kings build is generally good against any Empire build, but it is very good if the Empire just went like super hard on ranged, which Curio did. Umbrella's build is gorgeous. It is pretty pog. I'll agree. It's great. Outriders are slow and can't fire while moving. I found abusable. As long as they're moving forward, yeah. I've seen enough high-level Empire players use Outriders to such a degree that I felt like I couldn't play the game, that I know Outriders are objectively a good unit. They're just extremely skill-intensive. But yeah. The only reason I don't think Empire's doomed in this game is that they have 3 cannons and 4 handgunners, so theoretically, if the cav engagements aren't fully on point from Cool Umbrella, they will take so much armor-piercing fire from the sides that their cavalry will get shut down rather quickly. Same with the chariots. So, I think Cool Umbrella's build is favored here. I think he does have to play it well. And that's generally all cav builds, right? If you forget your cavalry sitting around places, it's really punishing. So, cannons will soon be in range of skeleton spearmen just to fulfill the attacking rule and make sure you don't have to abandon your formation and your positioning. Though I don't know if this positioning is actually that incredible for what's going on. Sorry, I had to cough. Because there's this annoying house, which might have been part of the plan to be useful, but now that you realize that you're going to have to defend against a large cavalry force coming from this way, 2 of your cannons and some of your handgunners are actually going to be line of sight blocked by this house thingy. Which could be annoying for trying to defend your flank from horsemen. What's their speed, 70 or something? I think it's 78, not sure. Bright Wizard was looking for Arkin to maybe do a fireball. It doesn't look like he's going to find him, and Arkin instead is going to throw a Spirit Leech his way. Now, if he overcasts it, he could cast it from there, but that is risking some overcast damage and accelerated Winds of Magic usage. I don't know. I am an overcast Spirit Leech hater. And I'm okay with it. Unless it's against artillery pieces, because obviously it's hard to get in range of an artillery piece. 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. This time I muted the mic instead of just screaming at all of you with my cough. Cannons are firing. One of them's firing into skeleton horsemen, which are just 400 gold, so I'm sure Cool Umbrella doesn't really mind taking damage on them. But there are 2 of them overlapping, so you could get nice 2-for-1 value if these cannons can figure out how to fire, which currently they can't. And now they're trying to shoot at spearmen, but they're behind this house. Yeah, they're going to have a hard time shooting anything ever. Spirit Leech did go out onto the Bright Wizard. He took, wow, like a quarter of his health on that Spirit Leech. More like a fifth, but still. And our cannon friends are having a tough time doing anything. That's fun. Shadow them with a throwaway pistol for emergency charges. 2 cannons are firing onto the chariots, which are a little too close together for Cool Umbrella, so they're taking some collateral damage. And the carrion are coming in. The carrion diving down onto the only cannon that can't see anything. Take that, cannon that can't see anything. You'll see less of stuff. Other carrion moving in. I think this is a little early from Cool Umbrella, because these carrion are going to stop stuff from shooting when the front line isn't quite here to harass just yet, which means you get free wrap-up by Empire Knights. Now the horsemen are kind of moving, but imagine the horsemen were attacking at the same time. So these Empire Knights have to choose whether to fight the carrion or whether to fight, like, you know, skeleton horseman coming in here, skeleton horseman coming in here, and a Hekar horseman coming in here. There's only 3 knights. So you really want to attack with all of your mobile stuff at the same time so the knights are stressed. And that looks like it's happening now, so it's overall going to occur. It was just a little delayed. Spirit Leeches and whatever else has been plaguing this Bright Wizard. He's not having a good time. Looks like the Sparkle Stalkers maybe got a burst off onto him, and he's even going to break this early into the game, which is a huge tragedy for the Empire. I think Curio's in a lot of trouble. Handgunners are trying to fire on the carrion, and they will bail out this cannon, it appears. Yep, the cannon will be fine and back to firing, so the Tomb Kings have lost a chariot, and the other chariot is soon to be chopped up as well. But this whole side where the cav engagement's coming in is really rough for the Empire. They're losing a handgunner, they're losing some cannons. Everything's mucked up, and a Bright Wizard is straight up shattered. There's no way he's not shattered. Yeah, he's gone. So no magic for the Empire. I don't think they got any off. I didn't see any fireballs or anything, which is tough. Nekar horsemen coming through the gaps in the Empire front line. They are pulling up their spears now to try and protect the back line, but it might be too little too late. There's 3 handgunners that are all a good target here, though currently looks like Cool Umbrella is trying to attack the furthest in ones. The other 2 could use a concave of fire. Oh no, they stopped! Oh no, they stopped! That is a tragedy for the Tomb Kings. Getting shot by cannons and handgunners, and now they're surrounded by spearmen. They were not able to stop the handgunners. That was a very unfortunate misplay. Sparkle Stalkers are now the target of more handgunners. Curio's doing his best to fight from a bad situation. This is a blob. How did this happen? Skeleton warriors? Okay, it's not that bad. It's 1 skeleton horseman and 2 skeleton warriors. Okay. Empire Knights rear charging into Hekar horsemen, getting a really good rear charge there for Curio. Doing a good amount of damage there. But the undead tide advances. They're pushing through the start of the Sigmarite's front line. Hekar warriors slaughtering some swordsmen like we said they would, because we're geniuses. And so far, these Seppi snakes aren't really noticing the handgun fire too much. They don't seem to care. They are currently trying to fire at Empire Knights, but they can't shoot over their own horsemen very well. They get obstructed like most weapons teams. And Arkin the Black is straight up in melee combat with the Huntsman General and Spirit Leeching him. That's tricky. Ushapti summon, probably going to get summoned right here, is where I would guess. Onto the unobstructed cannon. Because the other cannon has a skeleton on it, so I don't see why they would put one there. Oh! Oh, Hummus Boy! Oh, wait, is that Ushapti summon right where you said it was going to be? Oh! How do you get so smart? How do you get so smart and so clever and so handsome? I don't know. I was just born this way. Anyway. Handguns for Curio have been kiting back very nicely, staying out of range. Chariots were entirely shut down from the Tomb Kings, which is nice, but it's looking a little tough. Now, they are up on the damage value, actually, and it does look like the Tomb King's front charge is running out of steam a bit. The Lord Snipe and the Hero Snipe has been huge for the Tomb Kings. The Sepulchral Stalkers are in trouble. They're honestly going to get shot with handgunners here in a second. They have spearmen on their butts. And the Cav got stuck up on the front line for an awful long time. We can see what I was talking about with these Empire Knights just being invincible to Tomb King's cavalry. Nekar Horsemen and Skeleton Horsemen aren't doing anything to these guys, and I think Curio actually might pull this back. It was looking real bad for him overall, but it's just the Tomb Kings are running out of gas. Yep, Huntsman General is shattered. He's leaving. And all Arkin has to do is finish off the handgunners, because if there's handgunners in the late game, then he's fucked. But if Cool Umbrella can shut them down, then Arkin can grind through infinite amounts of Empire chaff. Too much duty to protect, one of the many pitfalls of playing Empires. Teehee. Another pitfall, actual pitfall, is just full of Empire captains. Empire head on value, they are head on value. This is a hard one to call. The Tomb Kings running out of cavalry is really rough. Their cav took a pounding. Just obliterated. So there's nothing left to chase around these handgunners, but what's left? What is left? We have a cannon crew. We have a full health handgunner, full health handgunner, full health handgunner. So there's 3 full health handgunners. There's a decent amount of state troops, and there's 3 pretty heavily injured knights. I think Curio's got it. How are there 3 handgunners fully alive against 8 cav and 2 flyers? The cav blobbed up on the front line for a little bit too long. And also, Curio's just amazing. I think that's the call we should be making, is Curio is a goddamn legend. If Philly kept his cav in control groups too much instead of splitting. Yeah, probably Sir Groots. Also, hi, Sir Groots. How you doing, man? Rear charge on the Nekar Warriors is rather nice. Does a little bit of damage to them, but not a ton. And Arkin is still alive, which means you can get Spirit Leeches, like that one. You can even get Skeleton Warrior summons, and etc. But 3 handgunners is going to be really hard for Arkin to stop. Extenuating circumstances, extra extenuating. And the unwashed hordes of the Empire are now overrunning the Tomb Kings. What is this? How is this possible? We do have some Seppi stocks back. They're trying to find these last couple Empire Knights. They want to stay away from the handgunners at all costs. It looks like they can do that. There are spearmen trying to chase them down, but the Sepulchral Stalkers should be totally fine. Should be. Doing great apart from being late signing up for this tourney. I'm sorry, Groots. Did you play in the Warhammer World Cup today? Man, Curio's playing out of his mind. I'm kind of sad it was only a 4-person sign-up for this tourney, because I'm wondering what kind of people he could have beaten today. He only had to prove himself against 2 people to win. This is just really good. Really good management of his handgunners and his limited cav. I don't know. I can't say enough good things about this game. It was just really, really well done from the Empire player. Liked it a lot. Because, I said it. It's recorded. You can go back and find it. I looked at the builds, and I'm like, Tomb Kings is pretty heavily favored here. I like it a lot. And then the game was going on. It looked like the Empire was in a bad spot. And then all of a sudden, all the Tomb Kings were gone, and there was 3 full health handgunners just fucking chilling. And it's just, oh, okay, I guess he just kept them all alive. Good job, Curio. Played with some paint and a sander today, so I didn't play anything. Aw. I'm sorry you had real life exciting things going on. That sounds terrible. Teehee. Well played to both kings. Yeah, Cool Umbrella's a sweet guy. He's usually hanging around our Discord at night. And Umbrella had an absolutely wild corn game earlier in the day where he just slapped it down on somebody. What was it, Dark Elves? Yeah. Cool Umbrella slapped Dark Elves with corn. Big moment as the Skeleton Warrior summon does come out from Ark in the Black. He routes off these handgunners and routes off these knights shattering a different knight. So that is pretty good for him. The game isn't over by any means. I just think it's unlikely. Oh, what the hell? Lord fled recently, all of a sudden nuking these handgunners' leadership down. And a mass leadership break is coming in from the Empire. Okay. All right, Empire. Calm down. Skeleton Spearmen chase around these handgunners who have more speed. But they rout! They rout next to the white line all of a sudden! Holy crap! Me and Heck are playing last game. Nurgle Mirror, what have we done? That sounds like a you problem. I didn't cause that. I didn't do that. What up, Trigger? How you doing? Did you play in the Warhammer World Cup today? Alright, all of a sudden, when the Empire General actually left the battlefield, we got a mass break. And the handgunners rally right in front of these spearmen! What the heck? I know. You're gonna say it's like, it's all about balance of power, and they're so much over the balance of power of Skeleton Spearmen that they're fine. I know, but it just looks silly. Another Spirit Leech onto the last cavalry of the Empire, but it doesn't quite finish them off. The Tomb Kings lost something over here, so now they have a Skeleton Warrior summon that is a summon, and it's gonna fade away right now. And we do have a Spearman. Ark in the Black getting shot in the face by the handgunners, but this does allow the Spearman to hit them in the butt. Butt hit in the butt. Said that word too many times. Whoopsies. Handgunners are hanging on. Handgunners are chilling. They got rear charged by someone dead. They don't even care. They don't even care. They're shooting at point blank range. These are the heroes of the Empire. These are the men the Emperor needs. Karl Franz is with you, sir. And they rout at last, but they did do pretty good damage. Balance power turns heavily against the Tomb Kings, I would have to agree. There's a full health handgunner over here, defended by a lot of state troops. I think this one is done, ladies and gentlemen. And Curio will be our champion of today. Well, champion of this tournament of today. We still have other stuff going on. We got a thing going on. Me and Mrs. Jones. You want to see a firing squad? Look at these poor Tomb Kings. The last charge. The last charge into the brave depths. Ah. Oops. It got scary for a second there when all of the Empire's men decided to rout, but alas. Arkin rides before his final vanguard. One last Spirit Leech in the deep as bullets ping off his skeletal body. And I think we'll see army losses here pretty soon. All the Skeleton Warriors will fall. They are wavering. The gods haven't abandoned you? What are you talking about? You're an idiot, whoever said that. There they go. They're crumbling. They're falling down. And Arkin gets gunned down in a ravine where no one can see him. GG. GG. The Empire stands! Tomb King's OP no longer. Not before the might of Sigmar. 1900 value exactly on Ark in the Black. Chariots got wrecked. Nekar Horsemen got, mixed value, but none of them paid for themselves. Nekar Warriors paid for themselves. Let's go. Skeleton Horsemen got wrecked. Carrion did okay. Skeleton Spearmen did fine. Huntsman General, 98 value. He got sniped. Bright Wizard literally didn't get a spell off, 0 value. But after that, Empire Knights did a lot of blocking. Cannons didn't get a lot done. Spearmen did. Handgunners did pretty darn well. And more frontline did okay. GG, well played. Archkick Curio, 2-0. The Clan Rat Finals. GG indeed. So, that happened. Boop, boop. Nicely done. I'll deal with points for that later. That is one tab I can close and not get confused by anymore. Over here, Rusty and Neckbet said they entered game 3, and it's a Nurgle mirror. So I have no idea how that's going to go. And I don't know how they ended up with that, but they're trolling. They're trolling! Coops in the green one finished. Coops did take a game off of him. Very nice. These other series haven't ended yet. It looks like we're finally done with all of round 1. Over here. I was getting nervous. Because this has been going for 2 hours and we just got to round 2. If it's going to take 2 hours for every round, then that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Oh god. I hope it speeds up for logic's sake. We'll see. I expected the Tomb King's build to win, to be honest. I did too. Low battery picture flashes in their eyes. They crumble into still skeletons, actually. Still there. Yeah. So Rusty and Neckbet are in their game 3. Don't know what else we're going to do till then, because they entered their game 3, it sounds like. So no point really finding a different series, going through pick and ban, entering a game, and then they'll just be done, and we'll go join whatever... not whatever, dude. Unequal Canoe. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I will leave you on this challenge screen of very interestingness. Peerby. Did they win yet? They didn't win yet. Hazel, come here. Come here. Come here. We need to distract the people, so you're getting recruited.
Hi. Hi, Pupper. Come here. Come here. Come here, lady.
Look at this puppy. Look at her! Look at her! Ugh. This is a pup. This is a pupperino. Yes. Yes, she is. Oh, we love the puppy. We love the puppy. You're very dark, Hazel, so it's hard for the camera to see you, but you're there. If I move your head over here, they can see you. Hello. Hello. There you go. Now you're in the light, and the people love you. And the people love you. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Look at your little tail wagging. Look at your little tail wagging. You love it being when you're on the stream. You're a big fancy celebrity pup. You're a celebrity pup. You're a celebrity. Celebrity. This is Hazel Basil. This is Hazel Basil. And she likes being snuggled. Don't you like being snuggled? Yeah. Don't you like being snuggled? Now she's like, I'm done with this. I am done with you. Do not like human person. Human person is mean to me. Mean to pup. Mean to pup. Mean to pup. Mean to pup. I heard you had a fun walk with Mom. You had a fun walk with... Oh, hi. We love this puppy. She's nice. She's nice. Yeah. She's such a snuggly pupper. We love her. Who's good? Who's good? Who's good? Alright, down you go. Alright, how are we doing? Rusty neck better still going. How old is she? She's almost 2. Yeah, she's almost 2. She'll be 2 in February, so 1 year, 8 months. Okay. So, in my desperate bid to keep you entertained while we sit through an awkward pause, we wait for a Nurgle mirror to finish. Strat game to advance over Bowmore. So strat game and the green one are the first semifinal. That will start in the Chieftain through Grey Seer rounds. Which probably means the day is going to be this final. Probably into the end of this semifinal. And then this final. So we probably have 2.5 best of 3s left for the stream. Probably. Never know. If this one's a quick 2-0 one way or the other, we might catch the start of this one. But how long have you been streaming for? 3 hours. There's probably about 2 hours left. Hour and a half, 2 hours. So I don't really feel like telling them to wait for me. 36 light coming for Hazel. Best I can do is 1. Easy. Alright, I was looking for a snack, but then I found Grace and Hazel, and I thought I would show you guys Hazel. So I'm going to leave you again. Alright, those two are still going. Anyway, I'm going to grab a snack because it's lunchtime and I need a little bit of something to get through the stream. BRB. Okay, so Dad gets some cheese crackers and all of a sudden you give a shit again. Alright, okay. Well, I'm at least going to use you to pursue my own ends. Welcome to the Hazel Basil Show. Hazel, come here. Come here. Alright, Hazel. Let's show them all your tricks. Shake. No, wrong one. Shake. No. You're being so silly. Come here. Come here. Hazel. Alright, up, down. There, that resets you. You love crackers. Sit. Shake. There you go. That's shake. That's shake. Hazel, spin. Good spin. You love spinning. Alright, Hazel. Show me a belly. Belly. Show me your belly. That's your belly. That's your belly. Do you know any others? Not really. Stay, but stay's not very impressive. Hazel, fuck off. You don't know fuck off. Because it's not real. Whoop. Now was a Hazel puzzle. I'm all out of sideshow antics. Is the Nurgle mirror done? No. Hmm. Hmm. Go away forever. Go away forever, little pup.
Leave! We don't want you anymore! Go back where you came from! Go! Go out of here! I hate you!
No. She just needs to be out there, because if she's in here, then I gotta keep the door open in case she has to go to the bathroom or something. And then Grace has to hear me shouting. That's not good. Right there with you, so goddamn hungry. Yeah. A couple crackers will get me through this. Then I can have an official lunch. Holy crap, that Nurgle mirror is still going. How long is a single Nurgle mirror? How's this going? Tretch is doing fine. This is Logic's Warhammer World Cup thing. Deadly Dude has to fight Rothlon. Samurai Style and Vicious Satsuma just tied, and Vicious Satsuma had to leave. Okay. That's kind of funny. Damn, son. Embrace the grind, father? Apparently. I should, but I won't. Do I have anything exciting to announce for anybody? I suppose. For the 29 people here, if you don't know somehow, some way, I have a board game. I suppose I could post that. Puppetmastersproject.com. You can go get my board game. It's nice. It's fun. People like it. Everybody loves it. It's $50 if you're in the US. I could ship it to you. No shipping cost on top of the $50. If it's international, it's $95. I know that's really high. I know it's stupid. But sending one goddamn board game overseas, or even to Canada, which I live in Minnesota, so Canada's like right above me. Just the customs and stuff, it's like $63. Because I sent Anticity a copy, and he's up there, and it cost me $63. And Canada's like the most favorable. And for international shipping, I just had to like, I took the most expensive place on the planet I could find to ship to. And if I ship to that spot, I lose I gain $0, but I lose none. Like, it's just $95 to ship there, which I guess I lose out on the cost of the cardboard and stuff. But that's pretty whatever. So yeah, the international stuff. I know it's super expensive. It just sucks. It just sucks to send internationally as like an individual person. But if you're in the U.S., it's 50, which is fine. Because a game in a store is like $50, and this is shipping it to you wherever for free. So, yeah. Or you get my book, or my other book, The Dirt Deepest Kills a Guy is a joke. That's more just like support the channel if you want to. This is an actual book that I made. It's like a whole story. It's fun. Anyway, go check those out. Give me all your money. Give me it. Give me your money. That's still going. Whatever dude has prevailed over the Phoenix King. Whoa! That's an upset. Holy shit. I mean, well played, whatever dude, but... Damn, man. Phoenix King's tough. Phoenix King beat my ass yesterday. Groots, am I going to play in the Warhammer World Cup? Probably not, because the tournaments take too long. I'm hosting two, but I don't know if I'm going to play them. Because the only reason I would play in a tournament that long is if I had a legitimate shot at winning, and I don't. I'm trash at domination. Because I haven't practiced very much, so it makes sense that I'm trash at it, but... Yeah, I'll probably just host the two with Platypus. Hang out with him. Now I'm curious, how long has that Nurgle mirror been going on? I think he told me about it near the start of this game. So I'm like, generously, that Nurgle mirror has been going on for 20 minutes. Okay. If it was modded maps, I would play. Did anyone say domination? Oh, is the Warhammer World Cup not using Turin's modded maps? Oh, they're not. They're just using the standard maps. I guess from an admin point of view, that makes a lot of sense, because they, like, what if my opponent doesn't have the modded maps, or there's a bug with this map we didn't know about? They just don't want to deal with it. I could see that. Domination is rubbish. Then I assume you won't be tuning in Tuesday, Knighthood, where I do a thing, self-promotion, also killing time because we're awkwardly stuck. Platypus's newbie domination tournament has 64 people signed up on the same day as the Warhammer World Cup qualifier. All right, Platypus, that's pretty good. Anyway, you assume you won't be signing up November 1st, 6 p.m. North American time, so it's pretty late for Europeans. You do the thing, the big domination tournament with old Hummus Lad, with the old lad of Hummus. Huh? Sign up for that. Gonna co-host with Platypus. It's gonna be sick. Love Platypus. Platypus is probably streaming right now. Hang on. Is he streaming on YouTube? No. Is he on Twitch? No. Wild Platy normally streams on Twitch and YouTube. He's a good guy. If you like domination content, he's a really good guy. I don't think he does too much land battle stuff, but he's really good at domination mode. Hosts a lot of new player tournaments for that. So he's a good guy to get like advice and stuff from. We love the Wild Platy. Also, while we wait for the never-ending Nurgle mirror, where was I looking for that? What the hell? Yeah. Where is Tactical Itch? This guy needs more subs. He's been making videos since before I was born. What the hell? Why is recently uploaded popular? They used to be able to sort by oldest. Anyway, he does like a land battle replay about 3 times a week. He's a good guy. We love Tactical Itch in this house. He occasionally hosts a for fun like land battle tournament, but he's just a really underappreciated content creator. So if you go over there and give him a sub, he deserves it. He's a good guy. He's a real good guy. Okay. Please tell me that the Nurgle Mirror is done. Yeah, it's over! Aw, neckbet won. Now I'm sad. I don't want it to be over. I'm just gonna advance Rusty. Fuck this. No, I'm kidding. I'm just giving neckbet shit. Alright, let's go find ourselves a game. Imagine 5 units are chosen to go grinding away at each other with fleshy abundance support. I mean, maybe. Rusty, if you pop back into the chat, tell us how the Nurgle Mirror ended up playing out. Like, what lords were taken and what units. Because that was so long, we deserve an answer. It's not Vivarax, is it? I guess it is Vivarax. Oh, my camera's way up there still from the Hazel stuff. Hi, I'm back. So this is the finals of the Skaven Slave and New Player Tournament. Neckbet will get in here soon. Meanwhile, we have Unequal Canoe. Trying to hold his own. I think Neckbet's probably favored here. He was very good. He's kind of like Rusty, where he was a pretty good player, and then just stopped playing for a long time. So his micro's a little rough at the moment, I imagine, but he's still good. Still good. Got a lot of meta knowledge. Neckbet's here. Platypus is also making YouTube videos now? Yeah. I was subscribed to him on YouTube and Twitch. I was just wondering which one he was streaming on. Looks like he's not streaming. So sorry, I'm traveling on Tuesday, unfortunately, Knighthood. That's fine. I know a lot of my community is not excited about the domination stuff, but, you know, I'll always do both content. Unless, like, actually, I won't always do both content, but we'll get there. Noglars were Rotflycaster and Festus. Oh. You found your other boot. Nice, Doomsage. Very nice. So, here's the thing. Here's the thing. This is the last chance for domination on my channel. I talked to Coops about this. I talked to some other people in my Packmasters. The Packmasters of my team are just like people that I talk to about channel decisions, like content decisions. Help Pit Abominations are people that help me with like rules and stuff for tournaments. Packmasters are just like people that have been around my channel for a long time and care about my channel doing well. So, see you, Doomsage. So domination mode, whenever I host it, my viewership has tanked. And there are 2 arguments for this. One, domination is boring to watch. Hey, Adam. Like, and then the other one is I have a land battle audience. So, of course, my land battle audience isn't going to be excited about domination mode. So whenever I try domination mode, my viewership tanks, all my numbers tank, and my next few videos do poorly because if you ever do bad, the algorithm will kind of put you on hiatus for a bit. And then I usually need like a bug video or something to bring me back. So this is the last chance for domination on my channel. If 2 Warhammer World Championship, the literal biggest tournament in this community, can't get people to watch domination on my channel, then I just like I can't host domination because it'll actively keep hurting my channel. And it's like not some, I don't know. There's going to be some people that are going to freak out and be like, oh, you just hate domination mode. It's like, no, every time I fucking try it, it actively hurts me. So This is the last shot. If the Warhammer World Cup can't get me good viewership on domination stuff, I'm gonna have to just call it and become a land battle only channel. Unless there's some, I'm still up for like cool domination ideas. Like tomorrow, Cuden's 2v2 is one person can only bring multi-entity models, and the other person can only bring single entities in your 2v2. So it's like, you know, that's kind of interesting and cool. It's not just straight up domination, but like, yeah, I don't know. Because Warhammer World Championship last year took some small channels and made them huge, which was nice. So I'm not going to miss out on that opportunity. I'm going to try it. But yeah, if like the biggest event can't bring the domination viewers to my channel, then I just need to stop because regular domination stuff hurts me so bad. We're on the upswing. I had a couple of videos that the algorithm really liked, and now people are checking out videos that normally other videos that are similar to it don't get a lot of views, and now they're getting a good amount of views. So we're back on the algorithm's good terms. So this should be setting up to give the Warhammer World Cup every opportunity to succeed on my channel. We're currently on the upswing in the algorithm. It's the biggest tournament that's been promoted, the best out of all the tournaments. This is it. If domination is going to work on my channel, this is it. So we'll see. What up, Doomsage? Dom bad land battle's good. You'll have to double up Cathay. I'll say anything you want. Watch all your Dom streams. Probably have to go somewhat hard on Dom, do a lot of collaboration stuff with established Dom creators, bringing people. I don't think that's what you want to do with your channel, though. Yeah, but we've talked about it a lot before. Turin's leadership is really down. And a lot of other content creators that were going to do Dom only also suffered a lot in viewership. Like Dav went back to casting land battles, and now he's talking about even doing other games entirely. Logic wanted to do domination stuff, then he got busy with university. Rubber Duck quit entirely. Murphalurf quit entirely, though he never liked domination, to be fair. Contende quit entirely. He also didn't like domination. I think Zerkovich still does land battles. Moving Cookie does land battles, though he doesn't do tournaments, but he like does land battle replays. So like domination content creation's really rough. And like Platypus is my biggest example for domination having a tough time with viewership, because Platypus is doing incredible work. Like, he's casting all the time. He's hosting all these tournaments. He has great participation in his tournaments. He even had like 100 to 200 people in some of his tournaments. He knows a lot about the game mode, so he's a great expert source. He's a fun caster. He's a nice guy, and he has tons of content. But his channel isn't growing very quickly. And that like really bothers me, because like he deserves it to grow a lot faster, and it makes me very, very worried that domination doesn't have a great viewer base. Right? Because if Platty's having a tough time growing, what fucking chance do I have? Because that guy's great for domination content. Like, he knows a lot more than me. When he plays, he actually knows what he's doing, so he wins a lot of games. People like to watch people who are good at things so they can learn. It's just like, he has all the right elements, and his channel's just not growing. So, I don't know. That and Turin's viewership being down is pretty hard. I think everyone is suffering viewership-wise. Legends viewership's way down from Warhammer 2. True. Ayano. I'll make my own tournament with blackjack and hookers. I think you can say mean things about one gun. I'll be listening, mister. Alright. Ayano is a mean person, and they're always bullying me. And Ayano's a big meanie head. I'm glad they left the streams so they couldn't hear that. Even campaign players hate Dom, capture points in Siege. I think people hate the infinitely respawning towers in Siege. I don't think they really mind the capture points too much. I don't know. I'm like the rare soul that liked minor settlement battles and settlement battles, but I also think I haven't ground through as much campaign as some other people, so they're sick of it because they've played a lot more, and I'm like, I've played 2 campaigns. I think it's pretty fun. Oh boy. Whatever, dude, by the way, in the chat, I was shocked you beat Phoenix King. How did that series go? Like, nothing against you, but Phoenix King is crazy good, so congratulations on that. You've come a long way, my dude. No new content hurts, especially the campaign casters. Yeah, Worm is just a really niche game to begin with. The community being split between Dom and Land doesn't make for a lot of room for content creation compared to Warhammer 2. Yeah. True, true. Looks like we have Wood Elves from Unequal Canoe versus the Vampire Coast of Neckbet. Who are we watching yesterday? It was Phoenix King. That's funny. The Phoenix King used Wood Elves versus Vampire Coast, and he made it look really good. He took triple Deepwood Scout, Wild Hunters of Kurnos, a couple other cav, barely any infantry, and then Drycha with Pit of Shades. And it was a good game, but like for Wood Elves being a struggling faction versus Vampire Coast, which is one of the stronger ones, it was, as with that considered, it was a pretty decisive Wood Elf victory. Got leg with picks and builds and did not make two huge mistakes for a change, I think, which mostly picks and builds. Phoenix Kings was a sir about not demanding replay game 3 because I brought 6 Spears as Empire. Yeah, he's usually pretty chill. Phoenix King's normally chill. He's a good lad.
He's on my admin team. I'm not going to say bad things about him. Even though he knows.
Raced and Golden Floof series is over. Raced has prevailed. So a quick update on the Grey Seer through Chieftain. Whatever Dude versus Raced. Green One versus Strat game. And in the finals over here, Neckbet and Unequal Canoe. Didn't check the map before picking. Map looks mega ugly in lobby. The Swamp of Terror? It was in game 2 as well. Yeah. It's if you take out like the aesthetic parts of it, it's a central corridor that has no trees in it, and then there's trees that advance in 2 straight lines pretty much towards your spawn zone, your enemy's spawn zone. So they can either walk on the other side of the trees, they can walk through the trees, or they can go down the central corridor, which is the widest. There's no Vanguard deployment behind you. That's the map. They're lucky to have any community at all after the game 3 release. We all came back after, what, 8 months? Ha! You guys left? I was here the whole time. I was here through the doldrums. My whole channel has been in the doldrums. Because I joined May of 2020. So Warhammer 2 was in its spin down of the life cycle. And then Warhammer 3 was my first big launch, and it was a disaster. So then it sucked until Immortal Empires came out. And now apparently people are not enjoying Immortal Empires as much as I am. I mean, I'm liking it a lot, but apparently, like, Killing Smalls was telling me about player numbers are really down, and tournament participation has been falling recently. So, don't know, but I was not here during the heyday of Warhammer, apparently. I'm a caster of the end times. I show up after the world has been destroyed and pick through the rubble with my little rat fingers. The Swamp of Terror. I just feel Mortal Empires is way too easy. Oh, the campaign, yeah. I've been playing mostly multiplayer. My campaign's been rough, but for dumb reasons. Like, I was the Empire, and Lewin Leoncourt declared war on me at turn 5 because I wouldn't give him 800 gold. And it's like, what? We're supposed to be friends. And he's just, nope. Fuck you. Anyway. Builds are going to set up, so everything's going to move around. But real quick, I think I can catch the Wood Elves before they do too much. So this is a Twilight on their Dragon Mount. Then we have a Life Caster of Dwellers Below and Earthblood. We have a Waystalker with Arrows of Kurnos. We have triple Way Watchers. Glade Riders with Spears, it looks like 4 of them, and a front line of 4 Dryads. So triple Way Watchers. Very bold to do against Vampire Coast, because they can usually just bump and grind and wait for you to run out of ammo, and then they'll be fine. This is that map I hardcore boxed on. That sounds probably like you. You do love your boxes. On the other side, we have Noctilus on his peg leg from Neckbet. That makes him a really tall target for the Way Watchers if they can ever get in range. He's going to have to be careful. He's going to have to be on top of his micro for that one. Other than that, we have 2 mortars, triple deck gunners, 4 dogs? Usually you take 4 dogs here. It looks like only 3. 3 dogs, 3 bombers, 2 handgun mobs, and then a bunch of polearm infantry and a couple deckhand mob regulars. So the Dryads are going to have a terrible time if they run straight into these bombers. The triple Way Watcher should be able to take out Noctilus, the deck gunners, and the mortars if completely uncontested. And then good cycle charging could deal with the rest of this. So I think the Wood Elves have a chance to win. I still would favor the Coast, but I don't think it's doomed by any means. Really get dragged into a war against Bretonia for 800 gold. I didn't know he would declare war on me if I didn't do it. We had a plus 15 in relations, and I'm like, okay, yeah, that's fine. And he was like, give me 800 gold. No. All right, I declare war on you. Okay. And then he got his ass kicked by the Red Duke for a while. I came over and killed Heinrich Kemmler because Kemmler declared war on me and I wasn't busy at the time. And I was just sitting there and I called Lewin at one point and he goes, you want peace? Yeah, I didn't... This war never went anywhere. What was the point? And he's like, I just want peace. And then he cried a lot. We're an undead ban due to healing bug. The bug got fixed. There was a patch. There was a patch hot fix. The undead bugs are all gone. For now. For now being a pretty key word there. Oh, this could be rough on the start. I don't want to say too much in case either of the players is listening. Okay, he's backing up. I was going to say, with Noctilus out there like that, he was in the rings of the Way Watchers. So if they have Fire at Will on, which they shouldn't because their ammo is so limited, but if they did have their Fire at Will on, the first target they would shoot is the closest one. So they would have fired at Noctilus immediately and Neckbet wouldn't have had time to dodge. Including Tomb King bug? Yep. Yep. As far as we've seen, they've fixed all the undead healing bugs. Now, undead are just stupid strong, but they're not bugged anymore. Can I be... Alright. Chad Undead Box versus the Virgin Elven Formation. Are those rivers filled with Merlot? It does look like that. It does look like the rivers are filled with Merlot. Should be a Bretonian map in that case. Arrows of Kurnos cast immediately onto the cannons, though with ultra unit size, it doesn't even take out a cannon model even if it does hit. Sorry, the mortars. So Wood Elves have gotten much worse at sniping out artillery pieces with that. Triple Way Watchers are all still hidden, so technically the undead don't know that they're there, though now the dogs are going to run straight up and see that. Glade Riders are ready to intercept if the dogs ever get too frisky. And the triple deck gunners are all going to fire onto the Way Watchers, dealing about half HP before they get a single volley off. Merlot is a type of wine. And this is a rough start for the Wood Elves. Really rough stuff. Dogs are going to run out again. They just want to keep these... they want to keep the Way Watchers spotted so that the deck gunners can keep shooting. So they want to keep just dodging in and out. Whenever the Way Watchers fade from sight, they want to go back out there and get the sight back on them. Is largely what they want to do. We've already lost a Way Watcher. We've lost a Glade Rider. Another Glade Rider is going down. Now the Way Watchers do take out an entire deck gunner in like 2 volleys. So that's good for them. But I still think the Coast is very happy with what's going on so far. Noctilus plus the deck gunners plus the mortars really just laying into these Way Watchers. You can see Neckbet takes a giant lead on the damage value bounce power. We've lost 1 deck gunner so far for all 3 Way Watchers getting really low. And Cav's even going to charge in? This seems like a bit of a mistake. I think he was clicking on the Way Watchers to shoot at that deck gunner, and he also selected these guys, and then they just ran in. But Noctilus even manages to get a summon behind them, and deck gunners are shooting them. This is going to be a quick GG. I just do not see how the Wood Elves can win without all 3 of their Way Watchers, because they all got murdered. Dwellers Below cast from the caster is pretty good. That is going to take out another deck gunner unit entirely, but I just think that it is doomed from this point. The Wood Elves have no carry potential left. They lost all their Way Watchers. Now you have 4 Dryads, the Sisters of Twilight, and a caster pretty much to try and carry this whole game. That's just not going to fly. Silly matchup inexperience to me? Yeah, probably. Probably. It's the fastest GG in the West, but... Wood Elves have the ability to go mass cheap archers and infantry and didn't. Yeah. I think the Triple Way Watcher build could have worked. I just think it's very difficult. And there was a couple micro mistakes from Unequal Canoe where he got spotted but then didn't back off fast enough and took a bunch of damage from deck gunners, or like didn't get the shots onto Noctilus, or had a failed charge from his Glade Riders. That's one of the things that people say about like Wood Elves being one of the harder factions in the game, is they just get punished a lot for little mistakes because everything they have is so expensive and fragile. But you saw the damage the Way Watchers could do when they fired. It's just the hard part is not letting them die. I suck at Wood Elves, so I ain't judging. I am what the kids call mega trash at Wood Elves. I will say I thought the Wood Elf player chose the correct color. That is a pretty good color scheme. Enemy magics. I'm surprised these bombers are being held so far back. I kind of want to see them walk up and just punish this blob. Oh, yep, there it is. There it is. Let me see it. Let me see it. Ah. God, I love the bombers. I know a lot of people hate how strong bombers are right now, but I just like the campaign player in me loves just watching a giant blob get punished. Poor form from the coast, vanilla, not even Jade, Sea Pirates. I've lived thousands of years and traded for centuries with my bow. I'm sure Son of Kieran is tidying the second part to that, but it's going to be like pew pew pew. I am the corpse of a peasant given a rusted handgun. Goodbye. Yeah. I mean, no real point going over the values. That was just, you know. Triple Way Watchers got found. Triple Way Watchers got shot. That is how that goes. Brutal. That is Neckbet's best faction, out of the way. So one argument could be, all right, it's nothing but easier from here. On the other bracket, the green one has prevailed over Strat Game. Whatever Dude and Race are still playing theirs. I'll message Whatever Dude and tell him to make sure not Whatever Dude, sorry. The green one, to make sure he doesn't play without me. Okay, I gave Neckbet his point. We need to be on Bloodpine Woods. Cool. I really think we should see some Beastmen. Beastmen are underrated, in my opinion. I think they're a solid B tier faction. But I've been having some really fun games with them. I think they're good. And they also are having a great time with the leadership stuff that's going on right now, where a lot of factions... If you have high leadership, you're unbreakable. If you have medium leadership, you have high leadership. And if you have low leadership, you have medium leadership. I don't know, man. Beastmen have been feeling really strong. When I have Centigores come back with almost no HP and still get a charge off, like, it's nuts. So, I think Beastmen are underrated, especially with the Minotaur changes. We saw Khorne use the Minotaurs. Beastmen Minotaurs are very similar, and they're cheap. I can't get myself to enjoy playing versus VP. I don't know what it is. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic, Knighthood, but yeah. Generally, the high elf build versus Vampire Coast is just archer spam, which isn't that fun. Need to go work out, but I'm hypnotized by this Vermin sleep. Cool Umbrella, why don't you take us with you? Why don't you have the stream up on your phone while you work out? I too am unenthusiastic about VP. I like the Coast. Out of the three undead, the Coast are my favorite. I think it's just that I love the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, honestly. I think that's it. Because I am the type of person to like something thematically and learn to like it in game, rather than straight up like something for its gameplay and then like its lore. It's... I don't know. Because I liked Skaven. I thought they were funny. Their campaign was funny. I loved their voice lines. And then I learned to like the Horde playstyle. Butchers at 1500 are fucking amazing. That's top tier RR. Yeah. Not sarcastic for once. Yeah. A high elf VP matchup is not very interesting. No matter who it favors, it's just the meta for it is not very good. Minotaur cost reduction make Beastmen busted. I think Beastmen are better than people give them credit for, but I don't think that they're A tier. I think they're just a good B. Thematically, I really like Coast the most. Coast are dope. Looks like we have Lizardman versus Vampire counts. Okay. Unequal Canoe picked Skaven, Lizardman, and Slanesh, banned Tomb Kings. Neckbet plays Vampire counts, bans Slanesh, so it was Skaven or Lizardman. Well, Skaven feels like shit, so yeah. I have a Lizardman build here that can work versus Vampire counts. I'm not going to say it in case Unequal Canoe is listening, and that's just not fair. But it is tough, since the counts got all the buffs. Neckbet was a filthy undead main before all the buffs, so if you're out there like, Vampire Coast into Vampire counts, what a fucking piece of shit meta slave. He was playing this stuff when it was D tier, he'll play it when it's A tier. It's just his favorite. It's just unfortunate right now that counts are super busted. Because Neckbet was playing Coast. He was playing Coast when Coast sucked. When even Anticity abandoned Coast, Neckbet was still playing him, alright? It's just unfortunate that they're busted right now. It's just saying that shanties sang during battles aren't sang. Yeah, if they sung the shanties versus during the battles, I would only play as Ghost. Who are you people and why are you in my house? Sir Groot, if you're still looking for an opponent, Central Scrutinizer just queued up on the Vermin League. FYI. Though I saw you exited, so you might be busy now. Desert wine is a bit dry, I've heard. Ha! Neckbet, you're okay. Don't come to Castle Track enough tomorrow. Yeah. Alright. Keeping my opinions to myself. Don't want to ruin this for anybody. My build is not fun. My build is not a good time for anybody involved. Win or lose, it's not great. But it's like the only way I know how to fight vampire counts with Lizardmen. Logic's tournament has been going for 3 hours, and they're still in round 2. That one best of 3 has been completed for all rounds. Some rounds have completed their second best of 3, but most of them I see here are 0-1s, or the opponent just had to drop out and someone got advanced. I still forget who said it to me, but I just found it really funny when someone was like, the Warhammer World Cup's not going to determine who's the best player, they're going to determine the player with the most time. And that was funny. That's insane. I am so curious how long his tournament's going to take today. What up, Scroot? I just told Sir Groots to go fight you. So he's going to kick your ass. Scroot! Scroot! Wait! Scroot! If you're still here. Alright. So I typed to Scroot so he didn't leave during the delay. Scroot, when you and I played Lizardman versus Vampire counts, how very fun was my build? How very fun and interactive was my Lizardman build versus your Vampire counts? Can you tell the class? Because I can't talk about my build yet until we're into the game. It was mega cancer. It was just utter garbage. We'll see. We'll see if he responds after the delay. If not, I'll just tell you about it later. But it was screwed. I fought, and it was not a good time. Video hubby is 35 seconds behind the chat hubby. Yeah, I have a delay in case. That's for the players. If one of them's listening to my stream, and I'm talking about something, I don't want it to be instantaneous, because if I'm like, oh shit, he better watch out for the chameleon stalker sneaking up behind him. And if I have no delay, the player, if they're listening to the stream, is just going to turn around and kill the chameleon stalkers. So there's a delay in that, like, if anything I say 35, or I think there's a 45-second delay. Anyway, if anything I say after a 30 or 40-second delay, the player can hear that and then still react to it in time to do something, then that's just, I mean, that's just the way it goes. But most things that are secret will take like 30 seconds to resolve themselves. All right, Lizardman build's not my build. My build is the Shredder of Lustria, a Life Salon with Dweller's Blow and Earthblood, and then 2 Revivification Crystals, and some Saurus and some Jab Skinks. But the main point is the Shredder of Lustria walks around and shoots its, speaking of pirate ships, shoots its cannons from the side, like all the... So it's just machine gunning random stuff. And you use all your Jab Skinks to do as much damage to the Cryptors as possible, because they're going to heal cap. In this matchup, they're just going to heal cap. But the Cryptors are the only real threat to the Shredder of Lustria. So you hit them with all the Javelins you can, and then it turns into Saurus grinding, and the Shredder of Lustria punishes the enemy lord. If it's Helmengorst, that lord is dead instantly. The Shredder just beelines it forward and kills him. And if it's a Dragon Lord, every time they try to land, the Shredder just lumbers after them. You let the Saurus clear infinite amounts of frontline. The Rev Crystals will heal each other, heal the Salon, and heal the Dread Saurian. The Life Caster's there in case everything's taking damage at the same time, or Dweller's Blow to punish a really bad blob. It's not a fun build, it's a bad time. The whole battle is just a grindy blob fight, and it sucks. But it works. Kind of the same thing as Yumi's like Skaven versus Slaanesh build that was really good, with like a bunch of Storm Vermin in a box, and then 2 of those Warp Grinders and Decay Claw's Cleansing Ruin. Is it a fun build? No. Does it work? Yep. In EU, he's 20 seconds early. Can come in handy. That's what happens when you make healing better. Yep. But also, what do you want me to do versus the counts? If you go wide, they're just going to roll you over. It's so tough. Anyway. While I talked about my build, we got set up so we can actually talk about their stuff now. 4 Jab Skinks, 3 Saurus Spears, 2 Salamander Hunting Packs, an Ancient Salamander, Mazdamundi on Zlak, with Ruination of Cities and Banishment. Then we have the Clostodon Hunter, Riperdactyl Riders, and 2 Feral Cold Ones. I like this build fun-wise. I am terrified this build is not going to work at all. I am very concerned Unequal Canoe is going to get run over, but I think this is a very fun build, and he should be happy. Son of Kiernan, I agree. Healing should be less good. I don't think anybody enjoys playing against healing. All right, on the other side for Neckbet, we have pretty good rush build. 2 Fellbats, 3 Fellbats. So 3 Fellbats in case of Pterodons, some Direwolves in case of Chameleons, Skinks, or something like that. A front line of zombies, including the Tithe. A back line of Graveguard and Graveguard with great weapons. Then we have 3 Cryptors and Blood Dragon Vampire Lord on his dragon. No Necromancer on a corpse card. So there's no passive healing aura for this Vampire Counts army. Very interesting. The passive healing auras are usually what makes the grind fight go so well for them, so I am a little concerned that this front line would actually lose to like a lot of Saurus. But only 3 Saurus and all of them the Spear variant, the Graveguard will be just fine. I was thinking 25-35%, but with you, not all healing. I don't think most, like, Loopy, I don't think a lot of people enjoy playing against healing on any faction. Even if it's not OP on a faction, I think it's just generally not like a gameplay thing that a lot of people enjoy playing against. So I think it should be niche, not as universal as like, what's the only viable greenskin lord for most of Warhammer 2 and 3? The only one with healing. You know? If you take Karl Franz, you need to take healing. Or just take Boris Todbringer, so he has his own healing. What if you take Balthazar Gelt? Not usually that strong, because then you have no healing. Which Bretonnian Lord do you need? Fey Enchantress with healing, or Lewin, because he heals himself? What about Alberic? Well, then you need to bring a healing caster, and you might as well bring the Fey Enchantress for healing. There's so many factions that are entirely centered around the concept of healing. And I think that's what people are frustrated with. Not that healing exists. The Hunger and Generation are a tad too strong. You know any bad unit with either of them? No. Just smash it and deal with Fallout, dial it back. Give out some compensatory buffs. Well, healing's been strong for so long, I don't think it would be that upsetting to have a meta where it was trash for like a little bit. You wouldn't want it to be long-term, but I think change is good for any game. Look at League of Legends. League of Legends has lasted forever just because they constantly have patches changing the meta up. If it gets too stale for a while, their viewership and player base drops so much that they do something drastic. Yeah. Both teams evenly matched on color matchup. It's anyone's game as far as the color goes. So the Skinks are doing a lot of damage to Graveyard with great weapons. Good target selection here from Unequal Canoe. I like it a lot. And also showing the real power of these Jab Skinks. Their just volume of fire is so strong that they'll do good damage even to Graveguard. Also, why don't these Skink Courts Javelins have a firing arc? Do you see that? They're missing a firing arc. I can't see how long they shoot. Anyway. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord throws down... Oh my god! Anyway, he throws down a zombie to try and stop the Salamander Hunting Pack, but they're just shooting anyway, and they actually did a lot of damage to him with volume of fire. Fellbats are diving onto Feral Cold Ones, and even a Helm of Discord has popped onto them. Now Direwolves are running into the back. I think these have the same symbol as Cold One Knights, Cold One Riders, so I think Neckbet might think that those are not just basic Feral Cold Ones, because it's a little strange how hard he's focusing on them. Ruination of Cities comes out, and it does wreck some Skinks, but it also does decent damage to the Vampire Coast. Overall counts, I still think it's not going to be a great cast in the end, but yeah, well, you had to try. RNG's a bitch sometimes. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord is getting messed up by these Salamander Hunting Packs, and the Ancient Salamander's in here somewhere. Other Salamander Hunting Pack, but how's your health doing, bud? They're doing okay. So both the Salamander Hunting Packs doing okay damage-wise. They're fine. And Mazdamundi and the Ripperdactyls are back here to bail them out. Unequal Canoe is up on the damage value right now. And again, we talked about it, this Undead build doesn't have a ton of passive healing, so that really matters. You have to use your Winds of Magic to heal. And he's currently using it on just his Blood Dragon Lord, so his front line's not getting any help whatsoever. Ancient Salamander plows into melee. Oh no, he needs to leave very soon. And the Banishment comes back and fucks over the Lizardman. It's destroying the Lizardman! No, Banishment, you treacherous asshole! What are you doing? Oh, that is so sad. Again, that's outside the player's control. Sometimes that just happens. RNG be a bitch. But wow, that Banishment fucked up those Skinks. Wow. Okay. Celestial Ban and Orc Boar Boy Biggins are a bad unit of generation. That's true. That is true. Both these Salamander Hunting Packs are now in a good amount of trouble. Direwolves will do way more damage than the Fellbats or the zombies. They actually can, like, filter and do a lot. So that is a big problem. Bounce power is about even. Vampire counts are down 2 to 1 on the damage value, but it doesn't seem to matter too much as Skinks are getting routed off. Some of them even had full ammunition. Saurus are still bumping and grinding with the best of them, but there's just not room for these salamanders to hide anywhere and shoot. And if they rout and they get killed, that's all their ammunition to waste. The Clawstone Hunters are fucking off, and I don't know why. They need to come back here. Earthblood was a bit limp, but yeah, Apotheosis. Apotheosis is fine. It's not a good spell. Like, I don't think Apotheosis needs nerfs. Now it's looking pretty bad for the Lizardmen as their Saurus Spears are routing and they're losing the grind fight. Mazdamundi's still healthy, Clawstone Hunters are still healthy, but the Ancient Salamander and the Salamander Hunting Packs are all struggling. Could be a problem here as Neckbet is allowing a lot of stuff to rally, so these Jab Skinks with full ammunition can come back. Salamander Hunting Packs are going to come back with a decent amount of models. This one's not coming back, that one's dead as hell. What is this? Ooh, it's Comet. That could be a good comment on the Stearnsman and the Tithe. 2-for-1 ROR. Nice little bit of damage, but I think it's too late at this point. Apotheosis and Toad Rage both popped onto the Ripperdactyls. They're trying to fight off these Fellbats, but the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord is just taking them to town. And they are leaving. Pretty big ruination of cities. Clears out some undead stuff. It's not really going to matter. As now Mazdamundi is surrounded by 3 full health unit of Crypt Horrors. And that is going to be the game. That is going to be the series. Earthblood was a bit limp, but yeah, Justice is from like Fireborn got Ruination of Cities. Or Croak beats it. Earthblood and Apotheosis is just fine in game 2, to be honest. Yeah. Earthblood was still really popular and pretty strong, but it wasn't like OP. It was just really common. I think people were sick of the healing meta. more than like Earthblood being specifically OP. I don't think Regrowth was even that OP because it was so expensive. There were healing things that were OP, but it was mostly just how meta-defining healing was, is that I think people got sick of it. Spermsman always around late game. That's actually a good nickname for the Sternsman. I like that a lot. Salamander Honey Pack's trying to kite around, but they just have nowhere to go. Lizardmans are getting routed off, and we even get a breath attack onto Mazdamundi's head as he throws out another Comet onto the Sternsman and the Tithe, but they're going to be able to dodge this one just fine, unless it does some serious bullet curving. Nope. So just a little bit of poke on their butts. And that is it. Army losses is in. GG, well played. 2 unequal canoe. This was a silly build. I don't think it was particularly great, unfortunately. I would probably, if you really want to, keep the Salamander hunting packs and cut the Ancient Salamander, because Ancient Salamander just feels bad these days. The rest of it was okay. Closton Hunters, I used to love them, and now I've been struggling with them for some reason, so maybe cut them and get some more Saurus, because the Saurus were doing really well, and then when they broke, everything went to shit. But, yeah. Blooddragon Lord did okay. Graveguard cut through the front line. Dogs and Cryptors just paid for themselves, which is fine, and Bats distracted some things. It was a Chad build. It was a Chad build. I need a shower after pulling out the double undead. Yeah, Neckbet. I tried to defend you in the chat and say you were playing undead before they were busted. I tried. I tried to defend your honor. And now we'll cap out the new player in Skaven Slave tournament. Neckbet has won that one. Brings us over to, whoops, not Steam. Go away, Steam. This one. Strat game was defeated by green one. Now we're waiting on whatever dude and race versus the green one. And I will talk to whatever dude. He's usually pretty good about responding. There. Messaged him. So we're hopping in on game 2 of whatever dude versus raced. Raced is up 1-0. Oh, okay. Whatever dude sent me a code. Do I have a blocker up yet? Nope, so I'm gonna have to be fast with that. Raced always hosts ... 1, 2, 3. There we go. Raced is up. The winner of this will go face ODM's the green one in the final, and that'll be our last best of series for the day. So this is our second to last best of series, and we're coming in either 1/2 or 1/3 of the way through it. Can whatever dude turn it around? Wait, shit. I just deleted a 0 and put a 0. It's 1. Game 1, whatever dude went Grand Cathay, Vampire Coast, or Vampire Counts, banned Zinch. Raced went VP, removed Grand Cathay, and they did a VP mirror. And it looks like Raced won the VP mirror. So now Race is still sitting on Coast, which makes me think he's picking right now. And whatever dude says for game 2, Raced went Zinch, Kislev, and High Elves, banned Cathay. And whatever dude went Tomb Kings, removed Zinch. So it's Tomb Kings versus either Kislev or High Elves. Kislev is okay into Tomb Kings if you're on a flat map where double Little Grom can actually shoot. But if you're on a map with terrain, I've found it's really difficult. So that could be tricky. Also, like, Little Groms are weird because some games they will destroy everything and be great. In other games they'll just miss constantly or not shoot. And then that's a huge fucking problem. So you could go High Elves into Tomb Kings. That seems fine. I don't know. We have a lot of High Elf mains in chat, though. Black Knight used to be hanging around. Knighthood's been around. Loopy's here. Coops plays Wood Elves. I don't know if you play High Elves, but maybe some of the High Elf mains can tell me how that matchup goes. But in my heart, it doesn't sound... Not heart. In my head. Head and heart are different. In my head, it doesn't sound that bad for High Elves. It doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound that bad. I don't know. Let me know. What up, Rusty? When did VP suck? Yeah, the end of Warhammer 2, they were pretty bad. Thanks for streaming. Bye, everyone. Bye, Knighthood. CA, stop buffing my mains challenge if possible. I don't have time to get... I'm going to call the educators on that. Greenskin players need a buff? They do. Greenskins need a buff, mostly in their Lord slot. Nogomir was quite fun, actually, for the first, like, half, then it was boring. I took Festus and Double Soul Grinder. Oh, God, Rusty. Kislev versus High Elves. Greenskin need a little push on source code. High Elf favored. Pretty sure it's High Elf favored, actually. Yeah, if he did in fact go... Wait, Kislev versus High Elves? No, I was talking about High Elves versus Tomb Kings. VP actually bad or just okay? At the end of Warhammer 2, they were actually bad. Coast was actually bad. Like, the only way to play Coast was extremely cheesy with, like, gun bats, double gunnery whites on crabs, spam. That's about it. The upside of being sick, time to watch the best streamers. What up, Venge? How you doing, dude? Logic's also casting soon, I think. I think he started his stream. So I think both of the streamers you usually enjoy are going. Looks like Raced went Kislev, because behind the blocker he's building a build. But whatever dude hasn't told me yet, so I don't think Raced has mentioned it. High Elves versus Tomb Kings is Tomb King sided? Is it unplayable or just kind of bad? Okay. Hell yeah. Oh, okay, I see. Neckbest's just trolling me. No way, that is Tomb King favored? Uh-oh. Scroot's mad. So what did I qualify for? You got a fuck ton of Vermin League points, which means I can invite you to a playoff. I'll do the math on how many points you got after the stream. Sounds like we have mixed opinions on whether or not High Elves is favored. Yep. Raced went Kislev, it's confirmed. So looking at it, neck bet, you got, it looks like 30 Vermin League points, if I remember correctly. That would put you in Storm Vermin. So then you make it to the Storm Vermin playoffs, which I'll set up after Sunday. ODM has a tournament that also gives Vermin League points, and then once all that's settled, November 1st, I'll lock the current standings and then invite everybody in each bracket to final playoffs where you can win money. Money! Yeah, Tomb Kings are strong Doom Sage, but I also lose a lot on them. It's weird, because I know factually they're quite good, but there are some times where they just feel really limp, and I don't fully understand why. I think it's their lack of armor piercing in cavalry. So if you face armored cavalry factions and you're not, like, really good with Ushaptis or something, you can struggle. But, yeah. Tomb Kings aren't the easiest to play, honestly. They're not the hardest to play, but I think Tomb Kings are harder to play well than, like, a lot of the easy factions aren't that good right now, honestly. Because Dwarves is an easy faction to play. As far as, like, mastering them goes. Skaven are pretty easy to play as far as mastering them goes. I don't know, I'm trying to think of other easy factions. Don't know. Tomb Kings are easy to play, they just can be hard to win if you fuck up some stuff. Did I qualify for being me, myself, and playing Skaven in a box? You got points. Top 8 got points. So I'll have to see how many points you got, sir. You might still be in Skaven Slave or Clan Rat, but yeah. That crazy revive bug is fixed? Hell yeah, dude. Alright, we're getting into it. We got 2 spicy ones. We got 2 spicy meatballs over here. I just need to look for something real quick. Wow, you can. I didn't know you could take 4 Ushapti Great Bows. Cool. I like both these builds. They're pretty good. Raced is one of those players that was really, really good pre-Immortal Empires, and then he had a long learning curve with all the new factions that getting added in. But Raced is pretty intimidating when he's on a Game 3 faction. He knows a lot of them quite well. He was a little prone to, like, blob builds for a long time, but I think he's been slowly zoning those out. All the High Elves APs and their infantry, sisters, and monsters. The first 2 get screaming skull fucked, and the SCs need support. I'm sorry, my chair is squeaky. I sprayed WD-40 in all of its joints and didn't help. So if you want a Game 3 of this series, you're rooting for the Tomb Kings. If you just want to move on to the finals, you're rooting for Kislev. Oh, God, the builds. Okay, I'll do the Tomb Kings build because it's not going to spread out that much. 4 Ushapti Great Bows, which I just checked. That is legal. We have a Casket of Souls, Tomb Guard with Halberds, a front line of Skeleton Warriors and Spearmen. We have a Necrotect on foot with only his heal. And then we have Cetra the Imperishable on horseback with Ruination of... the Incantation of Smiting and the Incantation of Protection, plus the Hekara passive. So he's just hoping to spam those out and heal some stuff. Which is weird, because I don't know if Ushapti actually get healing from that, but you think you would want to do that with a bigger army than this. Anyway, we also have the Eyes of Debrit Septic Stalkers. Spray the WD-40 with WD-40. I did not, so it was probably squeaky D40. On the other side for race build, we do have 1 Little Grom. They're quite good against Ushapti. Now, not 4 Ushapti, but you can't really predict getting 4 Ushapti now, can you? Triple Zargard, a whole bunch of Kossars. I think 5 of them total somewhere. Thought I saw 5. 1 armored Kossar. This is the annoying part of trying to cast a build before it's fully set up. Yes, there's the 5th Kossar. So 5 Kossars, 1 armored Kossar, 3 Zargard, 1 Ice Guard with swords, Zarina Katerin with Heart of Winter, Ice Breath, and Ice Maiden's Kiss and Frostfang. We do have the Oath Brothers of Tor and 1 Kossovite Dervish. Though with no healing support for the Oath Brothers of Tor, I think they're just going to be mincemeat in the Ushabti eyes. So Kislev is going to have to realize very quickly that they need to rush. They are not out shooting a Casket of Souls and 4 Ushabti Great Bows with 1 Little Grom. That's just not going to happen. So they need to run up. They need to get in range for all their bows to start shooting. They need their Zargard to start plowing through the Skeleton Warriors. Oath Brothers of Tor, I don't know what they're going to do. Because a part of me wants them to hang back until the late game and run up when the Ushabti Great Bows are compromised by your infantry. Maybe, but can you really win a battle without 1,600 gold or more? I forget how much these guys are. Worth of bear? So if they run up, they're going to die. And if they don't run up, then they don't do anything. This just... I'm really scared for Raced.
Kislev has faced worse than this rabble. The motherland endures.
That was a nice speech, Sarina, but I don't know if you've ever faced Tomb Kings before. You're kind of far out of the way for them. Casket of Souls firing at the Ice Guard right away. Good target. Also, Zargard are a pretty good target, so really Casket of Souls has its pick of the litter. Heresy intensifies. Y'all are just arguing about WD 80 and 40 and all that stuff. Anyway. Ushabti Great Bows firing at Zargard for now, just because that's what's in range. But it looks like they're moving up to attack the Little Grom. And the Casket of Souls is also attacking Little Grom, which is definitely a mistake. Or is it? No, Little Grom's attacking him. The Casket of Souls is just moving up. Okay, that's confusing to look at. Kossovite Dervishes are so far unnoticed in the backline. But I don't know how much they're going to be able to do. They're not armor piercing. They'll just stop the stuff from firing for a bit. They won't really kill anything. Casket of Souls entirely whiffs on the Zargard. That's brutal. But you can see what I said about the Ushabti. Little Grom's not having a good time. 4v1. Not at all. There's a Necrotech happenstance in the way the Kossovite Dervish is, but Ushabti Great Bows are all backing up now. They want to stay out of the range of the archers. Dervishes have been detected. Oath Brothers of Tor have honestly gotten pretty far without taking too much damage. And the Little Grom, still alive, is going to back off. He doesn't need that much health. He's just an artillery piece. So as long as he's alive, he is 100% functional. Dervishes dive in. Just a desperate gamble to keep all of the ranged assets busy. And I think that is a good play from Race. You just have to sacrifice him. Stop Casket of Souls and the Ushabti from firing. Now the other 3 Ushabti are all trying to back up and get out of the archer's range. This is so far really well played from Kislev. Just immediately identifying what you need to do and walking up. It's good stuff. You'll have to see it. Sparkle Stalkers are even going to tee off into the Oath Brothers of Tor. Taking some big damage on those bear boys. Considering how expensive they are. Obviously, statistically, that isn't a large amount of damage, but that was 300 damage value worth of damage. Ushabtis are thinking about shooting all those bears that are now fighting the Seppi Stocks, and Skeleton Spearmen are running up to help them. But we do have a Heart of Winter that is only really going to do damage to these 2 men with halberds, and even them, they're trying to run away. Not going to get very far, but they are trying to run away. Casket of Souls is stuck in range of the Kossars. It needs to back off, but its speed is currently 20. It's only going to get worse. That Heart of Winter keeps ramping up on it. So I don't think it's going to be able to dodge. Honestly, that Casket of Souls might be doomed. And if the Casket of Soul dies, I worry the Tomb Kings are going to run out of real killing power for the Zargard. Ushabtis, 2 of them are safe. 1 of them is not. Sparkle Stalkers and both Ushabti Great Bows, though, are going to fire at the Oath Brothers of Tor, making their life a little bit miserable. Zarina's trying to take a fight with Cetra the Imperishable, and I'm kind of surprised Cetra doesn't want to just take that fight, but I suppose his Zargard, his Zargard, the other Zargard are right on top of him. But a big catch here for Race. Very nicely done. Casket of Souls is getting shut down before it really got to influence the game at all, and Zarina's going to run in and finish it off with some archer support. Oath Brothers of Tor got wrecked just like we thought they would, and both sides losing very high value pieces at the start. Though the Little Grom is alive, and that's all you really need. But good play here from whatever dude, recognizing that this Little Grom has barely any HP, and he just needs to sprint into Ushabti Great Bow out there, accept all the consequences. He needs that Little Grom to stop firing. That's pretty good. Casket of Souls is running away. I don't think it's going to survive this. There's a big volley of arrows, and it will eventually crumble down. Zarina getting picked off. Didn't notice this happening at all, and it looks like neither did Raced. She is sitting perfectly still while various Ushabti Great Bows are just taking her down, and the Little Grom is finished by those other Great Bows. The Ushabti Great Bows look like they might be enough to just carry this game. Sparkle Stalkers, and one of the bows is targeting the bears. Once again, trying to take them out. This guy's still firing at the Zargard. And Cetra overextends a little bit trying to catch the Tsarina, but he himself might just get Yeetus Deletus now. He has to be really careful because he doesn't have that much health or armor. Like 4,000 seems like a lot, but not on Ultra Unit scale. Kugoth has 14,000 to give you perspective. So sitting in front of 3 archers, especially Ice Guard, could be a critical mistake for poor Cetra. Another Skeleton Warrior getting killed by Frostfang. Really like that ability from Tsarina early. I enjoy Tsarina over the Ice Witch. We talked about this in matchup chat recently, but yeah, you can see Cetra's getting punished for his positioning right now. He's trying to back off, but a good Ushapti summon in the back from whatever dude. I think he's got this game pretty well in hand. The only thing I'm concerned about is look how few infantry there are for the Tomb Kings left. And that's not Arcan, it's like he can summon more. So it is largely down to these Ushapti to clear out a lot of infantry, which normally isn't their forte. Cetra's still taking damage. He casts a spell on himself to give some army-wide healing. Okay, yeah, these guys get healing from the passive. Cool. So it does work a little bit on his Ushapti. Necrotect is trying to chase down the Tsarina again. She's going to mostly avoid this. And the Ushapti are putting the slap down on these Ice Guard with swords. Oh, lordy. Oh, lordy, lordy. Alright, Umbrella sent me a massive wall of text to read. I'll read that soon. Not right now. Tsarina gets routed by the Ushapti Greatbow shooting her in the butt. She only has 100 HP left. If one more of those big arrows can hit her, she is dead. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, one did hit, but it's 10 HP for the Tsarina. If she comes back with 10 HP, this game's busted, and I hate it. Ushapti Stammen's still running around in there. Sparkle Stalker's trying to come back. Oath Brothers of Tor also coming back somehow. And the Zargard are getting infinitely kited. 8,200 to 4,000 damage value. Damn, that is still 2-1 this late in the game. -5 leadership on a 10 health Tsarina. Damage by artillery fades. She's back. With 10 health! I made a video today saying that ROR longbows were unbreakable. And people said, actually, Human Boy, you're stupid and dumb and wrong. Leadership isn't broken in this game. Someone actually said something much more reasonable. They said something like, leadership, it might be broken, but this is a bad example. How about this example? 10 HP. Just comes back. Just comes back. She's chilling. She's vibing. She's even getting shot at, and she's fine. She's totally fine. Attacked by artillery, -8, totally fine. Had a game this turn who kept guarded, stable leadership with 3 models. Oof. Balance of power is so bad for Kislev, and I think that's... It's funny, but also, like, sad. I guess these are just basic Kossars. Okay, they're basic Kossars. That would explain why army losses is getting close, because it looks okay for them in reality. Like, not that bad. Not army losses bad, but it is army losses bad. Big volley onto the Sparkle Stalkers. Really, any volleys on the key construct units is all that's going to keep Kislev in the game. Leadership is busted. True. Umbrella, why'd you send me a thesis paper in the middle of my stream? Why'd you do that? Another volley from a different Ushapti Greatbow is going to try and finish off Katerin. Does she get hit by any of the arrows? They're coming in! They're flying around! And none of them hit her. 10 HP is 10 HP too many. Damage sustained on a -80, now it's 74. How? When her health hasn't changed. I have no idea. I just work here. Army losses finally takes her out, but 10 HP... 10 HP was important. Umbrella, what's the thesis on? It's not important. Well, now I have to check. It's in my DMs. I have to check my DMs. That was a very well played game by both players. Tsarina coming back was dumb. It's not important. It's not time sensitive. If I don't read it right now, I'm gonna forget about it, Umbrella. Gonna forget about it. And there we go. Okay, so it's just like green skin balance stuff. I mean, it's too late. I sent CA the spreadsheet I had already, but I'll take a look at it, sure. For Kislev, Little Grom got dunked on and even then still got 700 value. That was pretty nice. Zargard, I mean, Zargard did what they needed to. They got through the skeleton front line rather effectively and then just chased his Chapter Great Bows around. Orth Predator got murdered and Zarni did fine. Cetra did stuff. He was around. Necrotech didn't have very much to do, but he had healing. Sveppy Stocks did fine. Cask of Souls got shut down. Ushapta Great Bows did the absolute work. And Tomb Garden Skellies died a horrible death. Make it public. The people demand it. I might have deleted it, but I know where to find it. First, I'm going to read Unbalancing. Wurzag needs magic damage and spell resistance? Probably. Because Wurzag's biggest problem, he is a good lord, except for the fact that basic Spirit Leech and Fireball can just delete him. Like, delete him. Not even just, oh, over time they'll take him out. No, they will fuck him up instantaneously. It's so bad. As Hagar can Conduit, magic damage a little tankier to give him it and give him his items back. Yeah, those are all probably reasonable. Grimgore, make large, add mass and leadership. Give him Bloodforged armor back. Yep, because he gets caught in basic Skaven slaves and shit. Can't move. Skarsnik gives stock. That's fine. Take it or leave it. Goblin Great Shaman buff leadership on the Spider Shrine. He has generic Spider's leadership on that mount. Yep, that is pretty stupid. Give the Goblin Shaman hero a wolf mount option. For the units, slight melee attack. Increase for Black Orcs. Give Goblins their Silver Shield back. Boo! 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 Oh, gross. Bad take, Pool Umbrella. Goblins don't need their Silver Shield back. Fuck that noise. Make all the Boar Boy units a bit more cost effective. That's true. Boar Boys suck. Cool if they could make armored Swing Hoppers, Feral Wyverns, Lava Spider items available on the regular roster of fire damage to help counter healing factions. I agree with most of those things, except for the Goblin Silver Shield. That was disgusting. Never, ever say anything that gross again. How dare you? Anyway, I have to go find Nathan CA. Alright, whatever dude went Empire, Grand Cathay, and Vampire counts, banning Grand Cathay. And while they figure that out, so here's what I sent CA. They asked me about some land battle stuff, so this is just land battles. And again, it's not like minor buffs and nerfs. That is up for debate. I tried to just do things that I think like 95% of people would agree on. So Bretonia, the lords in general just need buffs, moderate severity. Demons of Chaos, demonic instability needs to do less damage, mild. I know the Demons of Chaos have other problems, but they're not problems I think the community could agree on. So that one's up to CA. But like these are just things that, again, I think most, like 95% of people would agree on. Dark Elf Soul Stealer nerf, monsters buffs. Their monsters all kind of suck really bad. And I want Hydras and Charybdis and Medusas to be strong. They're fun. They're neat units. But Soul Stealer's dumb. Soul Stealer's mega dumb. It's not very fun. Dwarves, Thoric nerfs, every other lord needs buffs. Other than that, the roster's doing fine at the moment, but Thoric's just stupid. But every other lord is so unbelievably bad that you just need to take Thoric. War wagons need to be killed, need to be possible to kill in melee. That's the only thing I have an issue with them. I don't actually have much issue with how much damage war wagons do. I have an issue that when you catch them, you can't punish them. It pisses me off. Otherwise, I think the Empire's performing fine at the moment. Again, there's minor things you could change, but these are the biggest issues. Grand Cathay, I just said Harmony, rework entirely. Jade Warriors and Peasant Longspears need a rethink on what they're supposed to do. Every game is a box or blob. Greenskins, I said Lord reworks. Azhag has none of his items, and every Lord does Spirit Leech or Fireball. High Elves, I said no major issues at the moment. Like, again, you can propose a million different things, but there's not like one thing every person is like, yeah, High Elves need this. After the buffs they just got, they're seeing a lot more play. Their win rate's about 50-50. I think High Elves are fine for the moment. Like, as far as like game breaking, fix this in the next patch. Like what they're asking me for is like shit they can fix in like 2 weeks, right? Like patch 2.3 that they said is coming out soon. They wanted to bust it out, and it's like, all right, what are the most important things? And it's like, well, High Elves are okay right now, is what I'm trying to say. Corn, faction identity problematic, no spells, no heals, slow, relies on kills, expensive, all for armor, and then armor piercing is all over this goddamn game. Kislev, Griffin Legion needs AP or anti-large, just something to make them special. And Lore of Tempest needs some buffs, moderate. Lizardman and Norsk are doing fine, I left him alone. Nurgle, Flies, Toads, and Infantry all need buffs. Lords and Exalted Heroes need significant nerfs, moderate. Because right now Nurgle's gameplay pattern is just get carried by broken-ass single entities, and the rest of your roster dies. Ogres have monstrous roster problems. Their models just constantly collide with each other and they can't do anything. Severe. Makes the roster suck when it doesn't have to. Skaven, Lords need buffs besides Icket, Snitch, and Greyseer. Poison Globes probably need a nerf. Warp Throwers do literally no damage. I don't know why they do no damage. But I put it at it as mild. Skaven are fine. Like, Poison Globes nerf is probably the most important thing. Hell Strategy need a nerf. Moderate. Crumbling needs a real nerf. More damage currently is negligible. Severe, and I put that for all 3 undead. And the only thing I said for Coast that's different is cannons miss a lot. Siege, Blue Fire nerf. Soul Grinder nerf. Consider retooling shields to only recharge when like spellcast or something. But just like not engaging combat, recharging shields is stupid. Archaon nerfs. Marauder Horse blank nerfs for this roster because they have so much variety. I didn't say across the board because like Khorne and Nurgle need their Marauder Horsemen to stop blob builds, so I don't really want them to get nerfed. But I think that's the problem with like just throwing Marauder Horsemen at everything is like, well, this faction's strong as fuck and they have them. So if you nerf them, you're gonna nerf all these factions that are just okay or bad and are already struggling. So I think like, you know how Norska has some slightly different costs for like Marauders and stuff? I think it'd be fine if the Warriors of Chaos had Marauder Horsemen that were more expensive. Because it's harder for them to get the Marauder Horse tribes to really work with them from the Chaos Wastes. Whereas Norska is like made up of that shit. I don't know. Wood Elves, I said they need an infantry rework, especially their higher tier infantry. Just all of their infantry in Warhammer 3 are not performing at all. And I don't want them to become like an infantry spam faction, but just when literally none of your infantry work how they're supposed to, it's dog shit. Like in Game 2, I bitched about Dryads all day long, but this is way too far in the other direction. Dryads are worthless, man. Anyway, so that's all the faction-specific stuff. And then general game things I said was like, leadership's ridiculous at the moment. Okay. Foot Lords, the getting knocked over, not taking damage stuff. Okay. T-posing. Monsters and monstrous infantry, monstrous cavalry will surround the target and they'll stand around. Okay. And then losing attack orders about twice a fight. People just lose the plot and stop moving. So that's what I told CA should be fixed for patch 2.3. Like, and I know everyone's going to have a different opinion on it, but everyone's going to have a different opinion on it. So whatever. They asked me. I did my best to not be biased. That's what I sent them. And they seemed pretty happy. They were like, this is really helpful. It's really nice you went into all this detail. They asked me a couple follow-up questions. And that's it. So. It's not perfect, but it's something. Goblin Big Boss should have bow variants that didn't tabletop. Archaon nerfs? Archaon is wild right now, dude. Hobgoblins are traitors and losers. They deserve nothing. I need to become a YouTuber so I can tell BC is perfectly fine. I want a greeny DLC or DLC for the future that gives us Gorbad. Dude, I love Gorbad. I also like Gorfang. Gorfang Rock Gut's fun. Gorbad Iron Claw is also cool. Are you going to fix the Infinite Rampage? Oh, that is another one. Cool Umbrella. I should message them about that. Probably need to isolate out. Yeah. It is tough. And I know Loopy... So, here's the pick and ban. Sorry, whatever dude sent me those. He went Empire Grand Cathay VC, ban Grand Cathay. Raced went High Elves, ban Grand Cathay. So, whatever dude went Empire. So, we have Empire into High Elves. The last thing on the CA buff stuff, like, again... diehard faction mains are going to disagree with me about some stuff. Loopy already has. And those are like valid points. But I was just doing my best to get this in a timely fashion because they sounded like they wanted, like, we want to start working on this stuff now is what what they sounded like to me. Is like, we want to start working on this stuff now. You do a lot of land battles. What are the biggest problem in land battles right now? So I laid it out as quickly as I could. Big things that I thought everybody could agree on. That's what I tried to do. I didn't say anything about Sigvald because at the time that they asked me, he had just been nerfed, so I didn't know how bad that was going to be. And also, I did throw in there that thing about Footlords being ridiculously hard to damage. And if they fix that, Sigvald's going to take a big hit. Because Sigvald used to be a meme. If you remember, Turin's Worst Lords of Warhammer 2, Sigvald was on there. But that was before the Footlord changes. And I remember a time when Footlords were completely a joke. If you took a hero or a lord on foot, you were fucking throwing. Never, ever, ever was any significant unit off of a mount because they could get hit. And then there was a big change that knockdowns didn't deal damage anymore. And that made a lot of foot characters harder to kill. And that was also tied with Sigvald buffs, so he got a major game mechanic change, and he got big stat buffs at the same time, which made him this unkillable monster that everybody hated. But I remember the time when Footlords could actually get hit, and Sigvald was not a problem. Not a problem at all. So I didn't want to overcorrect. Was my thing. Anyway, game time. We have the Sunmaker, the Hellstorm Rocket Battery ROR. We have 2 Empire Knights, a whole bunch of Spearmen and Swordsmen. We have Life Casters with Regrowth and Earthblood. Oh, no Dwellers Below for whatever, dude, when Volkmar is your lord. I guess he's really concerned about the War Wagons getting shot. Triple War Wagons, Volkmar the Grim with his own healing on top of his chariot, and then we have 2 Outriders as well. For the High Elves of Raced, we have 1 Illyrian Reaver deployed in the Vanguard. Other than that, we have Tyrion, heir of Anarion, wielder of Sunfang. Mage of Death with Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech. Then a shitload of Spearmen, Lothern Sea Guard, Spearmen, Silverin Guard. Actually, yeah, it's mostly Silverin Guard. A few Spearmen, and 1 Dragon Prince. Okay. High Elves are either going to have to move up very quickly and start shooting at the Sunmaker, or they're just going to have to accept taking all of its damage possible. Footlord should be Siggy status, just insanely strong. Summary, this is good, yeah. Yeah, it was mostly about, they made it clear to me that it was like, this is like panic mode stuff. What is the biggest thing? You know, not like, I think Saurus warriors need 2 less melee defense. They're like, no, fuck that. Like, what needs to be fixed today? So, yeah. All right, Tyrion's trying to do a Volkmar. Volkmar's just rolling dirty away from him. He has taken some shots on the back. He only has 20 melee defense, so Tyrion is going to be able to connect with him. But Tyrion's currently just riding alongside him, protecting him. He's protecting the president from the war wagons. He's like, Mr. Volkmar, get down! There's war wagons beside you. And Tyrion is almost dead. He is going to, in fact, tear her out and run away. Volkmar rolls straight into the Lothern Sea Guard. A quick banishment plus the Sunmaker plus a Soulfire Bombardment is really going to punish those guys, doing a ton of damage on the approach. We can see 3,500 damage value compared to a 1,000-ish for the High Elves. It is a tough time to be a High Elf. I think we got a Spirit Leech thrown at the Sunmaker, but that didn't really get anything done. I just joined. Didn't the Empire break 3 chariots rule with 3 chariots and a Volky? Random Nix, you're correct. Oh my God. I forget that Volkmar's a chariot. Source Warriors need more melee attack, not defense. I was just joking. Hi, Random Nix. Did you play in the Warhammer World Cup today? Did you win? Are you winning? Or were you busy today? Alrighty, another Spirit Leech happened onto the Sunmaker, it looks like. Maybe even a Fate of Buna, considering how much damage it took before it needed an Earthblood. Oh, there are archers in range. That's definitely what's going on. I'll have to do Hobgoblins when they do Chaos Dwarves. I'm hoping they have the Hobgoblin sub-faction for Greenskins with a Gazakhan mountain like he's Marcus. Hobgoblins sound interesting. They're probably going to be a majority of the Chaos Dwarf real roster, kind of like Noblars and Ogres, where there's a shit ton of Ogre units, but you can't really have an army of all Ogres. You need Noblar support usually. Tyrion got his Heart of Avalor, and he's currently kicking Volkmar's dick in. So that's interesting. Volkmar needs to run away now. Not enjoying that whatsoever. Lothern Sea Guard's still trying to get in range with the Sunmaker that is now running away with only 5 models. I don't know if they can even pilot the Sunmaker with that few models. And Dragon Princes caught some Outriders. Empire Knights are trying to follow them, but also taking a lot of damage. And this is a big rout for the High Elves, doing quite well after what was a brutal early game. And Tyrion is destroying Volkmar. His healing cap's already within sight, and Tyrion's still running alongside him because he can't figure out how charging works. But he is just following him around, and that was heartwarming to see. Spearmen catch the War Wagons. War Wagons should be able to just walk away. And Tyrion needs to be very careful about not getting shot down by all these War Wagons. Well, shit. Rules are rules. Execute them. Yeah. I actually like the Hobgoblin stuff. Hype for when they come. I think Chaos Dwarves in general are going to be really cool. Doubt greenskins will be touched, unfortunately. Maybe. Time to chance with Mofet in such a world. Would have to spend a lot of time to have a chance with Mofets and such of this world to grind the game hard. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, that's going to be a good banishment. Oh! Oh, it leaves them. Gone are the days where you could direct Vortex spells. Still did a bit of damage, but not a lot. Tyrion is getting slammed in the face by these triple war wagons who have so much ammunition left. I honestly think the High Elves might be in a bad spot just because the war wagons have so much ammo at this point. They can just roll around at the speed of sound. Volkmar is healing up. We're trying to snipe out the Life Mage, but you're sniping out the Life Mage right in front of a firing squad, my dude. And does Tyrion get another pop of his Heart of Avalorn? I forget if it still has infinite uses or not. Nope. Rest in peace, Tyrion. Rest in peace. With Tyrion dead, we still have a Deathcaster, and she's even going to Spirit Leech down the Jade Wizard, but I don't know if that was worthwhile. I mean, obviously not when you're in front of war wagons like that. It wasn't worth losing Tyrion, obviously. But even, like, retroactively, I don't know why what the Jade Wizard would do. Now, I don't think Raced clicked on the Jade Wizard and realized that there's no Dwellers below, because it's very hard to keep track of that shit while you're busy microing your entire army. But if he knows that it's just Earthblood and Regrowth, I honestly think he might not care. Because Volkmar is almost heal capping without any help. War Wagons haven't taken any damage yet anyway. Tyrion was more important, yeah. Another Earthblood from the Life Wizard, but followed up with a Spirit Leech, so those are gonna kind of cancel out. I actually don't know which one does more for that. Outriders are caught again by the Dragon Princes. The Dragon Princes have been well piloted by Race this game. There's just not enough of them to go around. They took out a lot of Empire Cavalry, but there's still triple War Wagon sitting around, vibing. Like crumping equals good. Tyrion off. If I did join in, I feel like I would have had train a lot. I'm not sure I want to do all that. That's fair. That's fair. The Nyx of the random. Dragon Princes try to get a charge on war wagons. They don't do any damage because they don't have anti-large or armor piercing versus these wagons. And they just get shot. They get shot and they have to run. The halves are quite far behind in the balance of power. Damage value, they're very, very similar. And the war wagons continue to pew-pew. How are the High Elves doing otherwise? We have some Spearmen that are decently healthy. We have a Silvern Guard that is very healthy. Another Silvern Guard that's quite healthy. We have a Deathcaster that I don't know how much mana she has left, but we'll see. If she's only been using Spirit Leeches, then she has plenty. But if she used a Fate of Buna while I wasn't looking, then she might be running a little dry. We do have two Lothern Seaguard that still have ammunition left. And well, one of them's pretty fucked up, but one of them has pretty decent models, and they're all firing at the War Wagons right now. Not doing a lot of damage. 90 armor is a hell of a drug. Also, just a lot of the arrows are missing. Volkmar is officially heal capped. And it looks like Lothern and Seaguard are still trying to chase the war wagons. They might just want to turn and fire at Volkmar because they're not going to outrun him. So they might just... Ooh, this one's even going to go into melee with Spearmen from behind. Get a little rear charge bonus. Eh, never mind. They said fuck it. They'll just turn and fire at Volkmar. Which is also a fine decision. You need to kill him off. Eventually. And when all you have left is infantry, Volkmar cycle charging with Soulfire Bombardment's a bad way. War Wagons, how much do we have left? 19 ammunition, 9 and 14. Yep, that's going to be a problem. Volkmar still rolling dirty. Now he has ended up in some Lothern Seaguard, and this is where he could start to take some big damage unless he is constantly microed away. Took about 800 damage in that trade, so not a good time for him. War Wagons are still chasing around this lady, and these Silvern Guard are like, you what, mate? And then get shot in the side, and they have a bad time. Volkmar says, fine, screw it. I don't like these Lothern Seaguard anyway. He's going to go find different Lothern Seaguard with blackjack and hookers, and these Lothern Seaguard need to turn around and shoot his ass. Never mind, they're going to go shoot War Wagons. Which they probably can't see the War Wagons. They should definitely just shoot Volkmar. Oh no, Volkmar's going to roll down on them. Oh no. Okay. Can all these spearmen kill Volkmar? I honestly think they should be focusing on killing Volkmar with their arrows, because the war wagons will eventually run out of ammunition, and then your Silverin Guard can 100% carry this whole game. As long as Volkmar isn't cycle charging them. Not a joke. Even when the ammo bar on war wagons goes low, they just keep shooting. Some of these Lothern Seaguard are poking off swordsmen. You don't really need to do that. Silverin Guard are going to win it anyway. Death Lady is running. She's running for her life as the war wagons chase her down. Soulfire Bombardment onto... Oh, thank God it was Spearman, not Silverin Guard. The lady's running. She's just distracting more wagons while the spearmen try to clear up more Empire infantry. Lothern Seaguard are doing something. I don't really know what. Volkmar charges back into spearmen. Takes another, like, 200 health. He does rout off those Lothern Seaguards, so good for him, but... His 20 melee defense can make it pretty hard for him to effectively cycle charge. And now he gets caught up in the spearmen a little bit. Now he starts to move again. Nice. A lot of the Seaguard shooting at more spearmen, just trying to clear him off these Silverins, and he will get a mass rout going over there. Another Spirit Leech, the dying Spirit Leech of the Death Mage. And whatever, dude, I wonder if he's going to keep shooting at this, or if he's just going to walk it off and save the ammo. He is going to shoot her, doing a ton of damage, but, I mean, she's already going to go off the edge of the map, so I don't know. Well, she might be far enough away that she could rally, but not anymore. That was definitely a wasted volley. 3 shots, 8 shots, 11 shots left. I'm saying, if it gets down to just the war wagons, the High Elves can definitely tank those shots and win the game. Yeah, it's just because they're all chariots. The green one. It's just because they're all chariots. It's not like a specific Empire rule, it's just the rule is 3 chariots, and Volkmar is 1, and war wagons are some. Alright, I have a question from Rusty that I'm trying to read, but also not lose the plot on this game. Volkmar's down to 3,500 health. War wagons are out of ammo, 7 shots and 10 shots, and there's Silverin Guard chasing them. Volkmar is in the chariot, though. He's a Chadriot. I don't think that matters in the eyes of the law. Volkmar is still cycle charging around. He's lost about 400 health since we last checked in on him. Loses about 100 more there. Silverin Guard still chasing around these war wagons. 6 ammunition, 3 ammunition. Silverin Guard getting very low, but that is a very healthy Silverin Guard that just needs to somehow avoid Soulfire Bombardment. Archers firing in onto Volkmar, trying to poke him down a little bit. As the war wagons continue to tear apart Silverin Guard. 1 ammunition, 4 ammunition, down to 3. Those Silverin Guard rout. Volkmar is driving in. Silverin Guard, watch out. There is for sure Soulfire Bombardment coming. Dodge! 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 Run, raced! Run! Run, raced! Oh my god! Okay. They only took 500 damage. They're chilling. They're chilling. Lothern Seaguard still poking in. Volkmar Soulfire Bombardment is on cooldown. War Waganos have no ammunition. No ammunition for War Waganos. Spearmen get charged. Spearmen take some damage. Silverin Guard still chasing around Volkmar. It's looking bad. It's looking tough. It's looking rough, but that's when the High Elves really come back. That's when the High Elves turn it on, is when all hope has failed them. And army losses definitely isn't just going to take them out. Definitely not. Easy game, easy life. One of the war wagons routes. What are these? These are spearmen? Basic spearmen. Fighting alongside Volkmar. Volkmar traps up his own war wagons, blunting their charge. Volky, why? Volky, why? Silverin Guard still chasing him downhill. He gets locked up in some of the spearmen. He's getting stabbed. He's getting poked. Oh my god, he's gonna walk. He's just gonna walk past them. No, he's not. He's getting stuck. He's just gonna walk. No, the war wagons are in the way. The war wagons are in the way. Oh, the other spearmen tear out. Thank god. Otherwise, those war wagons were gonna be in the way. War wagons rolling dirty through some more Lothern Seaguard. There's a town in here in Oz called Wagga Wagga. Can we call them more Wagga Waggas, please? If I remember, sure. And forgot. War wagons rolling straight through the Silver Guard as army losses hits. And do you remember when I just showed you a little balance thing I sent to CA about imminent problems and I said war wagons can't get punished in melee? Did you remember something like that? Do you remember something about that? You remember that? Remember that? Maybe charging into spear units over and over again is a pretty piss poor melee unit. You shouldn't do a good amount of damage and actually kill all the Silver Guard. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe, just possibly, maybe. And it's hard to say they didn't impact this game because there were 4 chariots, and between the 4 chariots, there was 5,000, 7,000, 8,000 value. So there's 8,000 value on the 4 chariot units. It's really hard to say, like, it didn't impact the game, because it kind of did. So this is a rule break about chariots? Yeah. I'd say fresh. So, I'll message whatever dude erased. All right. Sorry. I'm just messaging players right now. All right. Okay. So we're going to go spec, strat game, and the green one. Since we just saw this matchup with these 2 players, might as well spread the love a little bit. Back hosting has bugs. So we'll get to watch some strat game. We don't usually get strat game on stream because he's a late night gamer. It'll be kind of fun to see him. Strat game is a divisive figure in the community because he has a lot of builds that are like extreme, like all cavalry or something. Okay. So they sent me a game. I don't know what matchup they did that had the 3 War Wagons and Volkmar in the other semifinal. Guess we'll find out, won't we? 1, 2, 3. Oh. Wait, did I join the wrong one? I joined the wrong one. I joined Smelly Strat Games Lobby. No, don't join that way! No, I will join as a player no longer. Strat versus green. Spectate, 1, 2, 3. I don't know what their matchup was, so let's find out. Empire Bretonia. Oh, I could see how Triple War Wagon would be pretty good there. Ooh, VC versus Empire. Even better. Some vampire counts today. What up, Usbus? I never know how to say your name. They have 20% spell resist, so Soulfire won't delete them. Is Soulfire considered a spell? That's interesting. So where this series was, if I understood correctly, was Strat Game 0 and Odium's the green one was 1. And then this turned into a 2-0, but it was due to 3 chariots in Volkmar, which is technically 4 chariots, and the limit is 3. So they're replaying that one. This best of is not already over. Trigger, it is. It was over, but Strat Game watching the last game that just happened, where 3 War Wagons and Volkmar were there, and Rusty, I believe it was Rusty, pointed out, I think several people pointed out, but I thought Rusty did, that 3 War Wagons and Volkmar is a rule break because you have 4 chariots. And in that game, Volkmar and the 3 War Wagons carried the whole fucking game. Between those 4 units, they had 8,000 value. 8,000 value, so it can't be ignored. And that was technically 1 too many. So his units only should have gotten 6,000 value, which would have given Race 2,000 more value to play the game with. And it was a very close game. So you can't argue that that wasn't important. And the Strat Game's like, well, that happened to me on my side. Do we get a replay? And I guess we shrugged and said, yeah, if you want to. And green ones seemed fine with it, so here we are. So this one was a 2-0, and it's been decided for a bit, but it just... No. Let's go Strat, says Umbrella. Strat's a nice guy. He's been a big supporter of land battles. Forever. War Wagon's got 2k value? Yeah, dude. 2,600, 2,400, 1,900, and then Volkmar got 1,200. If I remember correctly. Because they shot Tyrion to death, then they shot Dragon Princess to death, then they shot a Death Mage to death, then they shot Silver Guard, and then they ran over Silver Guard once they were out of ammo. End result, we get more games. True. Nice guy, not commonly used to describe me. We hate Strat Game. Fuck Strat Game. Fine, Strat, you want it your way? No, I'm kidding. One less War Wagon. I also actually, like, Tian, you're joking. Also, hi, Tian. It's good to see you. You're joking, but I legitimately think that if the chariot limit's 3, you should have 3 War Wagons, not 2 War Wagons in Volkmar. Like, I think Volkmar is not worth losing a War Wagon. All right, green one's going with roughly the same build, I have to guess. 2 War Wagons, Volkmar, a Jade Wizard, quadruple Greatswords, quadruple Halberdiers, 3 Free Company Militia, and 2 Spearmen. Yar. Nice guy has terrible connotations these days. Triple Waywatcher greater than 2... Oh, triple War Wagon greater than 2 War Wagon plus Volk. Yeah, I agree. And for Strat Games build, we didn't cover it as much because we in the loading screen it faded, but we have a Necromancer on horse. Whoa. I didn't even know you could take him on horse. That is not a joke. I didn't know you could take him on horse. We have a Forbidden Rod and his bound raised... No, that's the real raised dead. Interesting. Okay. So then this guy just has the Crypt Ghoul summon, Invocation of Nahak, and it's a Strigai Ghoul King on his Terrorgeist. Very interesting lord choice. Not what I would have expected. I haven't seen the Strigai Ghoul King in a while. Skeleton Spearmen and Zombies proliferate the front line. No Graveguard here. Then we have quadruple Black Knights, 2 of which have the Lances and Barding. Wait, 5 Black Knights, 3 of which have the Lances and Barding? All right, I'm going to get right this time. 3 Black Knights, 2 Black Knights with Lances and Barding for a total of 5. Then we have a Dire Pack and 2 Dire Wolves. A lot of chase down. I'll also be honest, I hadn't realized about that abomination Volkor rides in is a wagon. Yeah, it's a wagon. He is literally a magic chariot, is why they do that. And these are missile chariots. We talked about this build in the build screen, but we do have 4 great swords. We do have a bunch of halberdiers and spearmen forming a box, around 3 Free Company militia. We have a Dwellers Below, an Earthblood caster, double war wagon, and Volkmar. Yahar. Yahar, Yahar, Yahar. That was funny. That both semifinals had a series deciding game that ended with 3 war wagons and Volkmar. And it's like, oh, that's technically a rule break. Okay. Gotta go back and figure this out. So we advance. The archetypical nice guy believes that not directly abusing women makes them a good person, thus deserving of every chick they pester and should be denied. They like to cite, uh-oh, there's a dash. That means this is going to continue. All right. Spearmen get rear charged by direwolves. They are not enjoying that whatsoever, taking a lot of damage on the charge, but I don't think anybody cares. The Empire doesn't give a shit. The Empire endures. The Empire doesn't empathize. Free Company militia firing into the dire pack, but it's also Free Company militia, so once they get assaulted by these dogs, they will take not as much damage as you would think, because they're decent melee combatants. Good. Huh. And then we have halberdiers and spearmen gonna counter a charge from the Black Knights, Lances and Barding, and other Black Knights. Might get a little piled up here. I wonder if we'll see a Dwellers Below to try and punish these 2 cav units on top of each other, but it looks like Strat is very much on top of his cycle charge and he's just gonna get out of there before he can even get punished. Dire Pack is all gone. A Spearman is gone, but ODM, the green one, is currently up on damage value. War wagons are firing across the formation at the Strigoi Ghoul-King, as are these Free Company militia. They're just going to start poking them down. Now, Strigoi Lords have a lot of healing on them. They have regeneration from their Terrorgeist mount, and they have the Hunger, though it doesn't look like he took it. He has Invocation Hex, so he should be fine, but it's all about getting that healing cap down closer to 0. All 4 Black Knights are on the back, and it looks like a Dwellers Below is getting cast, but will get canceled because it's going to land in the middle of the Black Knights. And it looks like it still will hit both of them, but it's not going to get very much Vortex power. It's just going to get the damage over time effect, which isn't nearly that much. You can see they dodged it really nicely, played from strat game there. War Wagon's chasing the Strigoi Ghoul-King off, who already popped a little healing onto himself. And this Necromancer just wanders in like he owns the place, and Volkmar's like, hey, get over here! Hey! Hey! And he's going to punch him in the mouth. Get him, Volkmar. Get him. Meanwhile, war wagons continue to fire at stuff, I guess Black Knights or something, because the Strigoi lad is out of range. Necromancer's getting his ass handed to him, and he overcasts for a Skeleton Warrior summon, which will drag him even lower. Black Knights are slowly getting whittled down by cycle charging halberdiers and spearmen. They aren't that good of just bump and grind melee combatants, and they are rather expensive these days. So I don't personally love Black Knights, but that could just be me. Necromancer getting sniped up by the war wagons, and Volkmar gets taken down. He should not have walked in there like he owned the place, because he did not. I repeat, he did not own the place. Great swords are winning the front line. I do like that pick. It's always cool to see a unit you don't always see doing well for once, and halberdiers are holding the back line well. ODM, the green one, is massively up on damage value. Oh my god. The Empire is taking a decisive lead in this game. War wagons are shooting at the Strigoi Vampire Lord, and a Quicksoul Firebomb will poke some Black Knights, but it's not as bad as it looks because most of these skeletons are actually over here. Strigoi Lord is on top of the War Wagons, and you'll see he will take more damage for trying to attack the War Wagons than he will deal to them, so he just needs to fuck off, because War Wagons are weird. Volkmar does not tolerate the undead. It is loreful. He throws out a banishment, but it's going to go away from the zombies and skeleton spears. Honestly, that's a better outcome than them going into your own halberdiers, so it's not great, but it's not bad. War wagons are still trying to shoot at the Strigoi Lord, who has proven rather elusive to this sort of fire. He really hasn't taken that much damage from the war wagons all game. I'm not a big Black Knight guy. Neckbet, well, you're a better counts player than I'll ever be, so I'll trust your opinion on that. Also, I'm just gonna ignore it. If it was a joke, I missed it, and I'm sorry. All right, you can see the Strigoi Ghoul-King is now taking just so much damage from the war wagons as he's stuck sitting there. Good God. Yep. Ouch. And that is going to be army losses. So this result did not change. Even with 2 war wagons, the vampires were defeated. Great Swords held the front line very well. War Wagons did okay. They ended up not actually having to carry that game, but the Halberds just tore apart those Black Knights. Free Company Militia did fine. Volkmar did okay. Dwellers Belowcaster did not that much, but it was really the men of the Empire that just held. Zombies and skeletons all got slaughtered for the Dark Gods. Direwolves tried to find a home but couldn't really kill anything. Black Knights just got no value. And the Strigai Ghoul King couldn't carry hard enough. GG, well played. That was quick strat game. The men of the Empire stand firm, my friend. So I'm going to stay here. I'm going to message Green One to stay here. Because he's the host, so if he doesn't leave, then it'll be fine. GG, well played. Distrat game. Must have dementia because I don't remember asking. Got him. So whatever dude and race are replaying their game. They're definitely in it by now, so we're not going to leave this lobby. We're just going to hang out with Green One and wait for whoever wins that. I'm going to take a leak and grab myself a drink. I will message... Sorry, just somebody asking about stuff. All right. Yeah, so we're back to here. A new player tourney is 4. Feel free to DM him. Very nice guy. Okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. BRB. back. I'm back. Blood sugar was low, getting a headache. Sorry. I turned off the mic while I was walking around. My bad. Okay. So what I have to fill time. Look at this. Oh, look at that. That's gorgeous. Made myself a little drink. Sucking on an ice cube right now is why I sound so stupid, but I made a mocktail. So there's no gin in it. I call it a tonic and tonic, but tonic water, cranberry juice, a lime squeezed in there, ice. And if it's one of the days where I can have a drink, I add gin. And if it's not, like I'm not supposed to have a drink today, then I just skip the gin. It's lovely. And it's sugary. I need the sugar for my fucking headache. What's wrong with a dark elf orgy? Nothing. Just nothing. Okay. So whatever dude and Race are still battling it out. I think. Make sure they know where the thing is. All right, let's see how Logic's thing's going. Third round is still occurring. Oh God, the second round's still occurring. Oh my God, the second round is still occurring. After 4 hours, this area has completed one best of 3. That's not even that's not a domination problem. That's a people problem. What is happening there? Oh my God. This tournament's gonna like skyrocket forward because people are just gonna FF. Like this person versus Ranger. Voidlaw is apparently won and then just FF because he couldn't keep playing, I guess. I thought Houseplant also did, yeah. Houseplant just had to back out because this guy looks like Alric Rawl had to back out. Jesus. What is taking this so long? I don't envy Logic. That shit sucks, man. When it happens to you and you're hosting a tournament and something gets like really, really blocked up, it just sucks and blows. How's he doing? He's got 43 launching. He's beating my ass. About the same viewership. And he has half my subs. That's pretty good. That bodes well for Tuesday. Bodes well for Tuesday. Let's go. What is the Warhammer? What is WWC? It's the Warhammer World Cup. All right. Raced popped into this lobby, so I'm assuming that means Raced won. But I don't see any updates on this yet. All right. We're back. I'll throw up a blocker. Odium, the green one, doesn't have to move. I could just throw his 1 to a 0. And I will put Raced here. Because I presume... I don't think Raced is the kind of guy to join a lobby if he actually lost. He's been around long enough to know not to do that. So, pretty sure he won. That's pretty good when factoring in advertisement. Yeah. 40-ish viewers is all right. We gotta get up there. We gotta get to the Anticity and Turin levels of the world. We gotta get gigantic. Huge. Which I'm doing all I can to promote stuff. And we're growing okay. We're not growing super fast. We're growing okay. We'll see. Just doing our best. I think, like, there isn't a ton more I can do effort-wise for the channel. I think it's largely just about the health of Total War Warhammer 3 in general. I think currently my channel is just covering a game that isn't particularly popular in the zeitgeist. So, like, clearly Turin and Anticity have subscribers and viewership, so it's somewhere out there, but it's not like... They don't have a huge market that they're missing. They don't have a ton of growth left to go, you know? So it's just about, like, seeing if their viewers are around. And maybe some of their viewers have lapsed even. Like, they subscribed back at Total Warhammer 1 or 2. And since then they don't watch that much or just haven't unsubscribed. So, you don't know. It's hard. There is viewership, though, because Turin can get around 1,000 when he does Warhammer 3 stuff. And when he does, like, Age of Empires, he gets around 500, so there's clearly plenty that actually want to watch this game. If I can say one good thing about Dom, it's that watching it cured my insomnia. If I'm getting an elf pregnant, it'll be a war dancer, not a witch elf. Witch elves are actually gross. Their models are really gross looking. They took the witch part of witch elf. I wish CA did a land battle tourney like they did for Dom. Do you mean the summer promotion event? That would be nice. That would be nice. The witch elf gets you pregnant. Yeah, they also have super abs. I have nothing against muscularity. But the witch elves are like, I don't know, they look sick. Like, they look sickly. You need to drop content at a reasonable pace, provide monthly support, yeah. Grievin, you might be right. I might be thinking the Sisters of Slaughter. Oh, Race is flipping around high elf flags. Do we have another high elf pick? And this is what I need. This tonic and tonic. I needed this. My headache's already gone because this is just like pure sugar. Looks like we have Warriors of Chaos versus high elves. This is the last best of 3 of the day. I've been streaming for about 5 hours, 5.5. So after this, I'll get going pretty quick. Won't have like a ton of waiting around and talking about stuff. I have other stuff I want to do today, like eat some food at some point. So, yeah. This will be the last series. Tomorrow there are 3 tournaments that you should take a look at if you feel like playing anything. Dav Plays is hosting a tournament for Loopy's mod. Land Battles. ODM is hosting their weekly tournament, Land Battles Champions of the Grail. No fluff, no stuff. And that is worth... Sorry, I'm thumping the desk again. I know that. Bothers you. You get Vermin League points for playing in that one. So if you're, again, trying to upgrade your standing in the Vermin League for playoffs, you can get in the higher brackets for the bigger prize pool. Feel free to participate in that one. ODM hosts a lot of fun land battle content. They're friends of ours. They're good people. And then lastly, Qden is hosting, and I am casting, a Domination 2v2 tournament where one person brings multi-entity models, the other person brings only single entities. So each team is like, you know, this guy can only bring single entities, this guy can only bring multi-entity models. So you will get to see a little bit of madness there. Hopefully you'll participate in that. So if any of those strike your fancy, feel free to hop on by. Cool. ODM, I don't know if anybody's casting it. The last couple tournaments, Hanniden's has just had people send in the replays for Alfredino to cast later. I don't know if that's going to be the case. And Dov's tournament, obviously Dov's going to cast it. So there's that. These are some weird fucking builds, my friends. These are some weird builds. Buckle up, because it's a wild ride. Lothern bathing facility is better than a puddle in the forest. I was kind of surprised. I didn't know much about high elf lore, but I haven't read any of the elf books yet, but in Gotrek and Felix, when they cross over Teclis, I was kind of surprised that, like, Teclis was just banging chicks. Like, he woke up and he wandered around and he had a hangover and he, like, put some drops in his eyes, and then he gets a vision from, like, his master, and his master, or like the spirits or whatever, and the spirits are like, yo, Ulf One's about to sink, bro, go team up with Gotrek, bro. And he's like, okay. So then he walks out of the bathroom and there's like 3 naked elf women on his bed still sleeping, and he's just like, another time, and leaves. And I was like, okay. I thought that was kind of a dark elf thing. I honestly didn't. I thought the high elves were all like prudes. I really wanted a good Bladesinger RR, and the cost dropped to 1100. Yeah, Bladesingers need some love. Teclis is a player. I didn't know. I kind of assumed high elves would be all like really, I thought high elves would be like really proper and like, you must be married for at least 200 years to conceive of sexual relations with another elf, and instead they're just like, yeah, fuck it, I don't care. Do whatever you want. Our pregnancy rate is really low, and not for lack of trying, apparently. So there's a reason he's my favorite. Teclis makes some morally questionable decisions in the books, so yeah. Which I think is fine. I think it's like interesting for characters. Alright. So for these weird ass builds, we have an Arcane Phoenix, Imric, then a Lifecaster with Regrowth and Dwellers Below. We have 1 Archer with light armor, a couple Lothern Seaguard, 2? 1? Just 1. 1 Lothern Seaguard, 1 Archer, White Lions, Silverin Guard, and Spearman, and 1 Bolt Thrower. It is just a one of everything build. Let's go. On the other side, we do have Be'lakor post-nerf. This is my first Be'lakor game post-nerf, so I wonder how he'll do. I think he had some cost increases, and I don't think there was too much else. Maybe Shadow Shroud. Shadow Shroud got less... Shadow Shroud got less duration, and he had a cost increase, so let's see how he performs now. I don't think he'll be terrible, but I just wonder if he'll be as oppressive as before. 2 Doom Knights, one of which is the ROR. We have a Gorby's Chariot, Hellstriders of Slaanesh, but only 2 of them, 4 Chaos Marauders, and 3 Marauder Horsemen, all with throwing axes. That's a weird build. That is a weird build. I like Lord of the Rings, but it's very black and white, good versus evil. Yeah. They created the gods of Chaos God of Lust and Excess. To my own with my brother. He himself similar to Tyrion, I am Teclis. He's charisma, powerhouse, and I have ADHD. But Teclis ends up being way better. Because Tyrion's a pooper. Not just kidding, I love Tyrion. I just wanted to make you feel better. Alright. Let's go. Now, this is the Chieftain and Gracier finals. These are 2 excellent players. So I do not at all think ODM the green one is trolling. I think this is a serious build, as silly as it looks, and I am very curious to see how it performs. Also, I'm not a fitness person. He definitely is. I'm a fitness nerd. I like both. I'm just generally hyperactive. I do too much random shit. Living the life. Yeah. Alright, Lothern Seaguard and Archers. Gonna start firing at these poor little Marauders. And Be'lakor plus his Doom Knights are taking a fight in the sky against the Lord of Dragons himself. Lord of Dragons is even cast onto Be'lakor, and Be'lakor has not yet popped his Shadow Shroud or anything of the like. Not Dark Master either onto Imrik, so Green One is just going to walk away from all this. It looks like the Gorby's Chariots get a nice side charge on the Silvern Guard, doing a lot of damage, actually, as far as Chariots go. All right, go Gorbies, go. Now it's a little stuck in Silvern Guard, so that damage might get reversed on it pretty soon. And Imrik's chasing off Be'lakor. Meanwhile, the Knights of Immolation are fighting an Arcane Phoenix that does have physical resist, ward save, and fire resist, and they, unfortunately for them, do flaming attacks. They'll bypass the physical resist, but the 40% fire resist is really going to be bad for the Knights of Immolation. These other Doom Knights of Tzeentch just pile in, take out the Bolt Thrower almost entirely, though they are now getting surrounded by White Lions, so they need to hurry up and finish the job and get out of here, but it looks like they can't. They just can't finish it, and they're going to run away. Gorby's Chariot, excellent cycle charging, just rolling from place to place, never getting stuck, never getting bogged down, and doing a lot of good work. Definitely top-level play here. Knights of Immolation really struggling against that Arcane Phoenix. This is an ROR, and the Dark Master is not having a good time versus the Lord of Dragons. Ooh, triple throwing axes might change his mind, though. Imrik's got to get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Green One just stopped and fought him right here, so he's in front of 3 throwing axes. Imrik's going to get disintegrated at that rate. Meanwhile, the Doom Knights of Tzeentch are still rolling around. Now they're killing some archers after the Bolt Throwers did manage to weather the storm. They're still doing okay, but Imrik's taking a lot of damage from throwing axes, and the Knights of Immolation decided an Arcane Phoenix was not their ideal target. Throwing axes are desperately trying to keep Be'lakor safe and happy and alive, but it doesn't seem to be going their way. Meanwhile, the front line of Marauders is, in general, losing to the High Elf Spearmen and Silvern Guard, and this isn't shocking. They are basic Marauders. I mean, come on. What do you really want from them? Enfeebling Foe is cast to keep Be'lakor safe while the Throwing Axes consider helping him out. No, the Throwing Axes are going to go zone out Imrik instead, who throws out a rather ambitious breath attack, dealing decent damage to one of the Throwing Axe cav, but not a ton to the others. Lawler and Seaguard get piled on by Hellstriders and the Knights of Immolation and more Doom Knights. This feels like a lot of units being committed to kill one Lawler and Seaguard. I don't know. I guess he is trying to take out any of the ranged tools so then he can cycle charge the blob of spearmen and melee units as he pleases. Throwing axes are going back to support Be'lakor once more as Imrik charges in, but Bellacor's having a terrible time of it. Terrible, terrible time. And Imrik got a big heal from his lady friend. It looks like it was a regrowth. Yeah, she doesn't even have Earthblood, so it was a regrowth all the way. High Elf box is starting to fall apart a little bit. All 3 of the ranged units are running with minimal health, but man, Bellacor's feeling it. Not in the good way. Throwing axes are struggling, man. They're struggling to really get a purchase on this. I thought sitting underneath a Dragon Lord like that would do more damage, but they're overall really not getting very much done. These Doom Knights all have to come back. They have to peel Imrik off of Be'lakor or help with the Arcane Phoenix. Be'lakor might consider diving down onto something, though. He does have considerably less mobility when he's on the ground. The Arcane Phoenix is even going to do a nice bomb drop onto these Marauders, really trying to take them out. Bellacor's fighting. But he shouldn't be. He needs to go. He needs to leave. Gorby's Chariot's another good charge through the White Lions, but you can see the High Elf front line has prevailed, overwhelmingly so, and they're winning the single entity fight. So it's really down to the skirmish cav and these heavy flying cavalry to change the course of this battle in some way, but Bellacor's not doing good. I think these guys are setting up for a bomb drop onto these White Lions. But I don't know. I think they need to really help out with the single entity fight. The single entity fight is all that matters. If Be'lakor dies, I think the Warriors of Chaos are just mega fucked. Bellacor's peeling out now. We do have Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes lining up to throw at Imrik once again, but they're all kind of piled on top of each other and having a tough time throwing overall. I'm really not loving how these knights are getting used. They need to just surround Imrik and get Be'lakor some space. The man needs space! They now start to turn around and just start poking at him a little bit. He gets a charge attack into the back of Be'lakor. The Arcane Phoenix is even here. Arcane Phoenix got a regrowth from somewhere. All 3 throwing axes are trying to help out, but one's almost out of ammunition. The others are also quite low, and Bellacor's just taken so much damage. I think the High Elves are going to take this one. Warriors of Chaos be damned! Nice, GG. Sorry, Doomsage. That sounds like a lot. Imrik and his Arcane Phoenix did really nicely. The Silvern Guard White Lion front line just slammed through those Chaos Marauders. Now, to be fair, that was a pretty pathetic front line as far as Chaos goes. So it's not like, wow, I can't believe the Sylvan Guard beat some Marauders. But they did, and they did fine. Law and Sea Guard and Archers got out some value before getting shut down. Spearmen did okay. But it was mostly the Bellicor Benny Hill show. And the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch not being able to hurt an Arcane Phoenix at all was pretty bad for them. Gorby's Chariot was played well. Hellstriders just had nothing to attack. They didn't have any Illyrian Reavers or anything to go after. So that was kind of brutal. And Throwing Axes really underwhelmed me. I was disappointed in them. I wish humans needed to eat monthly once or something. Like big snakes. I love eating. I love eating. Big fan of the old eats. Raced it up 1-0. But can the green one come back? Nope. Nope, not at all. Dude's fucked. Might as well call it. That's what the bow is for. Drink 2 liters of water a day when it just pisses it away. How much water you're supposed to drink is weird. It fluctuates a lot. Alright. Green one's now hovering high elves, but I don't know if he actually picked them. I'll ask him what pick band was. I have a blocker up and I updated the score, right? Yep, it did. Map is Tower of Hoth. Looks like we're doing good. Global Band Vampire Coast and Tomb Kings. So Tomb Kings and Vampire Coast are permabanned this series. Warriors of Chaos, Slaanesh and Empire, banned VC. Raced went High Elves, banned Empire. So between Slaanesh and Warriors of Chaos, Green one, Warriors of Chaos. Okay. Now for this one, Green one's going... Wait. Race is going Tzeentch, Dark Elves, Warriors of Chaos, ban Cathay. The green one goes Tzeentch, ban Warriors of Chaos. So it's either Tzeentch or Dark Elves. It's Tzeentch or Tzeentch versus Tzeentch or Tzeentch versus Dark Elves. Race goes Dark Elves. So we have Tzeentch versus Dark Elves. Nice. Nice. Vertebrates in general are D tier. Organism tier list win. Green one piled up a Tzeentch build right away. I know Hanniden's is also ODM, and Hanniden's is a really good Tzeentch player, so I wonder if a lot of the ODM guys scrim each other a lot and learn their ways. There's no fucking way. Oh my god, he readied up. I hate this. Green one, I'm mad at you. I'm furious at you. Don't forget, we needed to eat tons of fat and protein to support our growing brains over evolutionary history. I love fat and meat. All right, we're ready up. Green one, green bean. Just in case someone unreadies, I'm not going to say what I'm mad about. You took them again? You took them again? They failed you? The Knights of Immolation, you're just like, fuck it, round two. Round two, bring them again. Bring them again. Bring them another time. See what happens. See what happens if we just keep bringing the Knights of Immolation. All right. I don't think they're bad units, just funny. It's funny that last game he had 2 of them, and now he's like, all right, just 1. You probably know something I don't, though. I'm a trash Zinj player. I'm just god-awful. I always run out of money. Just to watch the VOD, never knew Volkmar counted as a chariot. Yeah, he's a chariot. He's literally called a magical chariot. Tons of more efficient animals had to die for us to be possible. Humans greater than equals ogres confirmed. Lol. This build looks a little more reasonable. OP Burb and 4 horsemen. You think that horsemen deserve more than 50 gold nerf? Did they even get nerfed? I don't remember. But you seem pretty confident on it, so I'll trust you. All right. Dark Elves are going to reform, so I'll cover them in a second. For Zinch, we do have the Knights of Immolation, double Screamers, quadruple Horsemen of Zinch, double Chaos Spawn. We have Marauders of Zinch with Spears, basic Marauders of Zinch, and Kairos Fate Weaver with Blue Fire, Hermetic Convergence, and Regrowth. That's the whole build. And this is my problem when I play Zinch, is I feel like my builds are so tiny, and then I feel like the other guy just has like 4,000 more gold than me. And I know it's not true, but like it's just how it feels when I load up. I'm like, oh, I'm fucked. Groots, I'm sorry you lost against Groot. Marauder Horseman of Zinch specific got 50 gold increased. Okay. Good effort. Thought the nerf was just moving fire and melee. I see. On the other side, we have Malice Darkblade, a Sorceress of Death with Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech. We have Bleak Swords, Black Arc Corsairs, Meek Swords, Black Arc Corsairs mixed all the way through the front line. Then we have the Hellebronai in the back line. Second time seeing them today. Second time seeing them in the last like 4 months. So something's in the water today about these guys. Then we have Dark Shards, all of them taking silver shields. 2 Cold One Knights in the far back. And 1 Scourge Runner Chariot? Just 1. I can still fire in melee, by the way. You just have to tell them to do it. That's silly. At least it requires a little bit more micro. It's an improvement. It's not perfect, but it's an improvement. If you want a 3-game series, you're rooting for Zinch. If you just want Race to take the whole thing, you are rooting for the Dark Elves. And I have no idea how much Blue Fire of Zinch does to Malice. None. But if it does a lot, then he'll be in trouble. Scourge Runners are trying to discourage Kairos from having a good day, and even throws down Gaze of Fate to lock them in place, running up with Blue Fire Cast and 4 Skirmish Cav. They are going to do a lot of damage to these Scourge Runners, but all of them are throwing at the same model. How is that possible? That doesn't seem right, that all the arrows can hit 1 model and it can go down to half HP. That's not how HP works. I'm confused. I'm alarmed. I imagine with the Scourge Runner being that low, Kairos is probably just going to throw a couple more Blue Fires at it just to poke it down from a distance. 200 gold more for 4 Marauder Horsemen, and the only for the Zinch variant? Who gives a crap? Yeah. It's not great. Kairos is throwing out another Blue Fire somewhere. It looks like it's going for Malice. How much damage does it do? Some, but pretty good dodges there from Raced. Raced is advancing across the board. He's keeping his caster hidden in the woods because he really doesn't want her to get Blue Fire spammed. Because she's on a horse, she'll take a lot. If they move, they throw out the closest model. If they stand still, it's spread. Interesting. Reaver Archers got Chiefers. Buffs matter more than nerfs. Gotta micro them because you need to use the range advantage to win, but yeah. Alright, y'all just talking back and forth. I don't give a shit about this conversation anymore. I'm leaving. Scourge chariots wandering back out into the sunshine, trying to get their day once more. Golden Knights are not hidden, by the way. They're just sitting in the trees, but they're not hidden at all. So these Marauder Horsemen are like, hey, you good, bro? And just want to walk up and say hello, but they're not going to be able to. Some Dark Shards will peel them off. The skirmish phase has continued. Kairos backs off. Let's get a little bit of shields back. Starting to recharge him up now. And the Sorceress has been found. I still wouldn't suggest throwing blue fire at her because it's going to hit a lot of trees, and it looks like the green one knows that. He's not going to do it. He's just going to shoot at Malice. That is pretty decent damage to Malice, considering there's, you know, not a lot of healing for him, and he's going to have to, you're going to have to kill him anyway. Skirmish Cav falling around Coldo Knights, getting good poke damage onto them. It's not looking like Raced is having a really good time here yet. He feels a little disjointed. A lot of his advances feel off. Now Coldo Knights are trying to chase down Marauder Horsemen, who are much faster, but charge bonus is a hell of a drug. Charge bonus is a hell of a drug. How are you keeping up with 90 speed with 66? God, I hate charge bonus. Anyway. Marauder Horsemen are going to skirmish with these Coldo Knights who are chasing off the Screamers, and these other Coldo Knights are fighting 3v1 with Screamers and Skirmish Cav that do need to keep running away. And the Knights of Immolation get Fate of Buna'd. Ow, 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 ow. They did not enjoy that whatsoever. Oh god, it's still going. Oh, the pain. Oh, the suffering. A regrowth is getting cast onto them as they still have 20 models. There's plenty left there to save. They just need to stop losing models. Kairos himself took a lot of damage from Dark Shards as well, and Race took a commanding lead in this game's damage value all of a sudden just from Spirit Leech and Fate of Buna and Dark Shards and stuff. One Coldo Knight is getting chased off by Screamers. The rest of the Skirmish Cav are piling in, and it looks like the first of the Dark Elf Bleak Swords have been hit and murdered. Skirmish Cav are still firing at Coldo Knights, but not really getting a lot of damage done, honestly, and these other Screamers didn't get a ton either. Marauders of Tzeentch spreading out, not really committing to the fight just yet. They're only sending in one at a time, which seems a little odd for me, but I'm sure Green One has some sort of plan, because these guys are deliberately just chilling all the way back here. Kairos is flying around. I think he's obeying the attacking roll so he can spam more blue fires? Don't know. Anyway, Bleak Swords, Dark Shards, routing. Chaos Spawn's still fighting with a whole bunch of stuff, and these Marauders of Tzeentch were wavering, but they will rally. Scourge Render's taking a bit more fire. They are down to 2 models. What is going on back here? Screamers are side-charging Coldo Knights again, while 2 different Skirmish Cav are running away, getting occasional shots off, but I think they should fire back the Coldo Knights. I don't understand this, by the way. Like, when I use Skirmish Cav, I can't get them to throw what I want them to throw. If they're moving at all, they will throw at the nearest target, no matter what, and it pisses me off. But then I watch good Skirmish Cav players, and they, no matter what they're doing, like, they could be doing a triple backflip off of a cliff, and they will still throw at exactly what they want them to throw at. And I just don't, I legitimately don't understand how to do it. I think if I could figure that out, I'd be an infinitely better player, but I'm not, I'm trash. Screamers and Skirmish Cav taking care of those Coldo Knights. Tzeentch has caught up on the damage value from where he used to be, and Kairos is just chilling way outside the fight. Doesn't want any more of that mess with the Dark Shards, and an overcasted blue fire pokes Malice a little bit, but it also takes out a ton of Bleak Swords and even pokes the Dark Shards a little bit as Malice ran through them for cover. Scourge Runners are now firing at Kairos, who has plenty of shields to tank this, and it looks like we even have a Spirit Leech going for him. Good luck with your shields, friend. Second Cold One Rider is taken out. Screamers need to come back. These Marauder Cav are running out of ammunition, but they could still be used in melee to finish off some Dark Shards or something. How's Kairos doing? Still has a little bit of shields, but he does need to back off. I don't think the green... Now, the green one must notice something's up, because he popped Oracle of Eternity on him. If he's charging down like this, he's probably going to throw Harmonic Convergence on himself. Oh, no, it's a regrowth. Still, he's getting a lot of damage out. For only a charge bonus of 20 and melee attack of 35, that was pretty impressive. Good job, Kairos. Screamer is going to chase Cold One Knights. Nope, they got lost in the sauce, and the Cold One Knights are allowed to come back. But there we go. There's some Skirmish Cav piling into Dark Shards. More piling over here, but they didn't quite get the job done. And an army ability of Tzeentch very nicely cast will hit 3 different infantry units, really taking them to Pound Town. I almost said Poundland, but that's Turn's thing. Kairos was winning for a bit. Now he needs to leave. Malice has come over. Malice is not having any of this. And he takes off right in front of the Sorceress of Death. You hate to see it. Scourge Runners and Hellebroni fend off the attack from multiple Skirmish Cav and a Gaze of Fate from Kairos, but... Oh, it's just for Blue Fire. Okay, I was going to say, none of these Skirmish Cav have any ammunition, so what was the point? Spirit Leech on to old Daddy Kairos, and he is not able to get off his second Blue Fire, so the Gaze of Fate wears off, and Malice is fine. Balance of Power is still about dead even. I'm liking Tzeentch's position in this game more and more. But Malice is a scary threat. He still can transform into Zarkan, so I guess I shouldn't get too carried away just yet. Screamers will fly in onto these wounded Dark Shards, probably finishing them off. Yeah. A lot of the Dark Elves are getting cleaned up. A lot of them. Only ever shoot manually. When you do, you tap a fire order and immediately reissue the move order. Weird. I'll try. I'll try to learn things someday. Marauders of Tzeentch just desperately chasing around the Scourge Runner chariots. Gonna have a tough time catching them, and another Spirit Leech onto Kairos Fate Weaver, who's not enjoying his life. Tell these lot to hurry up, Rusty. They'll be done soon enough. You're gonna... Rusty, you know there's gonna be like 85 minutes of pick and ban and casters jerking off how good all the teams are, and then they actually get to the game. Marauder Horsemen stuck in melee combat with Bleak Swords and Blackheart Corsairs were not able to win. They do in fact both rout, and Screamers are going to take their place, diving in, really trying to rout off these Blackheart Corsairs. And Malice pops the blood price to keep himself going. Screamers dive onto him, and then followed up by a Bolt of Change and Blue Fire. They're just trying to get him to transform. They really need him to transform so they can start whittling it down as to Zarkan. Because right now he's still just normal Malice. And he is going to pop it. He doesn't want to get one more Blue Fire cast on him and then he dies, so he's now to Zarkan. Balance power spikes massively up for the Dark Elves, but now it's all a matter of time. It's all about time. Can Tzeentch just run away from Malice Darkblade while he ticks down? Chaos Spawn are going to turn around and engage him. Marauder Horsemen are going to sprint away. Another Spirit Leech onto Kairos, who's currently regrowthing, and he had a little bit of shields. If that lady has thrown out so many Spirit Leeches, she has to be nearly out of Winds of Magic at this point. For the Dark Elves, a lot of units are dead. A lot of dead units. Do have some Screamers that could do a bit of cycle charging. Blackheart Corsairs running around, but Malice's time is limited. McRightface, hurry up. Please hurry up. Oh, okay. I'll try. Kairos is coming over. I think he's thinking about another Blue Fire onto Malice. Kairos, unfortunately, does get Reaper of Souls. Doesn't look like it does that much damage to him, though. It's still some, but not a lot. Scourge Runner Chariot finally gets caught out. Tzeentch is almost at army, lost his territory, and another Spirit Leech hits Kairos. Good God. He just can't get a break there. Another Gaze of Fate onto Malice Darkblade, trying to keep him near these Chaos Spawn, as he again still just keeps ticking down on that HP bar. Waits faster. I'm going as fast as I can. The Hellebroni are entirely deleted. It just feels like... Are they playing in the game? What do you mean? I'm confused. It just feels like the more Tzeentch does, the worse the balance of power gets for them. Screamers and Horsemen are running away. These Horsemen are now fighting the Sorcerer Lady. And the Dark Elves are trying to rally their disparate troops. But Tzeentch wants to just chase routed stuff off the map. Buy time. Let Malice die. Kairos is coming in. He wants a rear charge onto that lady, and she's surrounded by Marauder Horsemen. Can he get the hit? He does not. Follow up? Nope, he misses twice in a row. And with that, he's now surrounded by Bleak Swords, and Malice Darkblade is coming in hot, and Kairos might actually die if he can't get out of here and take off. Because he needs to take off. Malice can actually run him down. He's faster. Alright. He was not able to take off because there were various Bleak Swords underneath his feet, and since they were touching him, he didn't get it. Another Reaper of Souls is punching through Kairos' shield, who even popped the Oracle of Eternity to try and keep himself alive, and a Marauder Horseman of Tzeentch had to be sacrificed for that, but that was a very unfortunate series of play for Hanadins. He got a really nice rear charge, but he just couldn't land any damage. Another Blue Fire cast from Kairos onto Malice. Wants to speed up this degeneration a little bit. That he will. Honestly, since Malice is just slowly dying on his own, you might want to use that on Sorceress of Death, but teach their own. Marauder Horsemen, Tzeentch, and Screamers trying to find places to fight. Ooh, this could be big. Screamers and Kairos might want to go over and mess up this Sorceress of Death. Maybe. Screamers are not enjoying fighting these Black Ark Corsairs, though, and they do need to get out of here. Ah, they're going to start grumbling. Rip. Bounce power again takes a little shift towards the Dark Elf favor. But we will have to see. Hellebronai are now the target of these Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch. And Screamer still chasing after this Death Sorceress Lady. Kairos does not have any Gates of Fates left. His Scroll of Destiny's already been used, so he has really piled through a lot of his stuff. I think he's almost out of Winds of Magic, too. Malice is still degrading. But even if Malice dies, I'm a little concerned for Tzeentch. A little bit. Because these Black Ark Corsairs are no joke. Bleak Swords are pretty close to breaking, but like all you really have is a Skirmish Cav that's out of ammo. And this Screamer. So Kairos is going to do fine. Kairos is chasing. Dark Elves running. Healing cap is in sight, but to get any of his healing from the Sword of Cain, he needs to be in melee, which he's not. Did you see that heal appear under Malice? Did you see that? I need to watch the stream on my other screen. So that was a weird looking bug. Sorry, I'm watching on my other screen. I want to see. Yeah, weird healing thing appeared under him. Oh, it's when I hovered the Warp Sword. Alright, Screamers try to charge in on Bleak Swords. They don't manage to get the hit, and now Malice is right behind them. He's going to pop some of his abilities. Reaper of Souls is going to heal him up a little bit and do damage to these Screamers. That could end up being important. Also, Tzeentch, baby! Slash, like, Malice is currently bleeding himself to death, so Tzeentch doesn't really want to engage as long as he can do anything else, which I understand that. But also, Shields of Blue Fire's banned. Let's go. Screamers are going to just fight him. Bloodstorm is even popped, and Kairos dives in. I think this is really bold. And while, you know, the current play pattern wasn't particularly exciting, I will acknowledge that. I think this is a massive mistake to engage Malice. You were doing just fine. Your horsemen were chasing off the caster. You didn't need to fight at all. Kairos is going to start to walk away, but if Malice can just, like, touch his model, Kairos won't be able to take off. Yeah, now he's stuck. So now he needs to sacrifice the Screamers to save himself, and I think that's going to be game. Because without the Screamers, what do you do in the late game versus all these infantry? And even with the Screamers, Malice is just walking through them. That was a huge mistake for Green Bean. Kairos still pathing away from the Screamers. Screamers now getting in the way of Malice. And the Mage Lady is dead. Bounce power gets a lot better for Tzeentch without her. So at least they're not going to army loss, but I don't know, man. That was a little silly. Where's the in-game music? I don't know where it's going. Screamers just dive in. They're going to fight Bleak Swords and Malice. They are all going to die. Malice just hugging again? Yeah. He's real close to dead. Bounce power is getting better for Tzeentch each tick of damage that befalls him, but these Screamers are about to die. Kairos is diving in, but why? Another Reaper of Souls onto Kairos. Run! Ouch. Ouch. Screamers are dead. Kairos army losses, and Raced is gonna take it. Should have waited for the Marauder Horseman. Damn. Malice 2007 value. Golden Knights didn't get a lot done. Spirit Leech Caster got 2,800 from that Fate of Buna onto the Knights of Immolation, and then just constantly Spirit Leeching Kairos after that. Scourge Runner just about paid for itself. Dark Shards did pretty well. Black Ark Corsairs did well. All of the Dark Elf build did pretty well, except for the Golden Knights. I think they were important. I just don't think they had a good time. Kairos did fine. Knights of Immolation got just murked. I don't know about that unit. Now, sure, they got Fate of Bunad, but it's like when you take a really big, expensive ROR, of course it's going to get Fate of Bunad, so I guess I just don't believe in them. Spawn and Screamers did really good work. Marauder Horseman is did excellently. The main Marauder frontline got murdered, though, and it ended up being a very close game. That is a 2-0 for Raced. He will be taking the tournament today, and that was our last game. Oh, boy. Oh, good stretch. So, hope you enjoyed it. This was a 6-hour on the dot stream, and I am going to end it there. I need food. I need to go talk to Grace and do other things besides shout at a computer screen today. Because I woke up at 9 and I started doing stuff for this, so this has been my whole day, and that makes me tired. Thanks for hanging around, everybody. Viewership was good today. I appreciate it a lot. If you are not liked or subscribed to do any of that, please do that, because we want to grow this channel, and growth has slowed a lot, and that makes me sad. But we'll be here. Tomorrow, we're hosting a 2v2 domination tournament for Cuden, with that bit of one person can take only single entities, the only person can take multi-entities, but no single entities. It will be fun. Please sign up for that. I know Cuden has been having some issues getting people to sign up for 2v2 recently. But if you absolutely hate domination or don't have a 2v2 partner you want to play with, there is the ODM Knights of the Grail tournament tomorrow, just a basic land battle tournament. And Dav Plays has a tournament with a balance mod that Loopy made that they're going to try out. So 3 tournaments. Go try one. Or if you're busy, also cool. Have a great afternoon. See y'all next time. See you later. Goodbye.